It is 10 o'clock, and I will call this commission meeting to order. We will start with a salute of the flag, and I'd love if Mr. Justin Roper could lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll now do the roll call. Madam Clerk.
Chair Hill.
Here.
Vice Chair Herman. Michael Clark.
Present.
Mary Luz Garcia.
Here.
Clarianne Duriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Assistant DA Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, will you please lead us into item 3?
Item 3 is an appearance and presentation by Justin Roper, Chief Alternative Sentencing Officer for the Department of Alternative Sentencing 2022 Annual Report.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Commission, Mr. Manager. My name, for the record, is Justin Roper. I'm the Chief for the Department of Alternative Sentencing. I appreciate you allowing me to present today to talk about all the excellent work that the men and women at the Department of Alternative Sentencing do. Next slide, please. Or can I control it? So you will see through our mission and vision statement that accountability, rehabilitation, and the dignity and respect of all persons that the department has business with are the tenets in which we operate by daily. It is the absolute that I preach to all of my staff, that we are here to provide a service to our constituents, the community that come in front of us, regardless of why they are there. The department, as you know, is governed by NRS 211A and was created by the Commission in 2005. So we're still a relatively new department as far as law enforcement agencies go. But I think we've been doing an excellent job since our creation, and we continue to expand on what we do. Alternative sentencing is primarily a probation agency. We're responsible for any case that is given to us by the courts within Washoe County, specifically misdemeanor probation cases, any level of pretrial cases, and then residential confinement. Those are what are directed by NRS 211A and what we are primarily responsible for. I wanted to talk today a little bit about probation and how that role has changed in the 25 years that I've been a law enforcement officer. When I first came on, probation was pretty much black and white. We were given a set of conditions by the courts. We were told to enforce those conditions. If they were not complying with the conditions, then we were going to put them in jail and let the courts take care of that issue then. How it has changed today now is we have been tasked with identifying what is the underlying cause for why that person had created, had the criminal activity. The vast majority of the time, it being either a mental health issue or a substance use disorder issue. So now that we have to identify those, what are we going to do with them? And so probation really has changed to providing the resources, the treatment, and the life skills that are necessary that they can make that substantial change in their life and hopefully never be back in the criminal justice system again. So this is really no longer just are they complying to the orders that were given by the court, but how can we address what caused that criminogenic action and how we can address those issues that come up. Some of the highlights for our department in 2022, again, accountability and rehabilitation is our primary goal and what we do on a day-to-day basis. And then also, if a person was not on probation and they're not successful on probation, they'd be sitting in jail, which is not what we want for anybody. But if the people that we supervised in 2022 were sitting in jail, that would have been 279,000 days in jail at an approximate cost of $36 million to the county. So it is a fiscal responsibility for the county too, to ensure that we are not having these people sit in jail, that we're actually trying to provide them with the help and the support that they need so that they no longer are a burden on the community. For pretrial, we've been assigned, starting in 2022, all cases for pretrial coming out of the Reno Justice Court. That's felony on down. And so you'll see in future slides that we had a substantial increase in the pretrial responsibilities that we had. Electronic monitoring is another aspect that we've taken on here recently. Residential confinement, which was house arrest, is traditionally what it's referred to as. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and takes the majority of our time to be able to accomplish that. And this is available to any government agency within Washoe County, not just the courts that we're responsible to. And then obviously Sober 24 is kind of a pride for what we do. It's the regional drug testing in the area, and we accomplished 152,000 drug tests in calendar year 2022. We're open 7 days a week, 15 hours a day. We only close 2 days a year. That's Thanksgiving and Christmas. So some statistics to kind of show you what we do on a day-to-day basis at DAS. This is kind of our average caseload, giving you kind of a 4-year snapshot. You'll see prior to us really taking on pretrial in 2020 and coming into the pandemic that our caseload was lower, averaging 596 probation cases, only 17 pretrial cases a month, and then we've grown. Coming out of the pandemic, our probation cases came back up to what seems to be kind of our norm, and then our pretrial cases continue to grow. And then last year we saw our largest growth, where we're averaging over 1,200 people a month that we're supervising on the pretrial caseload, and then 770 on our regular probation caseload. So where supervision is a little different than just regular law enforcement is that we have these people from anywhere to 1 to 3 years. So where we have a substantial year, like in 2022, where we saw 2,800 new cases, we may have those cases from anywhere from 1 year to 3 years, depending on the severity of the initial charge. So we generally take in more cases than we let go each year, and so that causes our caseloads to steadily increase. And then as we add more law enforcement officers, more DAs, more cases being adjudicated through the courts, we anticipate to see these numbers rise still more steadily through the years. So. I purposely put this on the same slide to kind of show there's two sides of what we do in regards to managing cases. There's the case management, and then there's the law enforcement side of it. Case management is what we concentrate on more day to day. And I apologize, the numbers are kind of hard, but some of the key stats here: 3,600 court appearances that my staff participated in, 2,216 telephone calls that we took, 3,500 emails and texts that we facilitate on a day-to-day basis, trying to ensure that the people have access to us, so they should have any questions or any concerns that we need to help them with, really trying not to set them up for failure because we're not available to them should they need the assistance. And then you go over to the law enforcement side, and this is where we are holding the accountability. My officers are out there doing random home visits. And because they are random, means the person isn't there every time we show up, so we spend a lot of time just trying to find the person at home so that we can see, how they're going, their daily life. Because when somebody comes in and sees you, that's their best foot forward. They get to choose the time and place. For us to go see how they are doing in their home without them knowing that we're going to be there is the true mark of how they're really doing within the program, and allows us to have a glimpse into their lives if we need to make any changes, if we need to find them any more resources. Again, talking about the electronic monitoring, the utilization of technology has been a primary emphasis for me since I became chief in 2020. I really wanted to bring on this assistance to us and the accessibility to every person. Historically, we always made the participant come to us, and sometimes that put them in a tough situation where it could be a 2-hour bus ride to get down and come and see us, and we're requiring them to come every day to do a PBT. The other downfall of that is they know when they're coming down to do a PBT. So I implemented electronic breath alcohol monitoring devices, allows the person to take it with them. It Bluetooths to their phone. They have to video themselves while they're doing it. We can take it from 1 PBT to 3 PBTs a day, randomized, with minimal impact to them. They get a notification on their phone, they pull it up, they record themselves, they take a breath test. It takes 30 seconds. They didn't have to drive anywhere. They didn't have to do anything. And now I have a breath test and a record where it was once a day, now it's 3 times a day. And you'll see our compliance where we conducted 178,000 breath tests last month utilizing our electronic monitoring. and we only had 2,300 positives, which is less than a 1% positivity rate. So, and then with our house arrest program, we really started it last year in 2022. And so our number is actually fairly low, the 76 participants, because that was the buildup included, to where this year, in calendar year 2023, we're already averaging 126 people a month that we're supervising. Again, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. If they go into an exclusion zone, if they cut their strap off, these are all things that we have to handle. And just giving you a snapshot, we had 10,677 violations last year. Some of them minor, they weren't charging their unit, so it's a telephone call to fix, but every one of those was responded to one way or another by my department. So it is a time-intensive operation, but it is something that we feel provides the public safety that everybody deserves. So the STAR program is a new initiative that we created late in October of 2022. And this was really to address the opioid epidemic that was coming, that had been here in Washoe County and is all across the nation. We reached out and obtained a grant to fund this. It was a one-year grant for $439,000. And we built this to be wraparound services for people that are suffering from an opioid use disorder. We utilize community-based treatment services and community supervision for individuals struggling with opioid use disorder. Our services in this program also wrap in medicated assisted treatment along with cognitive behavioral therapy, utilizing interactive journaling. The program is designed to achieve meaningful change in thoughts, feelings, and behaviors related to criminal activity and addiction and promote the skills necessary for a sustained lifestyle of recovery. We built this to handle small caseloads for those people that are truly struggling within the community. And we built it that they had an officer, they had a clinician, they had a peer support, and then we have a grants manager that runs it for us. But it is really to have a team that is available to this individual pretty much 24 hours a day. And it's to help them make the meaningful change in their life with providing them the services paid for mostly by the county, or giving them front of the line access to the services that they need so that they can hopefully not overdose. I mean, that's the biggest fear, is that we no longer have that individual with us, not just the criminal actions, but they're no longer here at all. And to really address that condition. Fentanyl, as you'll see in our testing slide later, is a big factor. I mean, we have a 4% positivity rate. When you're taking that out of 1 million drugs that we tested for, 4% is a pretty substantial number for fentanyl positives, for people that know they're going to be testing too. So we are proud of this program. Should you have questions about it, I have Sergeant Shabandi here, who is the leader of that program for me, and he'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Just some numbers for the STAR program. It's still fairly in its infancy. We're only 5 months along, but we are maxed out now. We have the 25 out of the 25 that we're going to take for the caseload. We have had 88 referrals, so we have to prioritize the ones that are most at risk at this. And you're probably asking why, if we had 88, why don't we take 88? But again, it's to give that individualized treatment to the person. So the more that you add, then that's the less that we have time for those individuals, and we're not making the impact that we want to make. So 25 is our max that we are going to take per group. We are going to explore getting additional funding through grants to add additional groups, because we're seeing the success of this already. You know, we've had 88 referrals. We've done 78 home visits. The peer contact is really a number that stands out there, having that peer in the program where they have somebody that they can reach out to that they know has been in the same place that they are. You'll see 366 contacts with our peer where they're reaching out. And then that peer is that intermediate between us on the law enforcement side and the individual. So yes, they can talk to them, but then they can also explain to my staff what this individual needs or what they're struggling with at that time. So it's been a huge part of our program. The counseling sessions with our clinician, the journaling sessions that we're using with the Change Company journaling program that we bought into. We've had 2 of them that have advanced from the first phase to the next. And our phases are kind of different in the fact that there's no set time frame. It's not 3 months you're going to phase 2. It's when you have reached the goals for phase 1, then you'll move on to phase 2. So if it takes you 4 months, if it takes you 6 months, that's fine, as long as you're still complying and working with our staff. But we're not rushing them, we're not moving them before they're ready to move on to the next phase where they have greater responsibility that is going to be asked of them. And then arrest, why it seems like it would be a negative to put this on the slide, it's actually a positive, because this particular group of individuals generally has a great contact with not only criminal justice, but health and all that. So to take 25 individuals and only have 7 arrests over 5 months is actually an accomplishment, that they are making life changes and that they're no longer that burden on society that they had been. So, and a lot of times we make these arrests because they may have other pending crimes that they're still dealing with, or they had a relapse, and we just need to make sure that they are clean before they move on to residential treatment. So, but 7 is a good number in all actuality. This is really kind of the most impressive slide from just the 5 months that we've been. This is appearance rate and positivity rate for the drug tests that they're mandated to take. So it's a month one for everybody in their first month. You'll see that we had a 57% appearance rate, so 43% of the time they wouldn't even show up. And then we were in the 70% for positivity rate for their drugs. Month 1, month 2 is really stabilization for us when they come into the program. Month 3, that's when we're moving into whether that be inpatient or residential. But you'll see once we hit month 4 and month 5, our appearance rates go up in above the 90%, and our positivity rates are going down to, in month 4 is below, we only have 1 person and 2 people, in month 5, so it was at 14%, but that's a dramatic result to have them go from where they were at 70% positivity down to 14% with the support that they're given. So super proud of my team and the work that they do, and the numbers just bear it out, what the impact they have on the individuals' lives. So. Again, for future expansion, we continue to search out grants so that we can add additional teams and provide these services to more people within our community. Some other things that we're also looking to do is provide our own house. So we're looking for grants to support that. So we have our own intermediate residential that will have peer support inside that is run by us. So we direct who's going to go into that. So more long-term care for these individuals. And I should have mentioned that even if they graduate, even if they're no longer in the program or in the judicial, we will continue to provide as much service as we can to these people throughout. And it's our hopes that they'll come back and be peers for us someday and continue to promote the STAR program. So, excellent. Some positive press that we have received for the STAR program in just the short 5 months. The word's gotten out there. We've had a few interviews locally, and then we also partnered with PARI, which is the Police Assisted Addiction and Recovery Initiative. It's an international program that was created. We're the first organization in Nevada to join this, and they actually kind of sought us out and wrote up a piece about us that was fantastic as well. So we're really proud of that. And then the county themselves recognized us, and we received an impact award here just this last week. So the team is doing well, and I appreciate all the recognition that they have received. Lastly, we'll move into our Sober 24. Again, it's our regional drug testing lab, open 7 days a week, 15 hours a day, to provide that accommodation for no matter what your schedule may be. We're going to have the hours open for you so that you can get there without a significant impact on your life. We continue to remain a naloxone leave behind location, so we will hand out naloxone to anybody that requests it. We feel that is a life-saving drug that we should be putting out there, and so we ask no questions. If they want it, we'll give it out to them, and we work with CASAT program for that. We completed 29% more drug tests over calendar year 2021, and you'll see in 2022 we did 152,335 tests, and this year I think we're on pace to be even a little bit more than that, maybe close to 160,000. We conducted tests for 27 local and out-of-state area organizations, so we are available to anybody that needs it. They can refer them to us. We get a lot of people that are on probation in other states, and they're living here locally, and so we'll test them and send the results to whoever needs to receive them. And then lastly, just kind of some numbers for you. 6,583 individuals tested last year. Again, 152,000 samples taken. 27,529 positive samples, which is an 18% positivity rate. Obviously, we'd love to see that lower, and we work on making it lower, but still, that's not terrible when we're talking about people with substance use addictions coming through. And then top assays that we had positivity rates for in 2022 was THC, amphetamine, which is mostly methamphetamine, fentanyl, alcohol, opiates, and then all other drugs were below 1%. And we test for up to 17 different drugs at the request of the agencies that want them. So, and that's it.
Thank you, Chief Roper. What an amazing program, and congratulations on the Impact Award. Very well deserved.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Are there any, let's see, Commissioner Clark?
I want to commend you on your great program. I had the opportunity to view the facilities with you several months back, and I thought it was a great program. I've got a couple of questions after viewing the property and going over it with you. I did some little bit of research, and it looks like you're doing the same type of a business. Is it a private venture down in Las Vegas, or you and your wife are working on something down there? Is it modeled after this program, and is it with Clark County, or is that private down there in Las Vegas?
It's private. I mean, it's modeled after 25 years of being in this business. And so I'm getting close to retirement. My wife runs the day-to-day for it. And it's just, I know the impact that drug testing has. And so it was creating what is the next step in my life down in Vegas.
Sure. Because, I have a hard time commuting from Washoe Valley. I'm just wondering how you commute back and forth to Las Vegas. It seems like it takes a lot of time.
It's really my wife, and then we have operations manager and stuff. So, it's not something that I'm dealing with on a day-to-day. It's more my wife's side, and then the operations manager that she monitors.
Good. Well, you've got some great numbers here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Roper, thank you so much for reaching out back in January. You sent us your annual report, and I just really appreciate your communication and the transparency with all these amazing figures. So congratulations to you and your team. I have a question about slide 6, if we can go back to that. So you said in your presentation the Reno Justice Court sends you all the pretrial cases for felony and gross misdemeanors. And on slide 6, there's a pretty significant jump from 2020 to 2023, from 17 up to 1,210. Can you kind of give us a little bit of insight as to what's happening on that side of the house?
Well, again, I mean, there's a pretrial services program within Washoe County, and historically they had handled the majority of them. We started out with Reno Justice Court's misdemeanor cases for pretrial, and then in 2022, I mean, they're happy with the services that we provide, and NRS clearly states that we can supervise any level, so they ask that we take on all cases. So starting to take on felony and gross miss up into bind over. As soon as they're bound over, then we pass them on to district court and their pretrial services department. But that's really accounts for that significant increase, is that we took on those additional cases above and beyond the misdemeanor cases that we had historically monitored.
So you're doing such a good job, they're giving you more work.
Yes.
Okay. Second question I have is, you talked about the grants through SAMHSA, BJA, and that takes a lot of heavy lifting to write those. Is there anything that we can do as a commission to support those efforts? So that's the first part. And the second part, you mentioned a house, and I just wanted to get your vision and ideas for what you had in mind for that particular.
So your first question is, you already supply us with a lot of support. The county pays for a company called Gray Matter, which we utilize for help in creating these grants. And then you have the grants, I'm sorry, I forget their name now, but you have grants coordinators now that work with my grant coordinator on a day-to-day basis, helping us put these together. So the county is already a huge help to us in trying to establish these grants and putting in for them. The house, the envision is, I mean, housing, as we know, is the biggest issue that we face. There's not a lot of low-cost housing available. And then sober living houses, it's hard to get into because they're all taken up. And so having one that is specifically attached to our program, where the individual, we have contracts with Crossroads, we have contracts with the Empowerment Center where they get that initial housing, they get that sober living. But when that time runs out, which is 90 to maybe 180 days, then we're putting them out into the street, and there's not that secondary. So we were hoping to have this house that belonged to us where we can transition the person right into there. And again, it's not going to be more than 180 days, but now we've given them approximately 9 to 12 months of housing so that they can put money away, that they can get sobered up, that they're not worried about that maybe going back to the neighborhood that caused the issues to begin with. And so that's what we're looking for, is that a house where we control, the beds and who gets in and who doesn't, because there's too many people and not enough beds now. And so sometimes our people are sitting waiting for a bed, and it just puts them in harm's way, in our opinion. So.
Thank you. Well, great work. I have been working or talking to the sheriff about the Lima program in Las Vegas, and I know that the work you do really seems so similar to what that program could be if we adopt that at Washoe County. And so, we'll probably be looking to you to get some guidance, because you're doing such an amazing job with probation. And I can tell your passion and your team's passion and, your compassion for our fellow community members, and knowing that people can change and turn their lives around. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next up, we will go to item 4, Mr. Manager.
Item 4 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you. I have Vice Chair Herman signed in.
I think it's on. Okay. I just want to share my concerns with all of you. I swore to obey the laws of this state, and that includes the open meeting law. And I'm having a hard time being able to approve the agenda for today's meeting, because there's no place on the agenda for approval of the agenda. And I would, from what I've read over the last couple of days, I would be breaking the law as it's written. I believe that this meeting is a violation of the law and should not proceed, and all actions should be determined to be void. Also, I suggest a rescheduling of this meeting with more attention to the actual NRS, and that's my concern.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. DA Edwards, could you just clarify whether the statement about the agenda needing to be approved is something we need to be concerned about?
Yes. No, it's not. It's not a requirement. It used to be a custom of this board to have an item on the agenda to approve the agenda, which is somewhat of a paradox, because in order to have the meeting, you have to have an agenda, and if you haven't approved it yet, how can you have the meeting? At some point, it got taken off, and that custom was ended. It is not a requirement of the open meeting law that be on there. And as far as the opening public comment section, without commenting on in favor of it or against it or anything like that, what's required in the open meeting law, NRS 241-020, subsection 3, subsection D, subsection 3, subsections Roman numeral 1 and 2 give public bodies an option of having public comment at the beginning of the meeting and again before adjournment, or having public comment on each action item, plus one public comment period at the end of the meeting. And either of those options, you have to allow during one of those public comment periods comments on or off on items on or off the agenda. Your agenda allows public comment prior to or during each action item, and has the required public comment period at the end of the agenda where members of the public can speak on items on or off the agenda. So your agenda meets the two prongs of the open meeting law, complies with that subsection, I guess I should say. So no, I do not believe, legally speaking, that you have a problem with the agenda.
It sounds like we are exceeding the requirements right now with public comment.
So historically, the practice that the commission has followed has been to exceed the required minimums of the open meeting law by hybridizing those two subsections without going through that whole litany of the numbers again, where you have comment at the beginning, at the end, and on each action item. Today's simply opts for one of the two and has during action and at the end of the agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. You know, I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to keep saying it. You know, the American public is used to being treated fairly, and people understand that they can't always win. The difference between that and what happens is if people feel they've been cheated or not treated fairly, it's a whole different emotion than I didn't win the point I wanted to make. But in this case, when people feel that they've been cheated out of talking, speaking, having their voices heard, whether you vote in favor of what they say or whether you don't, the people are feeling now, and my phone's blown up, emails about it. We got people that are upset that their voices aren't being heard. You know, when one Nevadan's cheated, all Nevadans are cheated. When one Nevadan's taken advantage of, all Nevadans are taken advantage of. Looking around the room here, you know, I grew up in the era of the civil rights time. I grew up in the era of people protesting the Vietnam War, and people had a right to talk about what they wanted to talk about. We're taking the voice away from people in this community. And when I read the article in the newspaper about this, the reporter did an article about this. The word that stuck out with me was unilateral. Unilaterally. We've got one person in this county that decided to do this. We've got, if you looked at National Geographic last month, there's 8 billion people on this planet. And out of the 8 billion people, we've got one person who decides to do something unilaterally in our county. We've got 500,000 people live in this county, and the word unilateral hops out. Nobody from District 2 had a say in this. I wasn't consulted about this. I can't speak for the other commissioners, but when this happens, when somebody unilaterally does this, you know, the consequences are grave. Depends on who's in charge, who gets to say, who gets to talk. This is not right. The public needs to have their voices heard, whether you vote in favor of them or not. And to use the excuse that we want to make this smoother for the folks on the dais so things flow smoothly, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing this, because we don't want that pesky public comment. That just doesn't make sense. We've got to hear the people. I come here on Tuesdays. I'm prepared to stay till 2 in the morning. I don't care how long we have to stay. We need to hear the voice of the people. And to unilaterally take this away is outrageous. You know, I think about the government when during the civil rights time and the Vietnam War protesters. You know, the old white guys in office didn't want people to talk about this. Young people didn't want people to talk about their protesting, and so they silenced them. And so, and if you don't think they didn't silence them, think about that song by Crosby, Stills and Nash, Ohio, 4 dead in Ohio. Okay, they shot people that didn't agree with them. We're not going to that level here, but you know, this is very close to that. Some one person decides we can't talk, we can't hear you, and then they say, well, we're going to have public comment at the end. Well, you know, that means they just cut it in half. How'd you like me to cut your paycheck in half? How'd you like the county to lose half of their income? How would you like to have, you know, one leg and one arm cut off? And you shouldn't squawk, you still have half of it. You know, at the end of the day, we get half of what we used to have here because somebody unilaterally decides that we can't have open mic for the people that talk here. So that's my position. I think that, and it seems to be the flavor around here in the county. We've got another item coming up, the elections group. And again, unilateral comes to mind.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
we will be discussing the elections group
Okay.
later. So.
Yeah. Well, are you trying to stifle me now? And,
Commissioner Clark,
This is commissioner comments, and I can talk about what I want to talk about
we have
here.
an agenda item on that.
Again, are you trying to stifle me now?
Do you have any other comments, Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Again, the word unilateral comes to mind. When we have this elections group, we've got the county manager, an unelected county manager, decides unilaterally to bring this group in. He'll talk about how he had a staff with him, but these are people who work for him. There is underlings.
Commissioner Clark, I am going to ask you one last time to wait until we have the elections group on the agenda.
Why don't you let him speak? Yeah. What the hell's wrong with you?
I'm asking for public comment and for the public to please have some sense of decorum.
I won't talk about that. I'll
Thank you.
continue back to
Thank you,
the open
Commissioner Clark.
meeting. The open meeting that speaking, the folks being able to speak public comment here. This is the kind of thing when somebody wants to do something like this. This is almost political suicide for somebody to unilaterally do something like this. There's an election coming up. This is going to be something that's going to be a big deal in the future. The optics are not good on this when people aren't allowed to speak and expect people to use that against you in the future. And you should consider, when somebody wants to talk and somebody wants to say something that you don't like, you still need to listen to it and then do whatever you need to do. But it's the idea of treating people fairly and letting people have their say. They don't expect to sway you on every time they come up to talk here, but they want to be heard. They want to be on the record that they're for something or they're against something. Gaveling them down when they clap. On one hand, if somebody you like and somebody you want to take a photo op with, we get to applaud those folks. And then when these folks applaud, then you gavel them down. You can't have it both ways. You got to be fair and treat everybody equally. I'm about equality, and people need to be treated fairly around here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. April is Parkinson's Awareness Month, and I had an opportunity to give a proclamation on that, and I just really appreciate the folks who are giving resources to our community members with Parkinson's. I also had an honor with Commissioner Clark and Vice Chair Herman to go to the North Valley Binary Geothermal Plant opening with our governor, and so congratulations to Ormet on that. And if folks need translation during the meeting with any of your public comment, please go in the back and ask for that resource. And I would like to ask staff to please look at crafting for the commission an opportunity to look at a lobbyist ordinance. This would require that any lobbyist who comes into the building or even coming to our public meetings, anyone who's paid to come to our public meetings, essentially, to register online and to wear a tag that says paid lobbyist. So I'd like that to come to the Board of County Commissioners for consideration. And I will now see if there's any other folks. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week during our FY24 recommended budget presentation, we heard from staff about how we'll be focusing on improvements to infrastructure. And there was one comment made last week I was really excited about, a $7.2 million investment in trails and playground improvements in Washoe County. I believe it was 7.2. So I think, and I'm not alone in this, that our region is a world-class destination for hiking, backpacking, and outdoor rec. And last week I had the honor of welcoming over 900 trail advocates from over 20 countries that gathered at the Nugget. It was the first of its kind, the largest gathering of its kind. And we were lucky to host here in our region, the International Trails Summit Conference. And so I wanted to let the public know there's a lot of energy and excitement around this topic. And tonight at 6 p.m., there's actually a concurrent meeting between the City of Sparks, City of Reno, and Washoe County. It's going to be held right over here at the District Board of Health conference rooms at 6 p.m. And they're going to be providing an update on all of the different park projects, parks additions from all the different jurisdictions. But there's also going to be a presentation and discussion about the potential of a regional parks district. So if you're interested in this or you want to be engaged in this conversation, I'll see you over there at 6 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in again.
I just want to follow up again with going out to visit the Ormat facility on Friday. You know, I'm glad I went out. I got to see how they conduct business. I thought it was a very well-run, very organized operation, and I learned a lot out there. But I just want to go on the record. I went out there. I heard about it on the radio. I called Mark Amadei's office to find out the details about it. So I wasn't invited by the county, nor I believe was Commissioner Herman. So, you know, again, another example of the county not sharing information with the commissioners. Again, I had to find out about it. I had to drive out there, and I went out. I drove out. I took a friend with me. She'd never been to Gerlach, so after the meeting, we drove out to Gerlach, another 15, 20, 30 miles out, and drove back. And then I stopped and talked to the picketers there, the people who live in Gerlach. They were picketing the governor's visit out there. I don't know why they were unhappy with it, but you know, I think it was a well-run organization, and I think that they're doing a good job out there. I just wish we could somehow or another have those folks from Ormat again hold some town hall meetings and reach out to the folks in Gerlach and explain to them what the science is and how it probably is good for the environment out there. But again, the county didn't invite me. I had to elbow my way in and make myself known out there. So just another example of the county not sharing information, like this unilateral decision not to allow people to speak. I had to read about it in the paper. I heard about it from other people. Nobody, the county manager didn't reach out. The chair of the body didn't reach out. Nobody brought this to our attention. It was just a done deal. I don't think that's democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you have any announcements for us?
I have none, Madam Chair.
Okay. We will now go on to item 5. Mr. Manager.
Item 5 is a presentation and update on FY 22-23 second quarter status report for the Washoe County Regional Detention Facility to include security of the jail, conditions of confinement, staffing, and medical care of inmates housed at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. Acknowledge receipt of the report.
Okay. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Captain Tim Mosley with the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. I am the operations captain. With me today, I have Sandra Barboza, our services captain, Lieutenant Randy Vaughters, and Maggie Dixon, who is our mental health MAT program counselor. And they will be able to assist me with this report from their side of the house and answer any questions you might have at the end of this presentation. Okay. So the first thing is the COVID-19 it still exists, still around over this last reporting period. We had 29 cases in the jail, and I would like to give kudos to our inmate management unit as well as our NAVCAR personnel for their management of those inmates. They were able to come up with reasonable solutions that allowed for several of those inmates to be housed together, thereby eliminating the possibility of the COVID vaccine spreading throughout our facility. So I'd just like to recognize them for the efforts they were able to come up with and keep our exposures to a minimum. As we speak right now, we have no current cases in the jail to speak of, which is a good thing, but we will keep you apprised if that changes. Moving on, fentanyl. Obviously, this is a big issue, not only nationwide, but in our own community, and it's spilled over into our jail. Some of the fentanyl issues that we are seeing through very creative ways. The fentanyl drug itself has been found inside our detention facility. And we have been coming up with different solutions to address those. Number one, we are providing each deputy in each housing unit with Narcan, not only for use for the inmates themselves, but for each other. And so we were able to secure enough Narcan to supply each of our deputies with that, so they have that with them throughout their shifts. Those individuals that we were able to locate fentanyl on have been charged and are awaiting their day in court. And during this last 3-month period, we had 8 suspected overdose cases. Turns out that 2 of those, one was a seizure, and the other, I believe, was an individual who was detoxing from alcohol as well as fentanyl. In each of those cases, one possibly, excuse me, not one possibly, but 1 or 2 Narcan doses were administered to those individuals. And once they regained consciousness, they were all taken to the hospital for a higher level of care. And thankfully, we did not have any in-custody deaths for any of those cases. Moving on to some of the programs, there we go. Side of the house, we had 11 inmates complete the Getting Ahead While Getting Out. During my last presentation, I did mention a little bit about this program. I will say that one thing that has changed with this Getting Ahead While Getting Out, our chaplain Sharp, who runs the program, was able to work with the administration at Truckee Meadows Community College. And for those individuals who do complete that program, they earn 1 college credit. I believe, Manager Brown, you were able to attend one of the graduations. And with that, you could just sense the level of pride these inmates had, because for some of them, this is the first time they've ever had at least just one college credit in their entire lives. And they're really motivated. They want to continue on with their program once they're released from our custody. And as you can see, also, in addition to that, they earn a 5-day kick from the courts. So by completing this program, they have 5 days taken off their sentence, which is, again, another motivating factor, not only for them individually, but it saves the county a total of $7,770 during this last quarter. Total cost savings for all the programs combined was $48,840. Here's a quick snapshot of the inmates who participated in the programs that our agency provides. The biggest that we've seen thus far is the inmates who have attended substance abuse. With that, 47 have completed those classes. And as I mentioned, 14 completed the Getting Ahead While Getting Out at the very bottom there. Even though we had 700 attend, only those 14 who were completely committed to the program and completed that program. As you all know, that we also provide services through our detention services unit. We have an individual who meets upon request with those individuals who are seeking SNAP, which is Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. Through our Smart Communications program, they can reach out, sort of like, I don't know if you've heard the term KITE, but they can send out a request which is answered by that individual, and he's able to go down into the detention facility and meet with them and explain to them how to fill out the appropriate application forms, and so they will have something to look forward to upon release from the jail. From medical, as you can see, these are some of the numbers that over the last 3 months, we've had 68 medical refusals. I just want to take a second to highlight that. Our medical staff is tasked with screening each individual who comes into our facility at the intake process. We rely on them heavily, and when they do send out those people who have some type of medical condition, it takes some of the liability off of our agency, which is huge for us, because what we're starting to see is individuals who are coming into our facility who are in need of a higher level of care. And this not only costs the county quite a significant amount of money, there is also liability. So I just want to give them recognition for the job they do, and the fact that they've recognized 68 people who were not medically sound enough to enter our facility is tremendous. Let's see.
What are special needs flags, sorry, on that list?
Those are individuals who either have mental health issues. It could be a number of things. Pacemakers would be one that comes to mind.
Oh,
We have
okay.
individuals that allows our deputies to know that these individuals have those implants inside them, and that use of a taser would not be wise.
Right, okay, got
Or
it.
any physical exertion would not be wise. So those are some of the things just through the medical screening that our medical staff are made aware of. So, or any special TB, or anything like that where it could be, they can't go out and be in a regular housing unit, and they have to have special care or a special cell, any ADA requirements they may need, wheelchair, walker, anything along those lines that just gives our deputies information to help them down the line.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And, oops, go back one. And these are some of the medicals from our NAFCare medical provider that they provided for me to present to you. If you peruse those, if there is any questions, hopefully I can answer some of them. And if you need me to go back, please say so. Am I okay to move on?
Yes, you can
Okay.
proceed. Thank you, Captain,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, this next slide is our average daily population at the jail. This is a concern for me personally, because managing the day-to-day operations and knowing some of the projects that we have going in our jail right now, our bed space is becoming limited. For example, we're replacing some of the old bunks in Housing Unit 7 right now. So with that being done, those cells are being shut down. And so that's 31 cells that are out of service right now. Those are beds we can't use until those bunks are replaced. So as we go into the warmer months, we can anticipate an increase in our inmate population, which is typical for the summer months. More people are active. Things are going on. We're going into our event season. So right now, as it stands, we're averaging well over 1,200 inmates for the month of April alone, which will be on the next report. But In my 24 years, I've sort of got a pretty good idea of the ups and downs of our inmate population. And after seeing it reach a level of 1385 last year, which we simply did not have the space to accommodate, and so that led to longer stays in our intake lobby, which is not very comfortable. But we're doing everything in our power to accommodate that. Looking to the future, we're looking at a couple different items that can alleviate some of the overcrowding that we're going to be seeing here in the future. But it's concerning, and I just wanted to make, and I'm sure you are aware of the population increase, and I just want to get that out there. Total bookings for the last three months, they're right around 1,200 per month, which is on average, it's pretty good. But again, it's going to start to increase as we go into our summertime months. One positive note is that the total releases have gone up a little bit, so that helps us out, and we can thank the courts for that. And looking at the fights, this last period we had 14 inmate on inmates fights, 6 on staff, and 46 were averted either through the deputies' observation or inmates asking to be sent to a different housing unit because they feared for their own safety. And I think the biggest thing on this slide is there were no suicides completed. There were several attempts, but and those attempts, I don't mean actual attempts, but those may be someone reaching out in crisis from their cells to the deputies. We still count that as an attempt.
Weren't there deaths in the third quarter or in the
No.
jail? No. Okay.
No,
Thank
there
you.
were not. Okay, in our inmate assistance program, you can see some of the numbers that of the inmates that we assisted over the last 3 months. Along with that is the jail days saved and total savings to the county. For the third quarter, came to a savings of $756,000 in savings for the county in jail days saved. And finally, we have a current, after this last shift bid, we have 155 deputies assigned for the next rotation, which begins next month. We also have 5 deputies on light duty for various reasons. And as we speak, there's 20 deputies. I believe we started off with 24 in the Northern Nevada Law Enforcement Academy. Their expected completion date is in June. We're looking very good on our staffing moving forward. And with that, we are assisting our patrol division with their staffing levels, as we are the feeder division for other areas in our agency. So.
And I know that this board is looking at adding 12 officers this next
And
fiscal year.
we are very excited, and we thank you very much for helping us with our staffing. And if you don't have any questions, that's all I have.
Okay, I'll look to the board. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I've been in the jail facility there. I think it's very well run, very clean, and some surprising numbers with that many people tightly packed in a small facility, relatively small facility to only have 14 fights. That's seems like a pretty safe place, probably safer there than the CARES campus. I have friends in law enforcement in other areas of the country. One of the first assignments that they have is they work in the jail for a number of years. Is that what we do here with?
Yes, every deputy trainee who comes into our agency starts off in the jail, and depending on attrition and turnover and years of service, that's what dictates where they go next. Meaning if they want to transfer to patrol, transfer to the courts, or into the civil division. But they definitely start in the jail.
So their first assignment is in the jail and kind of gets them used to what they're going to be dealing with, and they can understand what the process is. Also, with the fentanyl getting into jail, without going into graphic detail, people hide this in body cavities, works its way through the digestive system somewhere down the line. When folks are brought in, if you think that they might be, hiding drugs on their body and their person, can you segregate them? Do you segregate them, put them in a special place where they're monitored to wait for this to flow through the digestive system?
Yes, what we typically do is we take those individuals, say if we see it on the body scanner or they admit to swallowing narcotics, then we place them in a holding cell with a camera, and we monitor their activities. We do shut off their water briefly. If we see them do something suspicious, we will shut their water off, and unfortunately, we will have to check the toilet to see what they were doing, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, without getting into detail, we kind of understand what's taking place there. But yeah, I just was wondering, and I didn't realize you had body scanners, so you can check people to see if they've got something in their digestive system or.
Yes.
Okay.
We do. Obviously, we're not able to pick up everything, especially with fentanyl, because it only takes a small amount to be lethal, and sometimes they're personal use. It's just the amount is just too small to pick up by the naked eye, and obviously they're not going to tell us what they have. So,
Sure.
But if they admit to it, or we see an anomaly on the screen itself, we can take the necessary measures.
So that would be a statistic I'd like to see in the future on your presentation. If you could tell us how many times you intercepted something, and I think that would be helpful to see what kind of.
We actually have those numbers. When we typically what happens when we find the narcotics in the Sally port, when they first get here, we turn it over to an arresting officer, and they book it in and they charge. But if it gets beyond the Sally port, then it becomes our issue, and then we have to deal with it. But
Sure.
I can get you those numbers as well. Sir.
Yeah, I'd be interested after they've been booked in,
Yes.
and after you've done the body scan, and then I'd like to see what kind of percentage that you catch. I know you're not going to catch them all, but I'd like to see how well you're intercepting things, or having an idea that's somebody to watch that we think that they have something hidden in their digestive system. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other commissioners? On the lengths of stay, are we looking into those? Are they longer than usual? I'm just curious if there's a team that's doing an assessment on how we can work with courts and the attorneys.
Well, it's sort of difficult to. There's a number of factors. We are now, I believe, they're in our custody. There are 60+ inmates who are waiting like homicide trials. So their length of stay is going to be a little bit longer.
The more difficult trials.
Mental health,
right.
Getting mental health evaluations, and providing them other resources throughout the community. Everywhere is full, and that contributes to a lot of the lengthy stays that we are starting to see. Some of the other factors is the higher level of care. They're not able to go to court in a timely manner. And then fights that are happening in the jail. All these factors come into play when we talk about length of stay. It's not just one single issue or item that we're facing.
Okay, thank you for that. Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank you for what you do. You guys have a tough job. And I'm hoping we get you some backup here soon.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, and before we open to public comment, Madam Clerk, Mr. Edwards, could you just help us understand? My understanding is on these action items, folks need to speak directly to the item on the agenda per NRS.
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Just as a reminder, Madam Clerk.
for public comment. First up, we have Robert Beatles, followed by Janet Butcher.
Oh. Okay. I thought there
Thank
was
you,
another
Captain.
question.
But don't leave yet. There may be questions.
For this item. And it looks like there are documents to be distributed that I will pass out to the board.
Thank you. Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Please put all my comments on the record. I just gave you guys some evidence right there, and this, again, for agenda item number 5, specifically talking about the prisons and the jail. If you'll look, you'll see that Alexis Hill should be stepping down right now and recusing herself from this vote or from any future votes, specifically according to NRS 287.780. If you look, you will see within the documents that I gave you, that is directly from her email, where if you look, she says that she is signed up for 2 fundraising roles, one at the Washoe Dems and one at the CARES Campus Capital Campaign Committee. Now, what's interesting about this is all of these votes that she's been taking, nowhere on their website does it say that she's there. Nowhere on her website or on the county's website does it say that she has these roles. So that is a huge conflict. So don't take it from me. You have her emails right there. You can see that all of her votes to send money to all of these, black hole circus tents of spending like the CARES campus is now over $100 million. This is a huge conflict of interest. And again, this is also in violation of NRS 281A-400 and numerous case laws. So there are a number of laws,
Can you please bring it back to
Sure.
the jail?
Of course, you might be spending some time there if they do a full investigation. So I think it's going to be very personal to you. So what I'm doing is I'm demanding for all of us, we the people, a personal investigation into Alexis Hill for all of her conflicts of interest, hiding roles that she's sitting on, hiding potentially money she's receiving for these roles that she's sitting on. And so there's no way that we can possibly trust your votes that you're not in conflict with something as you're hiding this from the public and as your own email admits. And then, of course, we have your husband. And your husband is who? He's the director, correct? He's the director of the Department of Administration. So you both have very intimate knowledge about all the things that are going on in this county, and you're not disclosing what it is that you know before you take these votes.
Can you please bring it back
roles.
to the jail?
How do we know that when you vote for the jail, you're not conflicting somewhere along the line there as well? How do we know that you're not sitting on their fundraising board, just like you are for the CARES campus? How do we know? We can't trust anything that you do or say up there until we have a full investigation. So I demand that, Mr. Edwards, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I know that you're counsel for the commission, but you're also counsel for the county. And so I'd appreciate a full investigation into every vote that Alexis Hill has had or is going to have. And as you can see right there, she is hiding the roles that she has, boards that she sits on, and those votes that she's making, they directly affect the county. And she should be telling us, what roles that she has and she doesn't. So it's a complete conflict of interest.
Janet Butcher, followed by Nicholas St. John.
I second that. Third.
Janet Butcher for the record. I'm not representing any group. I know my name was tagged with an associated with a group. I stand before you as Janet Butcher. I really want to thank the Sheriff's Department because they have a lot to take care of, especially with the fentanyl, because of the Biden's open border policy. If you have known anybody who has died from fentanyl overdose, whether in jail or outside of jail, it's an epidemic at this point right now. I would like to see the over $500,000 that we are giving to an outside left-wing, non-equitable group given to the Sheriff's Department. I think it's better used there. I was glad to see that there was 0 suicides in the jail, especially since the legislature is pushing for assisted suicides. It seems like our state wants to become the death state between abortion and suicides. I have a question about, were all the applicants for the library trustee position
Butcher,
notified
please
about the
keep
agenda
it on
10?
item 5.
Speaker sees the relevance.
I want to know if all the applicants
Ms.
for the
Butcher,
library trustee
we are
were
talking about the jail
notified.
status report. You need to speak on the jail status report. Thank you.
Were all the applicants for the library notified about agenda 10?
Ms. Butcher.
Thank you. I'm surprised you didn't yell at us to not clap.
Madam Clerk.
Next up, we have Nicholas St. John, followed by Bruce Parks.
Nicholas St. John for the record. Concerning this facility, I appreciate the work the deputies do. I know it's a lot of work. They're overworked, understaffed, and I appreciate that they managed to do a job at the level they have. I appreciate you guys putting more staff up there, and I'm sure that's going to be a welcome relief. My concern is over a couple of inmates that have been up there, Roger Hilligus and Stuart Henty. They both have been mistreated. Right now, I get almost daily emails from people that are monitoring Roger Hilligus's status. I don't know how much you guys have looked into it, but it's very serious. I've seen him in court. He has become very, very, very frail. So what needs to happen is there needs to be an investigation and make sure that he's getting, I know he understands the SNAP program. I'm sure at this point he's been there for weeks and weeks and weeks. I'm sure he understands the SNAP program. I've had reports that he is not getting his daily supplements. That's criminal when a guy is this frail. And so I'm demanding that you guys look into it. As far as the rest of the things that they're doing up there, the overcrowding, I'm not sure we can blame anyone except, I mean, I know we've got mostly new people here, but the county commission went along with the governor's shutdowns, lockdowns, and destruction of many, many, many businesses in our county. Because they did, people lost their jobs. When you start taking away income from people, they become criminals trying to just support their family and get through life. So if we're seeing an increase from this, it's because this commission, again, not the people, most of the people that were here, that are here now are not responsible for that. But there are, one in specific, has gone along with this nonsense of the lockdowns and stuff. When we try to address that kind of stuff before, we've been ignored and silenced. We're here today in bulk and now talking on each action item to make sure you're aware that we have concerns and how we address each individual concern as an item on the agenda will vary.
Mr. St. John, will you please bring it back to the jail status report?
You know what, let me think about that just for, I don't know, 23 more seconds. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bruce Parks, followed by Jeff Church.
Bruce Parks, for the record. I'd like my comments read into the record, please. First of all, great shout out to our law enforcement officials here. You guys have a tough job that not many of us would not only not want, but are not qualified to perform. We appreciate everything you do for our community. Thank you. Especially in the capacity as, well, supervising the inmates at the jail. What an extraordinary job they do. And the media has not been friendly to you at all. The slightest little incident that happens there, they blow completely out of proportion and make you guys out to be the bad guys. Well, here's a simple idea. You don't like the conditions at the jail? You don't like what goes on at the jail? Hey, don't commit a crime and get stuck there. What a simple concept. However, your problems are only going to get exponentially worse. We have a crime hotspot, for lack of a better term, here in Washoe County, and it's called the CARES campus. There are more calls to that single location every single day than there are anywhere else in Washoe County. And that impacts these guys that have the job of supervising them folks when they get put in their facility. Again, it is only going to get exponentially worse as long as Washoe County refuses, absolutely refuses to take the necessary steps to address the homeless situation. It's not some great, big, huge, complicated problem, and it is not linked to availability of housing.
Mr. Parks, if
But
you
it
could
does
bring it
have
back
an
to the
impact
jail
on the
status
jail
report.
folks. It does have an impact on
Mr.
these
Parks,
folks.
if you can bring it back to the jail status report.
It's exactly what I'm talking about. If you want to make their job easier, you address that issue, and their job becomes exponentially easier. They're related. Anybody that thinks otherwise is not living in the real world. If we address that problem, their job gets way easier. The courts get a whole lot less congested. We have less crime. Our people are safer. There are places in Washoe County that we, the public, cannot go because of that problem. It's time you addressed it properly.
Jeff
Madam
Church. Jeff Church, followed by Tom Green, and I do have a document to distribute for Mr. Church.
And good morning. I think it's still morning. Jeff Church, and I am going to be brief, and I am going to directly address this particular issue because it's an action item. If you have the overhead, it's hard to read it, but basically, number one, I thank the deputies that work in the jail and the sheriff's department. I found them to be very, very receptive. I've never been in the Washoe County Jail. I did visit the Tijuana Jail when I was about 18, but that was another story. That's a true story. But the reason I want to address this as an action item is because as an action item, I don't believe that this is a legal meeting per open meeting law. And it's in your handout.
Please bring it back to the jail status report.
It's on the jail status that I don't think this is a legal issue for you to hear today because this is not a legal meeting. And I'll explain why, if I might.
Please bring it back to the jail status.
It's directly related to this, why you shouldn't be hearing this. On October 4th, 2022.
Please bring it back to the jail status report, Mr. Church.
I am trying to explain to you, Madam Chair, why you shouldn't be hearing this item, which is directly related to that. And I'll be very brief. I'm not going to take 3 minutes. I'll be very brief. October of 2022, the County Commission as a whole in public meeting voted to have public comment at the beginning. Because public comment's not at the beginning as they voted.
Church, please bring it back to the jail status report.
15 more seconds. Because they didn't vote on that, the entire meeting today is null and void. So I ask you to address that. It's in your handout. I promised I wouldn't take much time, and I would have taken less if I hadn't been interrupted. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Tom Green.
Good morning, Madam Chair. The last time I stood at this podium, I was wearing a green uniform and I was presenting this report. In fact, I was the first one to present this report as a chief deputy with the sheriff's office because there's a requirement that the county commission inspect the jail. And so it became kind of unwieldy to have all the commissioners up there inspecting the jail constantly. So it became a lot easier for us to come to you and present the status of the jail and what's going on. And so it is great to see this presentation still going. The sheriff and his staff run an amazing facility. And I would encourage, unlike a recent op-ed in the RGJ, I would encourage the public to go tour that facility. And I assume it's still open for tours. I would hope so. Because at one time, we bring thousands of people a year through that jail. And people saw that jail and it was clean and it was well run, and I'm sure it's the same today. One of my concerns, though, is when Captain Mosley's talking about the numbers, and those are staggering numbers, those are bad numbers. When I left, we were hovering in the 10-20 range. They got a problem. They got a real problem up there, and it makes me wonder what the status of that jail infirmary was. I know that there was some funding issues with it, but I think that's something that needs to be looked at. But when I see the amount of money, and I know it's earmarked for certain places, but I see the amount of money that's being spent by the county at the CARES campus, that could any of that money been directed to the jail? Because they're gonna have a lawsuit eventually with the status. Those jail cells are built for a certain amount of people by the space. And yeah, you take out a bunk and you do this, you can configure the space in a different way to make it livable, but it's not ideal. And also, anybody that goes and tours that jail will see that jail was never built to confine inmates to their cells 23 hours a day. And I'm not saying they do that now, but the more time that they have to play chasing fentanyl, locking down the jail to go search for it, is less time the inmates are out. It makes it harder to manage, okay? So I would just like to really thank the sheriff's office for the work that they do and acknowledge that it is an office, okay? Unlike District 2's predecessor claimed on the dais that it wasn't an office, the sheriff's office is an office. He's an elected official. He has autonomy. And with that, I just thank the sheriff's staff that are here today. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's nobody else signed in.
Thank you. With that, we will move to proclamations. Mr. Manager.
Item 6, A and B, 1 are proclamations.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia is going to go down and present the proclamation for Fair Housing Month, and I think we have Gabrielle Enfield there to accept it.
The Board of County Commissioners proclamation reads, whereas April 2023 marks the 55th anniversary of the Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Federal Fair Housing Act, which provides equal opportunity for all Americans in the sale, rental, and financing of housing that prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, and whereas the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988 added familial status and handicap to those classes protected by Title VIII, and added strong new rights, remedies, monetary penalties, and judicial and administrative enforcement procedures. And whereas Nevada state law also prohibits discrimination on the basis of ancestry, sexual orientation, and gender identity or expression. And whereas it is the solemn and sworn duty of the government at all levels to defund the rights of all citizens and oppose housing discrimination whenever and wherever it occurs. And whereas illegal barriers to equal opportunity in housing, no matter how subtle, that diminish the rights of some of our citizens, diminish the rules of all. And whereas the Silver State Fair Housing Council actively works to ensure equal housing opportunity for all people in Nevada to freely choose where they want and can afford to live. And whereas the Washoe County supports the efforts of Silver State Fair Housing Council and all other agencies pursuing fair housing. Now, therefore, the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Fair Housing Month and recognize Silver State Fair Housing Council and all other agencies pursuing fair housing for their good work in pursuing fair housing in our community. So this is Fair Housing Month. Congratulations.
Okay. For the record, my name is Kate Zook. I'm the Executive Director of Silver State Fair Housing Council. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of County Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. We are a nonprofit agency that provides assistance and support of equal housing opportunity throughout the state. And for probably 30 years now, we have been working with Gabrielle and with the county to support home seekers, to support housing providers, and make sure that everyone is aware of their fair housing rights. So one day I may be counseling homeless youth, and tomorrow I'm going to go to Incline and educate realtors. We try to get out and about as much as possible to educate and raise awareness in our community. As we celebrate 55 years of fair housing law, we have come a long way. We have a long way to go. And so we appreciate your continued support of our mission and our efforts to help you affirmatively further fair housing throughout Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Commissioner Garcia, was that in the form of a motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second by Vice Chair Herman. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
I do have two people signed in. I'm not sure if it's for this proclamation or the next one.
Okay. Can we take it after the next one, Mr. Edwards?
You can do that. You can take public comment signed in for 6A1 and 6B1 before you vote on either of those.
Okay. So we should wait on the vote, is your recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we will put that on the table for a moment, and we will now go to item 6B1, which is National Crime Victims Week, and Vice Chair Herman will be presenting that to DA Chris Hicks and Michelle Bays.
Board of County Commissioners Proclamation. Whereas Crime Victims' Rights Week serves to shed light on the needs of crime victims and the importance of providing them with a voice and rights. And whereas the Washoe County District Attorney's Office is dedicated to continuing to work hand in hand with victim service providers, advocates, law enforcement officers, and other allied professionals in their call for support for victims of crimes. And whereas this sentiment is embodied in this year's theme of Survivor Voices, Elevate, Engage, Effect Change, which calls upon communities to amplify the voices of survivors and create environments where survivors have confidence that they will be heard, believed, and supported. And whereas in 2022, there were 2,739 violent crimes reported in Washoe County, including assault and battery, murder, robbery, sexual assault, and 5,937 property crimes, including arson, burglars, larceny, and whereas in the wake of those cases, are crime victims who have suffered emotionally, physically, and financially due to the actions of a criminal. And since 1981, National Crime Victims' Rights Week has challenged the nation to confront and remove barriers to achieving justice for all victims of crime. And whereas, since 1981, National Crime Victims' Rights Week has challenged the nation to confront and remove barriers to achieving justice for all victims of crime. And whereas we as Nevadans believe victims of crime should always be treated with respect and fairness, and that engaging with survivors allows for services and support that are meaningful, and with complete support of their community, survivors will feel empowered in facing their loss, grief, anger, and any other emotion without fear of persecution or judgment. Now therefore, the Washoe County Board of Commissioners joins representatives from local law enforcement, advocacy, and assistant agencies statewide to provide assistance and a stronger voice for Nevadans who have been a victim of a crime, and does hereby proclaim April 23rd to 29th, 2023 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week. National Crime Victims' Rights Week. That's a mouthful. Dated this 25th day of April, 2023. And sir, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you.
And this one is for Michelle.
Okay. I just want to thank you all very much for this proclamation. This is such an important week for victims of crime and victims of crime awareness measures. And the symbolism of you all doing a proclamation tells victims in our community that it's not just law enforcement who's looking out for them, it's not just the district attorney's office, but that as a priority of our community and our government is to put victims of crime first in the criminal justice system, and that's what the DA's office will continue to do. And I thank you all for your support.
Thank you, DA Hicks. I see that Commissioner Clark has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to salute Mr. Hicks and his good work there at the DA's office. And, you know, when we think about victims of crimes, we might read about it in the newspaper, we might think about it for a day or two, but when these folks are victims of a crime, their lives are never, ever going to be the same. And the more heinous the crime, the harder it is on them, their family, their whole family tree. It's devastating. And we can't thank the DA enough for prosecuting the people that prey on our other citizens and take advantage of people who can't defend themselves. And again, we have to think about victims of crimes, and we have to think about the whole picture. It's all their family, cousins, nieces, nephews. The whole family tree is affected by this, and it really changes their life forever. So again, thank you for your good work.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, for public comment.
First up, we have Nicholas St. John.
Wow, he's tall. Nicholas St. John for the record. On these proclamations, I have a couple of ideas or thoughts. One on the Fair Housing Month. While this all sounds good and fair, every time we create a select group of people to be a special class, there is something wrong. Listen, we know that there's issues with housing. We also know that in a free market scenario, that the market will in fact take care of this. Every time the government gets involved in any of this stuff, it's never good. I guess we can applaud the idea of having fair housing, but government interference with this is just not even acceptable. Our founding fathers never intended for government to be running roughshod over our lives and forcing even groups of people to submit to them in the way that we're finding ourselves being dictated to. As far as the proclamation for National Crime Victims' Rights Week, Commissioner Clark said it very well. It affects a lot of people. However, because of the commission's stand, and probably specifically Commissioner Hill's stand on the metal detector, every person who comes through these doors today and every meeting has had a crime hoisted on them. I've been through this now for 2 years. The metal detector is illegal, and I have filed 5 criminal complaints
Mr.
with the
St. John,
DA's
if
office.
you'll bring it back to the National Crime Victims
It
Rights
is.
Week or fair housing.
Well, I've had a crime committed against me. It's too bad that Mr. Hicks left before hearing this, because I submitted 5 criminal complaints. I had a crime committed against me. I cited NRS codes, and instead of looking at them and me having any rights, they threw them in the trash. Where's the fairness? Where is my justice? Where's anyone looking at all of us who are having our rights violated every time we come to these chambers? You either can have your Fourth Amendment rights forced upon you and given in, or you're denied entry into this, which is a violation of the NRS code.
Penny Brock, followed by Val White.
Penny Brock, Reno, Nevada. It's a sad day that I come before you today when our constitutional freedom of speech has been infringed upon. It makes me very, very sad, as it should every American. We have people pouring across our borders coming for freedom.
Ms. Brock, are you speaking on the fair housing?
Yes,
month
I
or
am.
National
I'm leading
Crime
up to that,
Victims
but I wanted to give a
Rights
little
Week?
bit of background, which I had a right to do. Thank you. So on this fair housing proclamation, I have concerns about fair housing. I don't know that I'm in favor of this proclamation being issued. I am not in favor of our tax dollars going for the fair housing movement. I know back when it originally started, it was a good thing, but now it's a growing bureaucracy. And we have more and more people being put on government assistance when they should be out working in free enterprise. It gives them pride and self-worth. It models to their children what hard work can be. I lived in Chicago at one point. I would go into their fair housing ghettos that were meant to be temporary, but people had been caught in that bondage for years. The hero in that community becomes the postman because he delivers their welfare check. I hate to see that happen in Reno, Nevada. We need to build people up, not keep them pushed down or at the level they are. So I have great concerns about fair housing in Reno, Nevada. Moving on to the next agenda item, the National Crime Victims Week. I think this is great. You've heard it addressed by Bruce Parks this morning that we have a huge crime problem at the care center and in the homeless population. There are many victims in the homeless population themselves. We know that. So I applaud you for issuing this proclamation, and I would encourage that the focus, instead of putting it on the homeless, the indigent, the welfare that's in the 2024 budget of almost, I think it's $300 million, I think part of that, some of it, maybe all of it, should actually go to law enforcement, because we do not want to become like our big cities have become. terror in the streets by the criminals running loose and having many, many victims. So I do not want Reno, our biggest little city, turned into a Chicago or San Francisco. We don't want victims. Thank you very much.
Val White, followed by Elise Weatherly.
A few years ago, I did a deep dive into affirmatively furthering fair housing, AFFH. And what it is, it's a program that started with HUD many decades ago, but has morphed into something completely different. Right now, counties, this county, and counties across the country are required each year to submit a very detailed, very deep report on what their county is. Population, income, ethnicities, geography. It goes so deep you wouldn't believe it. It's pages and pages and pages long. I'm sure people in the county know what I'm talking about. The purpose of that was to figure out what the population was like. So I came from a city in Southern California. It was a suburb of LA. And that county had to make this report and submit it to HUD in order to get the money, the federal monies. So the purpose of this is, supposedly, is to make it fair for everyone to access housing. The part that you don't know about is that in this report that's given to HUD, it defines kind of your level, a community's level of ethnicity, of income, et cetera. The purpose is to look at the large metropolitan area, see what the racial spread is, see what the income spread is, and then they want to duplicate that in suburbs. So suburbs are required to provide housing that's going to enable that suburb to become a mini clone of the large metropolitan areas. People don't move to the suburbs to be in a metropolitan clone. They go there because they want smaller populations. They maybe want housing that maybe is not available in a metropolitan area. The purpose of HUD was to make everything the same. So when you see luxury condos going up, there have to be units in that development that someone of a lower income can access. It's trying to spread the metropolitan picture. I'm against affirmatively furthering fair housing, as was President Trump, who said it would destroy the suburbs and not be fair to homeowners. I appreciate fairness. I wish we had it more in this county. No unilateral decision-making, but I'll take what I can get.
Elise Weatherly, followed by Robert Beatles.
Hi, Elise Weatherly. I think I'm up next. Anyway, what I wanted to say is thank you. You guys are doing a job that I could not possibly do. It would drive me crazy. But what I'm going to say is, what's fair? You know, fair housing. What is fair? It was fair for me to work and get a job, you know, and pay bills and all that kind of stuff, and get out a mortgage. So I would say, as far as fair goes, what does God say is fair, right? You know what he says? He says, if you don't work, you don't eat. And that was one of the hardest things that I've ever had to deal with. And as far as good cops, bad cops, you know, people like my daughter, she will take advantage of everything you guys have to offer. And I don't. Is that fair? She gets a whole lot of stuff from the government. But there are good cops and there are bad cops. There's good DAs, I think, and there's bad DAs. And what I would do, I've told you guys this before, I would take my allegorical front-end loader, drive it over to Washoe County, and dump so much money on Travis Lucia that he wouldn't know what to do with it, District Attorney Travis Lucia. Then I would turn around and haul some more money over to Wes at the city of Sparks and dump it on him. Why? Why? Because they actually seem to do what's right and what's fair. When I first saw Travis Lucia in action, trying the lady that had been selling my brother's stolen guitars, I thought, well, shouldn't he be like meaner or something? Shouldn't he be like more hostile and nasty? Because I would have been mean, if I would have been the one putting her on trial for her saying that she, public defender, that she was innocent. Well, she didn't really say that. She was a liar. And she stole my brother's guitars and will never get them back again. But what I tried to do instead was, Christina Braithwaite was her name, Mark Lowell Anderson was my brother's name. I decided to deliver a CD to Christina because maybe she'll turn around and be a good person, So I was going to give her one of my Yeshua HaMashiach CDs. Do you know what Travis told me? He pulled a Christ on me. He didn't pull an Adam. Didn't say, like Adam did. Yes, dear. He said, people are who they are. And I went, what? So I can't really change people by, say doing the Mr. Mom thing. You're doing it wrong. They're not going to care. They're not going to pay any attention. I can't be nice enough to somebody to say, well, is the resurrection true or false? Is it a religion or is it a resurrection? And so the older I get, the more I go, I have a lot to learn. And so thanks you guys for listening. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Robert Beatles.
Speaker wasn't told to bring it back to the topic. Why not?
And I do have documents to distribute to the board for Mr. Beatles.
All right, Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Please put all of my comments on the permanent record. You've been given some evidence there. And again, according to agenda item number 6, this vote should not take place by Maria Luza or whatever name she's going by right now. She should immediately step down from her role, and a full investigation must be launched into her by the DA's office. So this ties right back to the
Mr.
DA.
Beatles, what does this have to do with
I'm
Fair
getting
Housing
to
Month
that.
or National Crime Victims' Rights Week?
So I met with the district attorney. He said if I had any crime that needed to be investigated, he would do that. And so I'm bringing that forward, according to agenda item number 6, specifically the DA's office. If you look at the evidence in front of you, you're going to see that the candidate paperwork that's filled out by Mara Luz Garcia, it appears that she's committed a crime against all of the
Mr.
constituents.
Beatles, how
in
is this
Nevada.
having to do with National Crime Victims' Rights Week?
It has to do with the district attorney.
Mr. Beatles,
very
please go
simple.
back to the agenda item.
According to section 8.01, general meetings and quotes, you work for me, I don't work for you. And it clearly states right here in NRS 241.010, in enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that all public bodies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's
Mr.
business.
Beatles,
it is the intent
this is
of the law.
not having to do with proclamations. Please bring it back to the proclamations.
This has to go directly to the district attorney's office. So look at the paperwork. Look at what she filed. She says that she lives
Mr.
in an apartment.
Beatles, what
Yep.
does this have to do with National Crime Victims Week or Fair Housing
So again,
Month?
we can't trust your vote and we can't trust hers. Why can't we
Mr.
trust
Beatles,
yours?
Mr.
Why can't we
Beatles,
trust hers?
Mr. Beatles,
It's all
please
gonna
bring it
come
back
out.
to the proclamations.
It's all going to come out.
Mr. Beatles,
You can
please
only
bring it
hide
back.
for so long. The evidence is out.
Mr. Beatles.
We can't trust your votes. How can you
Please
vote
bring
on
it back to
how can
the
you
agenda
vote
item.
on 6? How can you vote on item 6 if you're not being transparent with your constituents? How can she vote on item 6 if she's not even supposed to be sitting up there?
Mr. Beatles, please address the board as a whole and bring it back to the proclamations.
How can 2 of the county commissioners that shouldn't be sitting up there be voting on anything on this agenda? I demand, we the people demand a full
Mr.
investigation
Beatles,
into you
please
and to
bring it
Mary
back
Luz
to item
Garcia.
6.
Again, item
Mr.
6.
Beatles,
Yes, comrade.
please bring it back to item 6.
Yeah.
And
again,
please
you
address
shouldn't
the
be.
commission as a whole.
Commission, there's 2 people up here that should not be voting on agenda item number 6. Mr. Edwards, We, the people, ask you to investigate both Mary Luz Garcia as
Mr.
well as
Beatles,
Alexis Hill.
please bring
You
it
have
back to
evidence in
item
front of
6.
you. We'd greatly appreciate it. You can see why she needs to be investigated. You work for us. We don't work for you.
Madam Chair, there's nobody else signed in.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further comment by board members? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, I think the motion for 6B1 and 6B2 passes unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. We will now move to item 7. Mr. Manager.
Item 7 is the consent, our consent items, and they are 7A1 through 7D2.
Great, thank you.
I have no changes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do I have any commissioners who have comments or want to pull anything on the consent items? I am not seeing any. So, Madam Clerk, can we do public comment for the full consent calendar?
Yes, Madam Chair. First up, we have Robert Beatles, followed by Roger Edwards.
It looks like you guys are going to see a lot of me. Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. All my comments on the record. Again, you guys work for us. We don't work for you. 2 of these people up here should be investigated. They should
Mr.
not be
Beatles,
voting on
please
any
direct your
agenda.
comments to the consent calendar.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what you think on items 7A1 through 7D2.
7A1
Please let
through
us know.
7D2, you are not qualified to be up here
Mr.
voting
Beatles,
on.
Mr. Beatles, please direct your comments to the consent calendar.
Okay, as to the consent calendar, there's 2 commissioners up here that should not
Mr.
be voting
Beatles.
on any of these agenda items.
Mr.
Thank you.
Beatles, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Next up, we have Roger Edwards, followed by Nicholas St. John.
All right, Roger Edwards for the record. Please enter my comments in the permanent record. Madam Chair, it's not going to get any easier. Just have to warn you. The consent agenda for only 10 items, that's not much for normal. A lot of times it's way more than that. I have lots of problems with it. It's like, say, 7B1 talks about sponsorships for the Great Reno Balloon Races. I think it would be more important if I had my public comment time than was worrying about what's going on with the Reno Balloon Races. I'm a 37-year military veteran, and I was in during Vietnam, and I wore the uniform during 68 and 69, so I know all about having my rights
Mr. Edwards,
suppressed
please
and
direct
violated.
your comments
So
to
when I'm
items
talking-
7A1
when I'm talking about
through 7D2.
7B5.
7D5 is not on this calendar.
Certainly is. It's on page 5, at the top, and it's one of the items is the transfer of funds for the Northern Nevada HIV outpatient program. I want to know how we transferred a public comment thing that was voted on by the
Mr.
entire,
Edwards,
that
please
was
bring it
voted
back
on by
to the
the,
consent
I am.
calendar.
I'm talking about Nevada HIV outpatient program is not as important as my right to speak. And I've put my life on the line for 37 years
Mr. Edwards?
to get this right to speak.
So forum
So-
restrictions, irrelevant and unduly repetitious statements and personal attacks
It's not.
which antagonize or incite
It's
others
not-
are
it's
examples
not
of
a
speech
personal
that
attack
may
at
be
all.
reasonably limited.
I'm
Mr. Edwards,
I'm
please
showing
bring
you
it back
like in
to
7A1
7A1 through 7D2.
talks about mitigating hazardous mitigation projects. If you don't involve the public in hazardous mitigation, nothing's going to happen. Now, I just hope that you can understand how we could take any item that you put on the agenda and turn it into a public comment item. So wouldn't it just be easier to give us our public comment?
Madam Clerk.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Bruce Parks.
Hello again, Nicholas St. John. Please place my comments on the permanent record. As I look at these items, 7A1, the recommendation is to approve roll change requests, and I see an amount here of $12,959.93. I'm not sure where that's going and how that's supposed to be applied. Next, on 7B1, there's a recommendation to approve a 3-year sponsorship agreement between Washoe County and Great Reno Balloon Races, Inc. for the annual event to be held at Washoe County's Rancho San Rafael Regional Park. The address there is 1595 North Sierra Street, Reno, on September 8th.
This is not a time to filibuster. Please bring it back to the consent calendar and let us know your thoughts.
Well, I'm trying to get my thoughts together, and so that may take me a minute and 53 seconds, and you can call it what you want. My question is, you guys do this week in and week out for consent items. It's almost like you get high on being able to spend money. The numbers here sometimes get staggering. These aren't too bad, $8,825. Another one is, there's a grantee. Here's something for recommendation of a public trail easement, interestingly enough. And then there is another recommendation, accept subgrant access control. B5, 7B5. Also has information on HIV outpatient program there's services, and so I'm not sure how, what it is. There's a possible action on there. I don't see any dollar amounts, but there's certainly some kind of consent that you guys are going to talk through, and if you don't like me going through all of these, we'll continue to come into these chambers and we'll go through these one at a time for you until you get it through your thick head that you work for us. Finally, a recommendation to accept FFY 2021, Building Resilient and Infrastructure. And there's 2 amounts here. Well, actually, there's 3, $90,000.
Please do not read the consent calendar. Please let us know your thoughts on it.
Well, you guys read them? A lot of lawmakers probably haven't even read them. I would probably be doing you a favor if I read them so you actually knew what you were voting on. So the last thing is $19,000, and then, of course, 7C2. Again, a lot of grants, some matching, some not matching.
Bruce Parks, followed by Elise Weatherly.
Bruce Parks, for the record. I'd like my comments read into the record. As it pertains to the consent agenda, this is a relatively cheap one. It contains about $300K in monies. Unlike some of the other consent agendas that have appeared before this body that contain millions of dollars that the public should have the opportunity to speak about, but it's all contained in the consent agenda, and we only get 3 minutes to address all the items in the consent agenda. Could be construed as a violation of our First Amendment right to redress our government with our grievances, or maybe even a suppression of free speech. I leave that to you. Or is that a wise choice too? Anyway, 7A1, I approve. 7B1, I approve. 7B2, I approve. 7B3, I approve. 7B4, I approve. 7B5, absolutely 100% oppose. As I do 7C1, I adamantly oppose. And 7C2, again, adamantly oppose. 7D1, I can approve that. The tactic here, similar to what the Washoe County School Board does with their consent agenda, they pack it with the items they don't want to hear we the people talk about. Abysmal.
Madam Clerk.
Elise Weatherly, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Hi, Elise Weatherly. I just wanted to say on 7A1, whomever it was that caught that error, I would like to say thank you to them. I would like to find out who it was, give them an award, give them an accolade, because having worked in businesses for many, many years, we make mistakes. Corrections need to be made. Did I tell you about the time that I ran the wrong payroll? I had to go fix the problem. I
Ms.
found the
Weatherly,
problem.
please bring it back to the consent agenda.
Errors discovered. So we have to make it specific to this error that was discovered, right?
Either 7A1 through 7D2.
At least you're treating me like everybody else. Thank you very much. Somebody had mentioned that earlier, and I agree with them. So all I will say is this is all about money, you guys. Errors, tax rolls, authorization, decreased taxing entities. It's all about money. We want this government to be run in a way that meets the budget. And I think everybody agrees with that there. We can't overspend.
Ms. Weatherly.
We can't. Okay, how about the other one, the HIV thing? Why don't you guys pay for my stuff that I've done some bad things in my past? How come I'm having to pay for it myself? LGBTQ, LMNOP. You know, I like have done so many different things that. But I take care of my business.
Ms.
I take care of
Weatherly,
my own self.
please bring it back to
Okay,
the
we'll go
consent
back to how about
agenda.
recommend a 3-year sponsorship. It's about the money, all right, you guys? We overspend money. I don't. I stay within budget, even though it's difficult to do so. Recommendation to approve an easement deed. It's about money. Are we doing well with our funds? How about recommendation to accept a public trail easement? Is that well-spent money? I know I'm like the CPA, you know? It's like I don't even like accounting. Accounting
Ms.
doesn't like
Weatherly,
me.
please bring it
But
back to the
you know what?
consent
It's
agenda.
about the money, you guys. They have been trying to tell you guys it's about the money. That's the point. Don't overspend, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the 7D1, non-county travel of $10,100. Something isn't adding up when travel allowances for training of county employees has been all but decimated across all departments for almost 15 years now. But now you're granting these privileges to non-county employees. We certainly don't disagree that the training is very important, but why is Washoe County once again bearing the burden of other agencies? Even further, why are the property owners of Washoe County footing the $15,000 bill for travel and lodging of the CIO who lives in California to fly in to work once a month from
bring
California for
it
the
back
past 2
to
years? I am talking
7D1.
about travel expenses paid by this county
Ms. Hilton
and
Thomas,
these
please bring it
taxpayers.
back to 7D1.
I have. I am talking about that. I don't know what you're
7D1
talking about. This is training expenses that we are paying
Employee
for.
travel and related training
For
expenses.
travel, for training
For the Nevada
purposes.
Division of
Yes.
Emergency Management.
Why is this
The
person still on
Consolidated
our
Bomb
payroll?
Squad.
Why are we paying for his travel?
Ms.
Why are we
Hilton
paying
Thomas.
for travel for
Please bring it
non-county
back to
employees?
7D1.
This is non-county employees.
No, this is actually the Consolidated Bomb Squad.
7D1, $10,100 to pay for travel expenses of non-county employees. I don't know where you learned how to read, but I think I read that very clearly. Even further, why are property owners having to pay for a California resident? We do not need a California resident running our tech services anymore, or any other state.
Ms. Hilton
any more
Thomas,
than we need them
please
running
bring
our
it back
elections.
to 7D1. I think
Why
that's
is
the item
the
you're speaking
sheriff?
on.
Why is the sheriff shipping all of the motor vehicles to the Los Angeles, plus their deputies, for training? Wouldn't it make it more sense to bring the trainers here to Washoe County? I just don't understand your sense in the way you're spending our money.
Penny Brock, followed by Janet Butcher.
Penny Brock, for the record, Reno, Nevada. Please enter my remarks in the record. Thank you. Again, thank you that I am allowed this opportunity for my freedom of speech, my First Amendment right. I don't know when it might be cut off, so we're trying to bring our petitions before you as long as we have the freedom to do so. I would like to address 7.B.5. What I found is more CARES campus. Aren't we so excited? What they fail to mention is, what is this going to cost we, the taxpayer? How much will it take to maintain this property at the CARES campus? Why do we have an ever expanding CARES campus for 750 guests? Yes, they call the homeless guests. So why have we already spent over $78 million on the homeless, the CARES campus? Why? For 750 guests.
Please bring it back to 7B.
This is 7B. You are expanding the CARES campus with this consent agenda item, and I strongly oppose. Thank you very much.
Janet Butcher, followed by Val White.
Janet Butcher for the record. I'm speaking for myself, not for an organization that, as I've been tagged. I'm kind of going to be all over the place, and I will take my time because I have been verbally abused before, and I am a senior citizen. I have to say I agree with Tracy Thomas Hilton on how she correctly read and understood, and her comments were referencing 7D1, so I agree with her. On 7B5, more property. The CARES campus is becoming its own city, and it's unbelievable. 7B1, I'm glad the Reno balloon races are still here and haven't been chased out of our area like the air races, because the building in the unincorporated areas is out of control, and they had to decide to move. 7A1, when I read that, it was kind of interesting, because when I got into it, I realized that a couple years ago, we found out we were being charged for fixtures that we didn't have in our home. So I might have to go back and see if I can find out if we got credited for those. I don't have anything for 7B2, 7B3, 7C1, 7C2, or 7D2, except I would like to know, were all the applicants for the library trustee position notified about it?
This is a future agenda item. I ask you to please stay on the consent.
I know, but I'm still curious. Why
You can come to that agenda item. We have that later.
I absolutely, positively guarantee you that you will see me up here and ask.
Thank you.
Why they were not
bring it back to
notified.
7A1 through 7D2.
Okay, I'll be glad to, and I'll be back up to talk about why the applicants were not notified.
Val White, followed by Renee Resentes.
I'm going to use this moment to do a little bit of education about the CARES campus. It's comprised...
Which item are you speaking on, please?
7B5. Do you not have the agenda in front of you? And I appreciate no further interruptions, and if you do, I want my time back. 7B5 and the CARES campus, they get They get money, loads of money, millions of money.
Please bring it back to 7B5.
Stop interrupting me. I'm talking about B5.
Great.
I want my time back. The nonprofits that run the CARES campus, 7B5, are taking money from federal, state, county, and city funds. Those funds go to nonprofits. The
Bring it back
nonprofits,
to the consent of real property transfer
Mr.
for
Edwards,
7B5.
I'm appealing to you.
Please
to
bring it
her
back
in
to
line.
7B5.
She is interrupting, as I understand from previous meetings. As long as the speaker understood that the topic was relevant to their comments, they are allowed to continue. She is interrupting
Please bring it back
intentionally
to the
to take
consent.
speaker's time. Are you going to do anything about it?
Please bring
And
it
if
back
not,
to
I think a lawsuit
7A1.
is in order.
To 7B2.
Okay, we'll just have a contest and see who can talk louder. The nonprofits launder the money. They feed the
Please
money
bring it
back
back to the
to
consent
some elected.
calendar.
They feed it back to the
7A1 through 7D2.
city employees who
I'd like to hear your
service the
thoughts on the consent
nonprofits.
calendar.
My thoughts on the CARES campus is that you fund them because in some way you are probably benefiting
Please
personally
address the commission
from
as a
the
whole.
CARES campus money, from the nonprofits that service the CARES campus.
Please let me know what you
probably
think about
benefit you.
7A1 through
It benefit
7D2.
you in some way, as well as other
My understanding is
county
that you're
or city
addressing
employees.
7B5, and I'd
You
like to
don't
hear your thoughts on the
understand
real
much.
property transfer.
You don't understand very much about comments. You are not.
Please address the commission as a whole.
I'm commission.
Please address the commission as a whole.
I'll address whoever I want because you don't control that. You do not have
Please address
unilateral
the Board of
control
County
over
Commissioners as a
citizens.
whole.
I am addressing you, Alexis Hill.
7A1 through 7D2.
My comments on 7A1 through 7D, whatever you want to call it, are addressed to you and anyone else.
Please
You are
address
not
your
allowed
comments
to
to the full
unilaterally
board.
control what words come out of my mouth. You can't do that. You don't have that power as much as you would like
Please
to.
let me know your thoughts on 7A1 through 7D2.
So the censoring of comments for public comments in this agenda item and others is unilateral decision, as Commissioner Clark previously referenced. My
Please let
CARES
us know your
campus
thoughts on
campus.
7A1 through 7D2.
I expect you to pursue this.
Renee Resentis.
Renee Resentis, for the record. This is what happens when you don't allow discussion on stuff. What a waste of time. 7A1, okay. I was trying to understand, so I went over and talked to our clerk here about they're asking the chair to execute the changes based on exhibits to direct the county treasurer to correct errors.
Please don't read the agenda. Let us know your thoughts on
I am going to
7A1.
respond to this. I want you to know what I am responding to, okay? Okay, so if the county wants you to determine the errors in the taxes for properties and can actually do that, then why can't we do the same thing for our voter rolls?
Please bring it back to 7A1 through 7D2.
I think I made my point. So I expect you to be able to do that and work on it for before our next election.
Please bring it back
our
to
voter rolls
7A1
are going to be
through
corrected.
7D2. I'd like
Our
to hear
voter
your
rolls
thoughts
are
on
going
the
to be
consent
corrected.
calendar.
If you can fix our tax rolls, you can fix.
Please bring it back to the consent calendar.
And I know you're not discussing it, but 7D2, No, that's not it. Let's see. I have time. Okay, 7B5. I am opposed to that. I just want that on the record. 7B5, I'm opposed. 7A1, I'm okay with that, as long as you're okay with fixing our voter rolls. I think this is the worst meeting you've ever had.
It'll only get worse.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You know, I hope to get things done when I'm here. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, we had no commissioners pull items. So oh, Commissioner Clark, you were signed in.
I just, thank you. I just wanted to comment on item 7A1, and I want to salute the treasurer after working with this man for a number of years and his predecessor at the treasurer's office. It's refreshing to see a county elected official running a county department that reviews their own records, and when they find errors, they bring them to our attention and let us know about it. Sometimes it's in the favor of the county, sometimes it's in the favor of the taxpayers, but it's always nice to have a kind of a government elected official that runs an office that is kind of a self-cleaning operation. They're constantly auditing and cleaning up their records. I wish the Registrar of Voters would be doing the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion on the consent items?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent items.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. May I have a second?
I'll second, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, that motion passes. I'm looking to the board. Do we want to do our block vote, or are we ready for a break? It is 12:17. Yes, Commissioner Clark?
Quick question. I didn't see this appear on the screen to vote.
I think the clerk went over this the last meeting. The consent items are not programmed on the,
Okay, very well.
it's a voice
Very well.
vote on that.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just didn't want any confusion
Sure.
in the voting. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, do folks want to take our block vote and then take lunch, or do we want to take a lunch now? Looking to the board on where you're at. I think we can move forward and take a block vote then, with the silence I'm hearing. And then we can come back to the action items that are not in block. So I look to my vice chair. Madam Vice Chair, do you have a block for us?
I see written here 11, 13, and 15.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment?
Let me just check these items. For item 11, we have Robert Beatles, followed by Nicholas St. John.
And do we read that in before we do the public comment? So, Mr. Manager, if you'll read in item 11, and then we'll do that.
Item 11 is the manager's office recommends to approve amended allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds for the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Coronavirus Local Recovery Fund for the National Fitness Courts project in a total amount of $499,568, an increase of $187,568 over the $312,000 allocated and approved by the board on October 11, 2022, as outlined in the staff report. Item 13, the sheriff recommends to accept the 2023 through 2028 Incline Village High School Resource Officers Grant from Dave and Cheryl Duffield, amount not to exceed $2,728,400 $462.25, no match required, to be used to pay for 2 full-time deputy sheriffs, associated operating expenses, equipment, and 2 vehicles to be utilized by said deputy sheriffs, and authorize Sheriff Balaam to sign all awarded documents to create 2 FTE deputy sheriff positions as outlined in the staff report. Item number 15, Technology Services recommends to approve the reimbursement of costs incurred by the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District, and Washoe County for expenses related to and support of the enhanced 911 emergency response system and portable and vehicular event recording devices as outlined in the staff report.
Madam Clerk.
So we have Robert Beatles speaking on all 3 items in block.
Okay.
Up first.
Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Put all my comments on the permanent record. Just quickly to address 241.020, subsection number 3, periods devoted to comments by the general public, if any, and
Mr.
discussion
Beatles,
of those
if you will please
comments.
address item 11,
I actually am.
13, or 15.
I will. I'll be happy to.
Great.
And the summary is, in fact, since the open meeting law mandates a time
Mr.
for the
Beatles,
discussion.
if you'll please address items 11, 13, or 15.
You know, if you let me speak rather than being the comrade you are, maybe I could get it out in time. Instead, you want me to stay up
Please
here?
tell me
Sure.
how you're addressing these items.
Well, first of all, you're breaking open meeting laws. You can actually, everybody here can actually discuss with the public if they want, according to the NRSs.
Mr. Beatles, I'd like to hear your thoughts on 11,
Yeah.
13, and 15.
So again, the 2 people sitting up here, yourself and
Mr.
Mary
Beatles,
Luz, should not be
address the
taking
board
these
as
votes
a
until
whole,
an
and
investigation.
please address items 11, 13, or 15.
So 11, let's talk about 11 here. And then let's talk about 15. And I've got absolutely nothing against our great law enforcement, which is in number 15. But one of the problems I have with number 11, let's see, this talks about COVID, right? This talks about American Rescue Plan. Obviously, are you sitting on their board too for fundraising?
Mr. Beatles, if
Just
you
wondering,
please
we're all
address
wondering, are you
item
gonna get paid
11.
on the, you gonna get paid on the side for this one too?
I'd like to hear your thoughts on item 11.
You know, I didn't see this in the budget presentation that was last week. Do you guys, does anybody up here remember seeing that in the 24 budget? I didn't see that. But when I was looking through the budget, and again, you know,
Mr. Beatles, if you'll address item number 11.
I am actually,
Great.
because this is the public's money. So item 11 and item 15 is the public's money, right? That's supposed to be in the budget. Do you know that we have 23% of the population of Clark County, but we have over 50% of their budget? Where
Mr.
is all the
Beatles,
money going?
If you'll please address
I
items
am.
11,
Item 11, item
13,
15.
or 15.
Item 11, 13, and 15. Again, was it in the 24 budget? According to the NRSs, you can respond to me right now. Was it in the budget?
Mr. Beatles, if
You're
you'll
not-
please
you're not
address
gonna tell the
items
people?
11, 13, or 15.
Are you also sitting on the boards for
I'm
items 11,
eager
13,
to
and
hear
15?
your thoughts on 11,
are you in
13,
charge?
and 15.
Are you in charge of
Mr.
fundraising for them
Beatles,
for?
I would like to hear
Comrade
your
Hill.
thoughts on 11, 13, and 15.
Yes, I don't think you should be taking any votes, nor Mary Lou's. And
Mr.
again,
Beatles, great.
is it in the
I
budget?
would like to hear your thoughts on 11, or 13, or 15 as part of the block vote.
Okay. Item 11, I didn't see it in the budget. Was it in the budget?
Mr. Beals, you're repeating yourself, and per the rules, we
That's
can
what
ask
you've
you
been
not to
doing
do
the whole
that.
time we've been
already
here.
asked that. Mr. Beatles, if you'll go to items 11, 13, or 15, we're eager to hear your thoughts.
So Incline Village, the high school resources, that's item 13. You know, you paid $1.6 million to a consulting firm just to say that the school needs to be sold for $1 million that they don't have?
Mr. Beatles, if
Time's
you'll
up.
please speak to this item, item 13, for the resource officers from Dave and Cheryl Duffield.
Thank you. 3 minutes is up because you've interrupted all of us so many times.
Madam Clerk.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Val White.
Hope you don't have anywhere to go tonight. My name is Nicholas St. John, again, for the record, and I am doing a comment on, let's see, which item did I have? Which item?
11, 13, or 15, Mr. St. John?
Okay, yeah, I think it was 11. Was it 11? Am I on for 11?
Mr. St. John, if you'll address the board, please.
Okay. So they're going to spend, looks like there was budgeted $312,000, and they're going to increase it by $187,000 for 2 fitness courts. Can someone explain to me what the fitness courts are? I know you can respond because we've read the NRS code to you. We're not into deliberation. Even if you were, it's an action item, so you could actually deliberate. Okay, so means you guys don't know what 2 fitness courts are. Are you familiar with a game called pickleball? No one's familiar? Okay, I'll
Mr. St.
explain
John,
about pickleball.
If you'll please address your comments. It sounds like you're wanting to address them on item 11.
It is.
So we look forward to hearing your thoughts on the National Fitness Courts project.
Okay, so my recommendation is not doing the 2 fitness courts, but because pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America, that maybe there should be some consideration to pickleball. If you're not familiar with it, it's a sport that about
Mr.
4.5 million people.
I look forward to hearing your thoughts on item 11.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. However, I appreciate you continuing to say that so that it chews up as much time as possible. So back to pickleball. It's a really cool little sport. I've been playing for about 5.5 years.
Mr. St. John, I would like to hear your thoughts on item 11 on the American Rescue Plan Act funds through the Corona State Recovery Fund for the National Fitness Courts. I look forward to hearing your thoughts.
And I'm telling you that I think 2 fitness courts is a waste of money, and that you should look into putting in pickleball courts because it's the fastest growing sport in America. Now, you don't seem to think that that's worth a discussion, and you certainly won't engage a discussion with us, which is our right, because if you look at the First Amendment, it says a right to redress,
to items 11,
redress
13,
of grievances.
and 15. Mr. St. John, please address your items to 11, 13, and 15.
How is bringing up pickleball courts instead of 2 fitness courts not addressing item 11? Oh, silence. Now she's silent. Listen, this is a joke, and you're turning this board into a travesty.
Mr. St. John, I look forward to hearing your thoughts on 11, 13, and 15.
You did.
Madam Clerk.
Next up, we have Val White, followed by Penny Brock.
What a pleasure to be up here again. Item 11 is about ARPA funds through the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund and the National Fitness Courts. That money coming from ARPA for the physical fitness courts is going to dry up at some point. And shouldn't those funds be directed to things that are actually going to help more of the community? What are you going to do when this money from ARPA dries up? Who's going to maintain those courts? There's going to be additional expenses. Who's going to maintain any of the additional things that ARPA funds have been used for? Do you know? Do you have a plan for how you're going to replace and continue any of the programs that you've funded through ARPA?
I'd like to hear your thoughts on 11, 13, and 15.
ARPA, I'm saying ARPA, I'll say it every other sentence. ARPA has been used for things such as physical fitness courts.
On that.
ARPA has been used for various COVID things, but that money is going to dry up. And I'm wondering what your plan is for maintaining all of the programs from ARPA that you've instituted when that money is no longer coming. No idea. Okay, 13. Again, I support law enforcement, the ones who are not woke, the ones, yeah, who are not woke. High school resource officers grant. You know, in the high schools, a lot of the problems they have are behavior, drugs, weapons. And those items, those behaviors are not being addressed through school employees. They're looking to law enforcement to solve those problems when there's no need for that. The reason there's no need, why aren't you smiling? Usually you're smiling at me. There's no need for that if the school employees would just uphold the laws that are presently in place. There wouldn't be need for outside law enforcement to come and do the job that school employees are actually being paid to do, that school principals should be doing because there's laws to back them up. So although I support law enforcement, I do not support putting additional law enforcement into schools. And last comment, 5 seconds. Mr. Edwards, you are a county to represent all of us. I expect something to be done.
Penny Brock, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Penny Brock, for the record, I expect, since I filled out 2 cards, one for item number 11 and one for item number 13, I will get 6 minutes per my right. Penny Brock, for the record, I'm about ready to cry. As I said in my previous comments, this is a sad day for Washoe County. We've been denied our freedom of speech to
Ms.
speak.
Brock, if you'll bring it back to 11,
Madam
13, or
Chairman,
15.
Madam Chairman, these are my minutes to speak as
Ms. Brock?
guaranteed by the First Amendment.
Ms. Brock, please bring it back to the block.
I would, if you would please stop interrupting me, I will do that, Madam Chairman. For the record, I'm very disappointed in our chairman. I expected,
Ms. Brock,
I had great
please bring
hopes
it back
for you.
to items 13,
I'm very disappointed.
11, and 15.
Would you please put time back on the clock because she's taken my time. Thank you. As far as number 11, I am shocked to find that we are using more COVID money. Why? Because the COVID money has been inflationary. And it has added to our national debt of $32 trillion. That is trillion. I can't even wrap my head around the fiscal year 2024 budget of Washoe County, the 1/1 billion. I cannot even comprehend the trillion that the money here is going to add to our national debt.
Ms. Brock, if you'll bring it back to the national.
Madam Chairman, this is my time to speak. I own it per my constitutional right. Thank you. I would like to ask, what is it going to cost to maintain these fitness courts budgets? I mean, these national, see, you've got me rattled. And that's wrong. I'd like to know what a national fitness court is. We don't know. Number 2, and it's being increased. The amount has been increased. Number 2, maybe it's in the staff report. I did not look at it. I don't know if it says in there, but what is it going to cost to maintain over the next 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years? That is something that we, the taxpayer, will incur. Will this increase our property taxes? You know, there is nothing that is free. When you get something free from the federal government, they put the burden on we, the local taxpayer. That is wrong. I would ask you to oppose this item, regardless that it's quote unquote free money, because it comes down to how much is it going to cost we, the local taxpayer, over the long run.
Madam Clerk, if you'll call the next public commenter.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Sarah Schmitz.
Who is the next public commenter?
Catherine Snedeker.
Okay, great.
For the record, I'm Catherine Snediger, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised, natural-born Native American woman. I'm not bound by your codes. Your codes apply to persons. This commission is a person.
Ms. Snedeker, if you could
I
bring it
will
back to
address
11,
it when I get
13,
to
or
it.
15.
Shut up. This is my time. We don't interrupt you when you're talking and having your discussions. You leave me alone. This COVID thing is fraud, waste, and abuse. And even if it's coming from the federal taxpayers, it's still fraud, waste, and abuse. There is no COVID. Every business that was shut down because of COVID, that's where that money ought to be going. Not to some stupid little fitness court that you're never going to be able to take care of. And taxpayers are not going to like being taxed for, oh, it was free money, we had to do it, and leave the burden with us. You hate us. You despise property owners. And you tax us to death.
Ms. Snedeker, if you could bring
I am
to
talking
11,
about
13,
COVID.
or 15.
I am talking about 11. It's fraud, waste, and abuse. If you participate in that, then you're participating in fraud, waste, and abuse. There is no statute of limitations on fraud. You should do your job and stop spending our money willy-nilly. And number 11 is willy-nilly spending money. You have no authority, just like you had no authority to shut the businesses down, which, by the way, I can't wait till they round you up for all the harm that you have caused.
Ms. Snedeker, if you could bring
Yeah,
it
you're
to
going to
11,
hear
13,
more.
or 15.
You'll hear more. Okay, yes, I'll address number 11. Mentally. Seems like number 11 doesn't have much to say. I am a fraud. Kickbacks are huge, number 11. We hired you because you're supposed to represent us. You get in there and deceitfully come against us every single time we come up here.
Ms.
How
Snedeker,
dare you?
If you can bring
How
it back to
dare
11,
you?
13,
If you
or
could
15.
bring yourself back
And please
to
address
acting
the
like
Board
a
of County
chairman.
Commissioners to the whole. Madam Clerk.
Sarah Schmitz, followed by Janet Butcher.
My name is Sarah Schmitz. I'm a resident of Incline Village. There are a number of us who drove here today to provide constructive public comment. On item number 13, the community would like to express their gratitude to the Duffield Foundation and also to the incredible Washoe County Sheriff staff that we have protecting our community on a daily basis. Commissioner Hill, please consider saying that eliminating the opening public comment was a mistake, and you'll
Schmitz,
adjust it at the
If you'll
next
please
meeting.
address items 11, 13, and 15.
You have the ability to change
Ms.
this
Schmitz,
meeting
if you'll
and
please
make it
address
productive.
11, 13, or 15.
I would like to attend productive meetings.
Janet Butcher, followed by Deborah Sock.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes. And please bear with me. I'm 75 years old. It may take me a few minutes to tee up what I'm going to say, so I really would appreciate not being bullied into and yelled at. Thank goodness you're not yelling at us for clapping, but Anyway, what I have to say on the items are, I have it on great authority that not all of the applicants were notified about Agenda 10 for
Ms.
the
Butcher,
library
we are going to
trustee.
be going to
Thank
that
you.
Madam Clerk.
Deborah Sock, followed by Bruce Parks.
Deborah Sock for the record. I'd like to speak on item number 11. This money is supposed to be for COVID recovery or pandemic recovery. How in the world do fitness courts help COVID? This money was intended to help hospitals when we really did have a pandemic of COVID, and to get respirators and additional beds and all of the medications necessary. This is a waste of taxpayer money and has no business being approved. Thank you.
Bruce Parks.
Are we having fun yet? Should have took that break. I'd like to address item number 13, Bruce Parks for the record. Recommendation to accept the school resource money from a very generous couple of folks. I can't even begin to express how important it is that we safeguard our schools from possible threats. But the majority of the threats are not going to be coming from outside the school, as evidenced by what's going on in Washoe County School District and these schools that are specified under item 13. The greatest threat to the safety of the staff and the kids in those schools comes from within. And that's not being addressed. Now, while I am all for additional police resources, and Lord knows, our law enforcement officers are not anywhere near compensated for what they do, in my opinion. And they never, ever will have all the resources that they need to adequately protect our community and our citizens. This is a step in the right direction. I'm happy to see that these monies are going to be spent to allocate additional law enforcement resources to our schools. And I'm also extremely confident that in Washoe County, Nevada, our law enforcement officers don't run from the sound of gunfire, should that ever occur, heaven forbid. Putting officers in the schools and letting the criminal element know that at this school, you're going to face armed police. Of course, one of the best things we could do is do away with that whole gun-free zone garbage and arm our teachers as well, those that are competent with firearms and have concealed carry permits. Another item I advocate.
Mr. Parks,
and it would save the county this money. These resources could be allocated elsewhere. However, I would reiterate that I support spending these funds in this fashion. And I applaud the Duffields for their generous contribution to the safety of our kids.
Doug Flaherty.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, to introduce myself, I'm Doug Flaherty. As a resident of Incline Village, not speaking on behalf of my nonprofit, but as an individual. Further introducing myself. I don't have a she, he, his, or her next to my name. And I believe in God, country, and family. As far as the items in item 15, I support all monies for the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District, any monies that are allocated for our very necessary Washoe County Sheriff's Office, our law enforcement officials. Without them, we would not be here today. We'd be experiencing what Ukraine is experiencing. So, Mr. District Attorney, I would like to make respectfully a comment about the open meeting law. Very
Mr.
brief.
Flaherty, if you'll please address items 11,
The
13,
comment
or
is
15. Mr.
that
Flaherty,
the open meeting law.
Mr. Flaherty, I'd like you to address items 11, 13, or 15. I look forward to hearing what you are having to say on items 11, 13, or 15.
The open meeting law is to be construed
Mr. Flaherty,
liberally.
I look forward to hearing your thoughts on items 11, 13, or 15.
The open meeting law
Mr. Flaherty
says that the
Mr.
OML
Flaherty, thank
shall
you
be-
for helping us to understand your thoughts on items 11, 13, and 15.
to be construed liberally. That's what the state law says. You got this particular most divisive individual up here, joined by one of her counterparts.
Mr. Flaherty, you can address the board as a whole, please, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on 11, 13, and 15.
Very divisive. So I don't know how much money people have in this room, but you've got a pretty good case based on my statement I just made about the open meeting law being
Mr. Flaherty,
construed
please
liberally.
let us know your thoughts on 11, 13, or 15.
So God bless District 2, District 4, District 3 representatives. Thank you.
Roger Edwards. Roger Edwards. Roger, you're up.
Okay, for the record, Roger Edwards. Please enter my comments into the permanent record. Speaking on item 11, I'm a 18-year retired general contractor. These numbers are out of just nuts. I mean, I could build you a whole block full of tennis courts for $500,000. Now, I don't have the background information that you guys got to begin with for the 312,000. Pardon me, but did you really look at this? I mean, I know we have to spend this ARPA money. It's burning a hole in our pocket, but I can build you a whole block full of tennis courts for that, not $500,000 for two exercise courts. Come on, please.
Madam Clerk?
I don't believe anybody else is signed in.
Okay, so Vice Chair Herman, was that a motion, your block?
I had one comment.
Oh, Commissioner Clark, yes.
Go ahead.
I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to talk about item 13. I've got a little bit of concern there. Of course, we're all supportive of law enforcement, but I was told there was a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between the school police and the sheriff. It may be years old, but it supposedly says something to the effect that school police officers have primary jurisdiction for crimes committed on the campus by students committed on campus by students or against students, with the exception of Category A felonies. They'll be referred to police jurisdiction of record. So a potential question I have is, would the sheriff deputies be responsible for any crimes that occur on the property? And let's see where that goes. I think we should find out from the sheriff about the jurisdiction there between school police and the sheriff's department, and and see who has jurisdiction over the Class A felonies. Thank you. You know, with all the shooting and so forth taking place all over the country, I just wanted to find out about that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Corey Solferino, representing Sheriff Balaam and the men and women of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Clark, thank you for the question. That's something that's commonplace today. With the NRS and the way that law enforcement is within the school district, there's certain Category A felonies that they currently cannot investigate that we would take on as is right now. Well, that's being embedded into the school district. The one thing that we didn't want to get into was to the nuance of the administrative side of law enforcement versus the legal side of law enforcement. School resource officers have an ability to intervene at a lower level before they have to take it to a criminal nexus. We work in concert with Jan Evans, Juvenile Justice, with parole and probation on the juvenile level, so we can mitigate those factors before introducing them into the criminal element. So with this, my understanding is that both legals on our side and on the school district side has taken a look at the memorandum of understanding. Will be signed upon BCC approval, and will be business as status quo. There's nothing different in this current joint venture that would happen for the acceptance of the grant versus how we do business down in the county currently, sir.
Sure. Thank you, sir, for your answer. Walk us through if something, school kids fighting, vandalism, that kind of thing, is one area. What if somebody brings a gun to school and starts shooting? How is that affected by the school police? Do they automatically shift to controlling it as a Class A felony? How is that? Is there any distinction there? Do they have to transfer that over to another department or part of the sheriff's department? How does that take place between just typical school, horseplay and nonsense and whatever versus, felonies, stabbings, shootings, that type of thing?
Commissioner Clark, thank you for the question. Madam Chair, through you to the Commissioner, Corey Solferino, representing the Sheriff's Office. It's a great question, sir. I think unfortunately, or fortunately, we don't have to encourage or we don't have to encounter that very often in Washoe County, but if we look at the national media and what's happening across the country, obviously we need to be prepared for that. So one of the things that you can rest assured this Board of County Commissioners and all the citizens here today is that routinely we train as a region. We have a regional teams initiative. We have an active shooter response protocol. I'd rather not get into the details of that for proprietary information and how we combat those things, but be safe to assure that we run towards the sounds of violence, we eliminate the threat, we deal with the aftermath and the cases that happen with that. You talk about specific things, reporting school shootings and or threats. I can tell you that while not advocating for school police or trying to represent their information here before you today, because they are a separate entity outside of our Washoe County Sheriff's Office family, they do receive numerous threats daily. So those are investigated in concert with local government, with our response, and we respond accordingly. If there is something that rises to a Category A felony that they are not in position to investigate, depending upon the jurisdiction, if it's within the unincorporated area of Washoe County or within the city of Renos or Sparks, those prominent agencies will take those investigations over and work those to conclusion.
Very good. Thank you for the answer. One follow-up question. Please. Are these officers, sheriff deputies, are they going to be housed at the school? Is that going to be their base? Are they're there during the school hours only? They're there on weekends? How often are they staged there, I guess is the question.
Madam Chair, through you to the Commissioner, Corey Solferino for the record. Yes, they are. So they'll be embedded into the school. One of the unique things with Incline Village, and I thank the Incline Village residents for coming up today and showing support of this important critical endeavor, Incline is kind of on an island. So we have our substation up there because we know that if we have to deploy resources from the valley to Incline, we don't have time on our side. There is a significant lapse and delay in getting people over, especially, unfortunately, with the record winter that we had this year, right? So, I mean, there were times where 431 was closed for days. We had to go navigate through Interstate 80 to 267 or come through Carson City. So we have memorandums of understanding that are in place. Unfortunately, State Police, Nevada Highway Patrol has significant recruiting issues. So their footprint in Incline Village is minimal at best. We have been taking a lot of accidents on 431 and 28 simply for the fact that they don't have resources at the lake to deploy. They are working on their recruiting efforts. I want to thank the commission in front of everybody here today for your support of the Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Balaam and our agenda out there, because it is critical after years of not hiring additional personnel and being able to handle these types of responses, being able to handle these special programs that we're doing with Hope. And we couldn't do it without your love and support. So I do want to appreciate the commission and thank you guys for that here today. But one of the things, sir, with that is by having these people embedded into the school district, there's one school police officer that's responsible for 3 schools in Incline Village. Obviously, that's difficult. They rely a lot on us for that mutual aid agreement and on our support. Unfortunately, when we have crimes in progress, calls for service that require our undivided attention, we are not able to assist on those lower priority calls that happen within the school district. These 2 deputy sheriffs would be embedded into the schools to be able to help allocate resources to that officer, prioritize priority calls for service, and ensure that our kids are safe. Because at the end of the day, that's all that we care about, is ensuring that our kids and our students are free to study, to express themselves, and to be safe.
Again, thank you for your service, and I think that is the foremost responsibility and concern that I have, is students being safe when the schools should be a safe place. So.
Yes, sir. Ours as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, do you have anything else? Okay. Vice Chair Herman, yes.
Okay, so back to the question here that you set me on. I had questions about item 11 because I was under the impression from listening to people of authority talk that the infrastructure wasn't part of the ARPA funds, but you know, I might be wrong. So I just wanted to make that comment. So that would have been my question about all 3.
Would you like that answered, Vice Chair Herman?
If we can get that answered.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
For the record, County Manager Eric Brown, Commissioner, ARPA funds can be used for parks and rec and open space kinds of investments in communities. As you know, as the feedback we've received from Envision 2040, the update to the master plan has clearly been people want to see the county step up its game in terms of the facilities that are at in our parks and open space. So this concept is one where we're actually sharing the cost with Renown to install it in 2 of our most frequently used parks in South Valleys and Rancho San Rafael. It is also focused, and think about the ARPA intent here is that for people, for instance, who cannot afford to go to a gym or a workout facility, putting it in a public park or a public space enables them to have access to it.
Certainly.
Thank you. Any other questions, Vice Chair Herman?
No, thank you.
Okay. Well, you had put the block vote of 11, 13, and 15. Would you like to make that in the form of a motion, Madam Vice Chair?
I will do that because we are set to do that.
Okay.
And now we can have our vote.
Thank you. And may I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Thank you. With a motion and a second, any question on the comment? Not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. Okay, we will break for lunch and come back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone. Okay, it's 1:33, and I call this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. Before we go into item 8, I just wanted to make a record of today's meeting, the tenor of today's meeting. There have been catcalls, insults, personal attacks, disruptive behavior, loud comments, and at the podium, there's been deliberate efforts to undermine the Board of County Commissioners and disrupt our meeting. As chair, I have a responsibility to run this meeting. That doesn't mean that everyone will agree with me. I'm going to do what I can to maintain the order so we can get through the business for our county. But I welcome continued participation during public comment. Thank you. So, Mr. Manager, if you'll lead us into item 8. Yes, Mr. Manager.
Hello. Yes. Item 8 is recommendation to acknowledge the Washoe County Tahoe Transportation Plan as a document identifying actionable solutions that address unique mobility challenges faced by Washoe County residents, businesses, and visitors in the Lake Tahoe region. The plan created by Washoe County supports the transportation element of the Washoe County Master Plan and Tahoe Area Plan. We have Assistant County Manager Solaro here to speak.
Oh, thank you. And I think the music's still happening, so if the folks in the back can stop the music, thank you. Mr. Solaro, thank you very much.
You bet. Good afternoon. For the record, Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager. I do have a short presentation about the plan, if that would be helpful.
I think so. We have folks in the audience who probably would love to see that. Thank you.
Fantastic. So it'll take a second for the back of the room to get it keyed up. While I'm waiting for that to start, just a brief little bit of background on the need for this plan. So in the spring of 2021, Washoe County Board of County Commissioners adopted and Tahoe Regional Planning Agency adopted the Tahoe Area Plan, the TAP. As part of that plan,
I'm sorry, the music is still happening. If folks could please stop the music. If the staff could, I don't know, technology services.
It is soothing.
Yet again, you're right on, DA Edwards. I want to make sure that
That's my legal opinion.
There you go. It's feeling more like a jazz club right now, and I just feel like we should get to item 8 if technology services can work on that. But Mr. Solaro, if you will continue, because I'm not sure what's happening.
I can work through it a little bit as
okay.
It's not too distracting.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be done here soon.
Yep, absolutely. So the Tahoe Area Plan was adopted, and that serves essentially as our master plan for development in the Tahoe area. So this is the Incline Village and Crystal Bay area. Lost everything.
There we go. now it's stopped. So thank you.
All right. So that plan was adopted, and as a portion of that plan, transportation is a really important piece of that development process. One of the things that was not identified specifically in that plan were all of the transportation needs associated with an area plan update, a master plan piece. And so the commission provided through the budget monies to hire a consultant to help us create a transportation plan specific to meet the goals of the Tahoe Area Plan. So I'm just going to briefly go over the purpose of the study, the goals that we came up with, and then just a summary of some of the proposed improvements. So one of the things we really wanted to make sure we did was listen to the community. Community engagement in the Tahoe area is specific to transportation issues, from parking to transit to automobile use, trails, all of the different modes of transportation were very important. We knew that in the onset just based on the work that we had done through the Tahoe Area Plan. And so we wanted to identify that piece, all the transportation needs from the community, and then develop recommendations along some of the specific corridors. So we have State Route 28, which is an NDOT corridor. So we wanted to make sure we brought them in as well. And then all of the local roadways and parking areas that Washoe County has either within our rights of way up in Incline Village or some of the other parking areas that we're partnership with up there. And then obviously there's walking, biking, and transit. And as you've heard through this winter, there's a real need for kind of the walking and biking, even in the wintertime within our Incline Village community. And so we wanted to address some of the concerns that we heard from the community there. Again, we wanted to listen to the public. So with the help of Parametrics, our consultant, Amy Cummings is here in the audience, did fabulous work for Washoe County on the public outreach and really gathering the stakeholders. But we held a virtual public hearing for well over a month to get feedback from the community. We had a survey up on the website. We had pretty good response from that. We also got comments specifically on a map so that they can go in and put a button on the map and tell us about the transportation issues that they were seeing. Then we followed that all up with an in-person public hearing, or public meeting, not a hearing, in November of 2022. All the while utilizing the Citizens Advisory Board up there as a sounding board for some of the concepts that were being developed. We had a technical advisory committee, that is the transportation experts in the Tahoe Basin. It included TRPA, it included Department of Transportation, Washoe County Engineering and Operations, the Tahoe Transportation Authority. Lots of people were involved in providing this input for us, as well as the public. So we had a great public website that was up the entire time. It's still up. And then, out of that whole process, we identified that the community really wanted us to improve safety, expand the connectivity of trails and other things, optimize the mobility and parking, and then just really strengthen the community vitality. So that's what the plan essentially does. We have some summary of proposed improvements. I'm going to run through some examples. There is more work to be done associated with this. We've identified some areas that need further study, so we didn't have the opportunity to go and make sure that the traffic counts were appropriate and all these other things that you would normally do through, when you get into this is the solution. So we came up with options to be able to look at that met the needs of the study. So here's an example of a Village Boulevard at Southwood and Northwood. This occurs actually in two places along Village, with Southwood on the lower end of State Route 28 and Northwood on the upper end of State Route 28. The community was concerned that the pavement there was really wide. It was hard to get across the intersections, the high rate of speed for the traffic, and it actually had extended wait times for the side streets to come in. This is not the only location this occurs. There are other locations where this was identified, but this is an example of what we were looking at. So one option to consider might be a four-way stop to allow for all traffic to stop at this intersection to make sure that the pedestrians could get through where they need. Now, again, I mentioned this is just an option. There's more study that needs to be done to make sure that the traffic counts actually meet the warrants for under the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices to make sure that we're not doing something out of school. But we also had a reconfiguration of the intersection with paint and other things, also consider a roundabout. So as we move forward with developing these tools, we'll make sure that we have the right data to choose the right option. But these are things we heard from the community that seem to be workable. Another example is really the bus stop accessibility and pedestrian access. So here's an example of a bus stop that we have in town that has the pedestrian crossing appropriate. We've got an accessible pathway to the bus stop. We've got a bus shelter. We have other locations like the one on the left, which is just a sign planted in the dirt on the side of the road without all of those things. So we've identified the highest ridership locations to prioritize and where we could go to on the right-hand side, instituting level bus areas, accessible stops as well. Another piece of this was connectivity of the trail system. So we have quite an extensive trail system within Incline Village. We've identified some gaps, and we actually got input from our community on which ones of these are most important for their use so that we can start connecting these trails with programs and things moving forward. The nice piece about this program is now we have a roadmap to go and look for funding opportunities either through the federal government or TRPA or NDOT or other locations around the basin. One example here is just the improving the pedestrian visibility and awareness at driveways and crossings. I talk about the example of taking this plan and putting it into action. Currently, there's a grant opportunity through the Nevada Department of Transportation that we just applied for last week to actually take some of these crossings, and it's really all of the pedestrian crossings that we've got from the walking paths in the roadways, and actually inset them into the pavement. And because what happens now is we paint those every year, and then the plows come through and they rub the paint off, and then we go back and we paint them again. And so if we can inset them in with an inset and a thermoplastic, we can get anywhere from 6 to 10 years probably out of those crossings. High visibility, that was one of the concerns that came up from some of our residents. So that's in the works. We've applied for a grant, and we'll see where that goes, but it came directly out of the work we did through this process. Again, one of the community concerns is really about parking and parking along the roadways and making sure it's safe. So we've got some options to consider for some of the high parking areas as we move forward, looking at formalizing the parking areas or signing some of the areas where people shouldn't be parking. We have a really big problem up in Incline Village in those peak seasons where people are just parking wherever they want to find parking, and it's very difficult for the sheriff's office, it's difficult for the community, and it's difficult for the visitors as well. So that was identified through this process. Always the discussion, we looked at other plans that are already existing. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel. There are lots of other opportunities of programs that are already in process. Vanpool is a really good example where the RTC provides this service to residents of Washoe County. Actually, they provide it for people that are not residents of Washoe County but work in Washoe County. And so you'll see Vanpool opportunities. When we started this process with Incline Village, there were 0 Vanpools in Incline Village. I want to say we're at least up to 3, if not more. And
5.
5. So we're up to 5 Vanpools in Incline Village. And that's, people either, whether they're coming from other parts of the lake or the Carson Valley or the Truckee Meadows to work in Incline Village, already starting to take vehicles off the roadway. So that's a big plus for this process. So there's discussion in here about other opportunities that we've got, and we'll continue to push those forward with other agencies about satellite locations where people can go park and ride into the basin. One thing before I wrap this up, there was another discussion within the plan about how we address our pedestrian paths in the wintertime, how we, what are the best practices around the community. So there's a little discussion in there about how we should be, or what the best practices are, at least as far as taking care of pedestrian paths in the wintertime. Currently, Washoe County Roads treats the pedestrian paths as a priority 3 roadway. So not until we get done with all the main arterials and the bus routes and the school routes, the hospitals, all of those things, and then we get into the secondary routes in the neighborhoods, it's not until we get to the cul-de-sacs that we can focus our time and effort onto the paths. That's current. And so we've got some potential solutions, at least options that have been identified in this plan. So I want to make sure you're all aware of that. And we have received some public comment. This was a draft report. There are a couple things that we've missed in there. We've already made those corrections. Just talking about the major employers, and there was a development opportunity that was listed in here. It kind of got mixed up with 2 of them put together. So with that, I will open this up for any questions you have.
Thank you. I just commend your work, the work of our multi-jurisdictional team that put this together, parametrics, Ms. Cummings, and the community. I mean, hearing from over 200 community members is incredible, and I'm really excited to do all of the work to move forward and find the funds to invest in this really important part of our community. I will go to Commissioner Clark first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a quick question for you, Mr. Solero. I'm not sure what slide it was on, but it was the hiking. It had circles. Are those circles? Are those hiking paths? Can you ride a bicycle on those? Are they footpaths? What exactly are the circles that are? I can't really read it from here.
Yeah, through the chair to the commissioner, the circles are actually locations we've identified a lack of path.
Okay.
So the purple lines on this drawing are where we have multi-use paths. So they're hiking, biking, pathways throughout, they're paved pathways throughout Incline Village. So we've identified these locations where they do not exist, and we really wanted to engage the community to understand which ones are most important so we could prioritize which ones to start with.
So the circles are planned for future footpaths?
That is correct.
And the ones that are a different I see the slightly different shade. The ones that are in the more of the purple, those are in place now. And are those accommodate bicycles, walkers? What's accommodated on those particular trails that are in play now?
So all of those that are in play right now, we allow bicycles, walking, scooters, all kinds of different modes of transportation on those paths as long as
Electric bikes?
Electric bikes are accommodated in these paths.
Is there any concern with electric bikes and the speed? I go to different places around the country, and they've got speed limits on these electric bikes, and I guess there's a big uptick in all the emergency rooms. I just was wondering if that's a consideration for the county on these trails.
That is absolutely a consideration for Washoe County. In fact, the board has adopted the state law provisions related to the classes of electric bikes for use in our parks, and we're considering these as park paths. One of the concerns we have in working in the Tahoe Basin is you can understand, or you can imagine, there are a lot of different jurisdictions up there. And so we are working with the trails groups up there to really understand the best way to accommodate the electric bikes through different jurisdictions. So we want to make sure we're consistent within the Tahoe Basin on how those are being operated so that we don't create an enforcement issue out there. There are certainly some things we've talked about in the plan specific to Lakeshore Boulevard, because that is a problem along Lakeshore Boulevard of having people just ripping through there in their pedal-assisted bikes, whatever you want to, however it wants to be. They're pretty quick. And so education is a big piece of that. So any of the places that are renting bicycles up there, we're helping to educate them so that they can educate the people that are renting the bikes. But absolutely, that is a consideration that we're moving forward with, trying to really understand how the best way to deal with electric bikes in our community.
Yeah, I've been to different, like I say, beach towns where they have bike paths, and people are walking along, minding their own business or talking on the phone. The next thing you know, somebody on a bicycle gets distracted, and an electric bike, assisted bike, whatever the proper term is. But just wondering, for safety, public safety, of not everybody's that skilled at riding these bikes at top speed, and there's a lot of wrecks with that. What about? I was wondering if we have a speed limit, how's that going to be enforced? We're going to have radar guns on the sheriffs, or how would you enforce that?
So there is roughly a speed limit, but those are all of the discussions that we're continuing to have, is how do you enforce this? It doesn't do us very good to have a law and not be able to enforce it. And so the sheriff's office is certainly a piece of that discussion on how do we deal with the electric bikes moving forward. And quite frankly, it's not just electric bikes. I've hiked many trails around Washoe County. I'm a biker as well. There's a certain etiquette that gets lost, I think, in our community these days. So I've been on both sides of it. I've seen it in action as a walker, and I've tried to limit the speeds as a biker as well. I think that it's not just electric bikes. It's all modes of transportation at this point.
Sure. Thank you. I wasn't just picking on electric bikes, but they tend to. It's easier to go faster. I mean, with the assisted bikes, and so if we were enforcing a speed limit at this point in time, we wouldn't know how to really enforce that. We could post signs and hope people were on the honor system, but there's nothing in play to enforce that at this point in time.
Yeah, we are doing our best to make sure that the community is aware when they're on the bike paths. We had done some stenciling last summer, trying to gauge kind of how human response works when we talk about slow zones and congested areas on the pathways. I have not reviewed the information, but that is something we did last summer to try to address some of that.
One final thought: I'm surprised that the legislative sessions in Carson City at this time. I'm wondering if they've figured out a way how to monetize these electric bikes and get them licensed and registered and that type of thing. There's a motorized vehicle at the end of the day, whether it's electric or gasoline powered. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner comments? I'm not seeing any. And so, Madam Clerk, if you'll please help us with public comment.
Certainly. First up, we have Robert Beatles, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Thank you. Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Place all my comments on the public record, actually permanent record. So, just looking at this for the first time, as a guy that invests in a lot of things and have gone through a lot of projects like this, the first thing I don't understand is where it says, acknowledge the Washoe County Tahoe Transportation Plan. What does acknowledge mean? Does that mean that you guys are going to fund this, that there's going to be a bunch of money that goes to this project? Maybe it's incredible. I don't know. But it doesn't mention what any of this costs at all. And then they say that they spoke to about 200 different residents, but they never mentioned what the sentiment was. Did they say that they wanted this? Did they say that they wanted to have, basically something that just gives more, walking paths or bike paths versus parking lots? Or maybe they want something, I don't know, like schools, or maybe they want wider roads. What is the importance of this versus something like that? None of that was addressed. And it worries me further when it says, I believe you said, applied for a grant. So you're going to apply for a grant for this. So if we're going to spend this kind of time applying for a grant for something that's questionably needed versus the legitimate concerns that Incline Village has, why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we putting things that they really need at the top of the priorities if you're going to be using grant money? And if it's not all going to be grant money, it's going to be budgeted money that comes from the 24 budget, which again is about as transparent as a glass of mud. You would think that they would be able to at least tell us what the potential impact of this would be. So another thing that I was curious about was, let's see, where's it at here? He mentioned that what is the point of having laws if you're not able to enforce them? I thought that rings really true here in Washoe, doesn't it? And then another thing too, with the two county managers, all this money that's going to projects like this, why isn't it going to the county workers, the real county workers? Because the county manager, the assistant county manager, and the other assistant county manager both got $80,000 raises. $80,000 raises to these two individuals. If what my information that came to me is true and correct and should be easy to see on a budget, you would think that we'd be able to apply these funds more appropriately to schools, wider roads, things like that the community that I know up there are always asking for. Thank you.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Diane Becker.
Again, Nicholas St. John for the record. Good job, Robert. You didn't even get a provocation out of her. My concern with this is that when you look at this, everything I do goes back to the Constitution, and I wonder what the founders of this country would think about some of the things that we spend money on. There's things that, when they put this stuff in place, we have welfare, we have food stamps, we have all these, unemployment benefits, all these things that the government seems to keep thinking they should spend money on. And yet I'm not sure that that's a good idea. We seem to be pretty drunk with being able to spend money. They've spent millions and millions and millions on a CARES campus that seems to be the biggest drug distribution center in our city. So when we look at this, while having bike paths I think is good, having walking paths and trails is good. I lived on the beach in Southern California, and they had trails, or they had walkways, and it had a side where you walked, and then there was a side where there was bicycles, and then of course then came rollerblading, and so then there's this other mess with, well, what do we do with the rollerbladers? Do we make this wider and then give them a lane? Do you see where this is going? We just keep doing this stuff, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of thought that goes into it. In society, if you get hit by a bike, you have retribution in being able to sue that person. So why are we trying to solve all these problems? And again, I know I have friends who have electric bikes and electric assist, and now we've got these little scooters that you can basically ride anywhere, and those things go at a pretty good clip. And then, of course, we've got skateboarders, and then we have the uniboarders with one wheel. And it just seems every time we do something, it just seems like it gets more complicated. So, instead of trying to fix every problem, I was in Kansas, they were talking about, well, we need bigger ditches along the roads out in the rural part of Kansas. I hate to tell you, but almost all of Kansas is rural. And yet they're going, oh, we need bigger ditches because people are driving into them. You're never going to solve that stuff. And so, again, if the private enterprise wants to come in and donate money for that, then God bless them. But for the county to consider this as a project where they need to spend money, I'm going to highly discourage it. So we're coming up on another item, so I look forward to addressing that, especially with Clara Andriola. Thank you.
Diane Becker, followed by Helen Neff.
Good afternoon. I'm a full-time resident of Incline Village, and I also am the chair of our Incline Village Crystal Bay Citizen Advisory Board. I'm not here speaking on their behalf, but because we had such an involvement in this, I do want to bring some information to your attention. First, I'd like to thank the county for funding this Washoe County Tahoe Transportation Plan. It's the first ever study done. And I'm also going to say we're hopeful that in the future you will fund some of the prioritized matters such as the traffic signage, the intersection improvement, the signal improvement, bus stops, snow and winter maintenance. A lot of the identified safety matters are really important to the community. I also want to thank Amy Cummins for having attended our CAB meetings, and she really listened to us, and she took the specific areas and heard those. So there were a lot of matters in there that we really needed. There were two areas, though, that were covered in the plan, and one area that wasn't covered that I do want to bring to your attention. The first is that at the CAB meeting, several members of the CAB and many members of the public expressed the desire to have empirical data, which would be specific traffic data that related to what kind of traffic is in the community, because we now are told, and we've seen, that there are 60 million annual visitors to the Lake Tahoe Basin annually. The traffic sometimes goes from Kings Beach all the way back to Incline Village, the driving circle at the 431. And so one of the things that we want you to look at before you ever make the mobility hub the proposed mobility hub a part of this traffic study is to look again at all of the objections by the local residents. And the local residents signed a petition that they gave to you a year or two ago, 2,000 of them saying we're opposed. Last week we had a meeting where 100% of the comments were opposed, and at all of the CAB meetings, the community's been opposed. I also want to ask that you consider spending the money on some empirical data for the next study or the next year. And lastly, I'd like to remind you of the fact that on page 13 of the plan, it shows that the area with the most traffic accidents in Incline Village is the intersection where they're proposing to bring now buses into the mobility hub, and there's been tremendous objection to the mobility hub, and I hope that that will be something that is not funded, at least as any kind of a priority. And lastly, the issue of the bike path from Crystal Bay to Incline Village. As a biker, that is so dangerous. I once started to try that bike route, and I would not take it now. But even when you put the bike route in, it's going to take a tremendous amount of money. And before you spend the money on that, please spend it on.
Helen Neff, followed by Sarah Schmitz.
Hi, Helen Neff, Incline Village resident. 2 years ago, I was hit and severely injured by a reckless driver in an SUV when crossing State Route 28 in Incline Village. I was in the crosswalk with the signal in my favor. 3 months later, while still recovering, I reached out to Commissioner Hill about traffic safety and was very grateful for her support to ensure that improvements be made. And at that time, she told me of the goal of the county to secure funding for this study. So I would just like to thank all of you and everyone that worked on this study for your attention to that. The study is a good start, but unfortunately, as per my email sent to all of you, there are some errors that need correcting, so thanks for understanding that. And there are some key points that were not addressed. The safety of pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists in Incline Village continues to be at risk. The crash rate on State Route 28 is above average. You have the chart as part of the study. This data ends at 2019. It's worse since then, and many of us fear for our lives. This graph, also in the study, shows that safety is the #1 concern of the residents. So programs adapted by Washoe County, NDOT, and TRPA, such as Vision Zero and Zero Fatalities, will only become a reality when safety is addressed as a priority in road engineering and enforcement. I took every available opportunity for submitting both public and written comment at each phase of this study. I attended all the meetings, and I monitored the progress closely. From the beginning, I had 3 requests. 2 were never addressed, and nor was a reply given, why they can't be implemented. The first was leading pedestrian intervals at signalized intersections. This is different from a longer pedestrian crossing time, and in the information I sent you, there are 3 really good, well-written flyers from the National Department of Transportation that explain what a leading pedestrian interval is and why it's so effective. And the second was the reduced speed limit on State Route 28 within Incline Village. Speed kills. There's another chart in the study that explains what the problems with speed. And we're the only town center on the lake which has a 35-mile speed limit, except certain sections of South Lake Tahoe where there are 4 lanes divided highway. So this is an easy fix. We will never have a walkable town center without it. The third request was for intersection improvements to calm traffic and ensure safety for pedestrians and cyclists. One intersection is by our schools, the other is adjacent to ball fields in a proposed development. They're addressed in the study, but the improvements are scheduled for 5 to 10 years from now, and I'm really hoping that we can do better than that, make them quicker. So it's your power to do things for the safety of all. Thank you very much.
Sarah Schmidt, followed by Doug Flaherty.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Schmitz, and I am an elected official. I'm an IVGID trustee, but I am here speaking as a community member and as myself. Safety is the #1 priority for our community members. Please address those issues sooner rather than later. I believe that the community is not supportive of any expansion of a multi-use trail between Crystal Bay and Incline Village because of the problems: inadequate parking, trash, and restrooms, problems that haven't yet been solved for the East Shore Trail. This trail was sold to the public and government officials as a project that would reduce vehicle miles traveled, and it's done nothing but increase as it brings tourists who drive there only to walk on this beautiful trail. Thinking these trails reduce congestion and traffic is misguided. I have been informed that no one has reached out to the HR department at IVGID, which is the 2nd largest employer in the community, to determine their employee transportation needs. The demographics are changing such that the employees are having to live outside the basin due to the lack of housing. Reducing employee cars traveling over the hills would be a huge benefit to the safety, the environment, the employees, and the employers. I suggest that someone reach out to the major employers and incorporate their over-the-hill transportation needs. These needs are needed more than a van pool. They need to have scheduled times because many of the employees in the basin work odd shifts or short shifts. They're part-time seasonal employees. So I would encourage you to please, as part of this study, take another pass and reach out to the employers and incorporate their needs to try to reduce the number of cars coming into the basin. Thank you.
Doug Flaherty, followed by Janet Butcher, and I do have a document to distribute from Mr. Flaherty. go ahead and take the podium.
Members of the commission, Doug Flaherty, president of TahoeCleanAir.org. There's a lot of good things about the plan. However, the proposed acknowledgement of the Washoe County Transportation Plan claims to represent various solutions to create safer transportation conditions. However, the plan and the myriad of linked transportation plans failed to analyze the cumulative safety and environmental impacts on Incline Village, Crystal Bay, and the entire Lake Tahoe Basin. This under the aggressive pro-growth, pro-developer mindset of Washoe County and its partner agencies. Washoe County and TRPA are operating under an aggressive obsession to produce acknowledgement plans like this one to justify area and regional plan code changes in support of subjective grant-funded transportation projects and dangerous overcapacity area growth. This includes simultaneously proposing zoning and code changes, allowing increased overcapacity, increased height, density, and coverage. Cumulatively, these individual code changes, projects, and plans lead to dangerous and already well-documented unsafe human and roadway overcapacity, adversely impacting both residents and visitors during a wildfire or winter evacuation. Cumulative impacts result from the tyranny of incremental impact of small decisions when added to other past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future actions, regardless of what agency or person undertakes such other actions. Cumulative impacts result from individually minor but collectively significant actions taking place over a period of time. And finally, with regard to increased growth adversely impacting transportation, roadway capacity, any proposed code changes by Washoe County or the TRPA supporting accessory dwelling units, ADUs, within the Washoe Tahoe area will cause significant adverse environmental and safety impacts in the region, and any such proposal must undergo a full data-driven cumulative environmental impact statement analyzing all local and regional impacts since the 2012 TRPA regional plan. This includes a data-driven roadway-by-roadway, all-season capacity analysis, planning for or during a wildfire or winter evacuation peril. And lastly, page 10 of the document is in error and brings to question the competency of the plan creators, as it states 947 Tahoe is a luxury condominium project located on North Lake Tahoe. The development, which includes 40 condominiums, 37,000 square foot recreation center, and 2 golf courses, is expected to break ground in 2023. Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Penny Brock.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the record. I am here commenting on myself, not for any group or any organization, as I've been attached to by somebody within the county. I just want to say that I live in Spanish Springs, so on occasion I go up to Tahoe. But I would hope that you would really listen to the citizens, unlike the citizens of Spanish Springs who didn't listen to us. We're in an unincorporated area. We moved out there to be in an unincorporated area for a purpose, not to have the city move out to us, not to have take us, what used to take us 12 minutes to get into town, it now takes us 20, 25. But hopefully you'll listen to the citizens up there, that you'll be transparent and informative. Let them know ahead of time, listen to them, and actually let them know when you're having meetings, and you won't ignore them and perhaps not let them know, like the library trustees, that they're going to be talked to or about today. I hope that you're not trying to ruin Lake Tahoe like you ruined Spanish Springs. Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Elise Weatherly.
Penny Brock, for the record. Please enter my comments in the record. This concerns me very much because this deals with a world-renowned Lake Tahoe. One of the reasons so many people visit and have the dream to visit Lake Tahoe is because of the diamond in the Sierras. My concern is that we're going to turn this into a huge, huge tourist mega capital and ruin the beauty of Lake Tahoe and the forest. We in Washoe County are blessed to have this beautiful lake, and we need to make sure we preserve it. We not only preserve it for now, but for your children and your grandchildren and their children. How that happens is not by bringing in these hubs and also driving huge buses around the lake. We already know it's frightful to go up to the lake on 4th of July. We know what the traffic's like. What will these buses do to add to the congestion, to add to the anger of the drivers? I'm also concerned that this is not really coming from those that live up at the lake. I'm sitting here listening to this is being thrust on the people up at Incline and the lake by some regional plan or some kind of plan, who knows, and it's all to get the grant money. There we go, after more and more money to pat the pockets of who knows where. So they can ruin our beautiful diamond in the Sierras. I think that's very unacceptable. Let's see if there was anything else. So I'm concerned about the added trash, the pollution, et cetera, et cetera. And I would really like to know the cost. Now, what I've heard the chairman say is, we will find the money for this project. Now, when I do a project in my home, I don't do the project until I know I have the money. I don't do the project till I know how much it's going to cost me. So we have not heard how much this project is going to cost. And I would ask that the commissioners would step back and find out how much is this going to cost, where will the money come from before you pour more and more of our tax money into this project. Thank you.
Elise Weatherly, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Hello, Elise Weatherly, a very unpopular bus watcher, display case who knows that everything is on permanent record, just so you know. All I will say is, what's the ROI on this project? I do watch buses. Do you know what I do? I watch them when they go by and I go, how many people are on the buses? And then I look at the bus stops and I go, how many people are getting onto the buses? And it has been very little from what I can tell. Now, does that mean that I'm mean to other people and, want them to have to do what I have done, which is like take care of my own business? I just don't know if it's a good ROI, you guys. I don't know if it's a good return on investment. The cabs were mentioned. All I will say is that the Sun Valley Cab, there is one person on that board that I trust, 1 out of 5.
Ms. Weatherly, if you'll bring it back to
Well, I did. He was the one that brought up he's the one that brought up the cab. Okay, so I think I have full access to what he brought up in his presentation. He also mentioned roundabouts, being built up there. I think roundabouts should be illegal. You guys talk about grants. Nothing, like somebody else said, nothing's free. Eventually, we pay for everything. They talk about parking up there. They talk about van pools. Okay, I understand about transportation, but this is a document. How much did it cost us to get that document? I'd love to get the details on that. Was it worth the money? What's the ROI? I know I'm just like, weird little table tipper person, right? But I believe in accountability and accounting. Budgets. We have to spend money on things that make sense, all right? Not just for the special few. How about you factor in people like us that want us to be careful with our budgets and not spend money on things that are not absolutely necessary? Fair enough? As Tom Gordon says, fair enough. Thank you.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Val White.
For the record, I'm Catherine Snedeker, a non-resident, non-person, unenfranchised, native-born American woman. We have no guarantee that this county would even use the money for the project it's going for. We have no information that that money would be used for this project. You know how I know that? Because in 2018, 2019, this county was nearly in complete default for road tax money. They didn't pay 1 cent to it. They illegally and unconstitutionally reissued that bond for $20 million more, making the claim by Liparelli, oh, you're gonna have more money. No, that doesn't give us more money. It was $20 million more to pay the fee for reissuing the bond.
Ms. Snedeker, will you
Judge,
go back
don't
to
tell me what to
Tahoe
say. I'm
transportation
talking
plan?
about this. It's transportation and it's roads. And you do a crappy job. Come down 6th Street.
We are talking about the Tahoe transportation plan, Ms. Snedeker.
It says transportation plan, okay. I could talk about any transportation part I want. I am not a person that you can regulate. I'm not up here as a legal fiction. And you're not my boss. I'm a grown woman. I make my own decisions.
Great. Do you want to address your comments to the Washoe County?
Yes,
Tahoe
I think it's a
Transportation
bad
Plan?
idea. I think it's a totally bad idea. It's another fraud, waste, and abuse tax scam that the property owners are going to get stuck with. Because anything you touch turns to shit. Let's take it to a roundabout. Over off 7th Street by Parr Boulevard. Fire truck can't get
Ms.
around
Snedeker,
it.
if you'll
No,
talk
your
about the
road
Washoe
stuff
County
is
Tahoe
crap.
transportation
Your
plan.
road stuff is crap. And this is going to be crap too, because you can't do anything that works or that flows. And it's a waste of my money. My money. If this county is going to fund it, my money. And I do not give you permission to spend my money on a bullshit scheme like this that's not going to be helpful to anybody in Washoe County. It's going to be helpful to Washoe County, because that's what you do. If it's good for the county, you'll do it. If it's good for the people, nah, can't do that. Like taking away our fire department. There's a safety issue for you.
Val White, followed by Renee Resendez.
For a lot of us who are interested in what's happening to our community, state, country, we tend to look at things through a microscope in the short term, in the immediate happenings. And what we need to do is we need to change and stop doing that. We need to look at it through the bigger picture. Sometimes people describe it as looking at it through the 30,000-foot elevation. That's what we need to do in anything relating to transportation. We have a regional transportation commission. It's called the Washoe County because there aren't many large counties around us with big transportation issues, but all across the country, there are regional transportation commissions who basically guide all policy and planning for transportation across the country. The regional commissions are hugely powerful, and they're comprised of elected officials and other appointees who are able to make decisions on regional transportation or water or various
White,
big topics.
how are
I'm
you
talking about this. Let me get
Tahoe transportation plan?
Yes,
Great.
it is. So stop interrupting me. Now, these regional transportation plans have a large agenda. If you look at them through the 30,000-foot elevation, the long time span over decades, you will see a trend line. And this Tahoe plan is part of that trend line. It's a microscopic little piece of it. Each year, more and more pieces are added to this regional transportation. The commissions look at the long picture, the long game. They don't look at the short term. So when you see a little change here, a little change here, a little change here, it's making progress toward a bigger plan. I lived in Kings Beach in 1972. It was a beautiful area. Get to the beach, no big traffic. This past summer, I went up there. It was gridlock. The lake was dirty, the beaches were dirty. That's looking over 5 decades. Transportation is partially responsible for that. It's allowed more and more transportation to go through there. This bike path, I don't know how anybody ever believed that it was going to reduce traffic. When you build another activity that's going to draw people, how is that going to reduce traffic? They've been lied to. And I'm sympathetic with the residents of Incline and all of Tahoe because they've been sold out with transportation plans just like this. So fight. Pay attention to your regional commissions. Find out who is on those commissions because you'll discover that the left people up here take those powerful positions on those regional things. Pay attention, research.
Renee Resentis.
Renee Resentis, please put my comments in the permanent record. A couple of things. We have to drive through Washoe County to go up to the lake and over the Sierras when we're traveling and enjoying our country. I don't understand why we even have to bring this to your attention, but who's responsible for inspecting our roads? The lines that need to be painted on our roads, it's very dangerous. It's dangerous during the day, let alone at night. So I would appreciate it if you would look into that. Also, the roundabouts, on a street that doesn't have a lot of traffic, it might work, but for an area that is very busy, it doesn't work. Like the area where you go into the shopping center where Shields is at, people don't stop to let the traffic flow in because they don't have to stop. There's no stop sign, there's no signal, and so they just keep going, and it's extremely difficult to get in there to get to another spot. So I don't like those. I don't want any more of those. Also, I am asking for legislation to require driver's ed for all that are applying for new driver's licenses based on the new drivers that are coming from other countries and how they drive.
Can you bring your comments back to the transportation plan?
Well, this is
Tahoe
transportation.
Plan.
This is all transportation. We have to go through Washoe County to get wherever we're going to go. So it is transportation. And it's very dangerous out there. And so I would like to see legislation to require all new applicants for their driver's license have to take driver's ed.
You can bring this up during our legislative update. I'd like to hear your thoughts on the Washoe Tahoe Transportation Plan.
Okay. We're just not getting very far. Why don't you just vote on everything? It's, you don't really want to hear anybody. Why don't you just vote what you want?
Madam Chair, that is everybody signed in chambers, but I do have emails to place on the record.
Thank you. And thank you for the folks who came down for this item. I would like to see if there's any other commissioner comments. I'm not seeing any. Oh, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the folks that drove down and spent most of their day with us here. Ms. Becker had some good comments. Ms. Neff had some great information. Mr. Flaherty. Ms. Schmitz, I've known her for a number of years. She's very insightful. I know she's passionate about her community. I think that anything that takes place up at Incline, she should be consulted with. I think she brings some good information to the table. None of us on the dais here live in Incline and the Tahoe Basin up there, but she does, and she's very passionate about her community. So thank you for coming down. You acknowledge that you're an elected, but you were here personally, and we appreciate you coming in and sharing your information. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this was a very, I think, as the staff has stated, there's going to be a lot more work on this plan. We have to do engineering reports, and hopefully we can expedite a lot of these projects depending on whether we can obtain grant funding. And so I'm very excited about this program, and I'm going to make the motion since this is in my district. I move to acknowledge the Washoe County Tahoe Transportation Plan is documented, identifying actionable solutions that address unique mobility challenges faced by Washoe County residents, businesses, and visitors in the Lake Tahoe region. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any comment on the motion? Not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. I think that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now moving to item 9.
Item 9 is a recommendation and possible action to approve the settlement between Allergen, CVS, and the state of Nevada in the opioid litigation, state of Nevada versus McKesson Corporation et al. Case number A-19-796-755-B, Nevada District Court, Clark County, and execution by Washoe County of the Allergen Settlement Participation Agreement and the CVS Settlement Participation Agreement, and releases pursuant to the One Nevada Agreement, one allocation of opioid recoveries, One Nevada Agreement, previously agreed upon for participation in settlements entered into in July 27, 2021. The proposed settlement agreement between Allergen and the state of Nevada is in the amount of $26,508,913 and will be paid in equal installments over 7 years beginning in 2023. Pursuant to the One Nevada Agreement, Washoe County will receive an estimated total net allocation of $1,187,393,006.62, $193,763.90 per year minus $24,136.24 in attorney's fees for the 7 years. The proposed settlement with CVS in the state of Nevada is in the amount of $1,151,858,772.26 and will be paid in equal installments over 10 years beginning in 2023. Attorney's fees and costs were resolved directly from outside counsel and will not be deducted from the settlement. Pursuant to the One Nevada Agreement, Washoe County will receive an estimated net allocation of $7,380,909.94, which is $738,090,000.99 per year for 10 years.
I think we have Ms. Lydell here.
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lindsay Liddell, Deputy District Attorney for the record. I'm here to answer any questions that you guys have. This is a continuation of the ongoing opioid litigation. As a refresher, back in February, the board approved a settlement with Walmart from this same litigation. These are proposed settlements with the drug manufacturer Allergan and CVS pharmacies. Oh. Is it on now?
I hear it.
And so I'm here to answer any questions that the board has.
Great. Okay, I see Commissioner Clark has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had some questions about, and you may not know this, but the question I have is, when the county receives this settlement, is this going to just go in the general fund, or are we going to, wondering what the thoughts are of this body, if we're going to put this in drug education, some type of rehab programs, some way. I think when we get this type of money that's specifically from an entity and it involves overprescribing or whatever they've agreed to in their settlement, how are we going to use this money? Can we segregate this money and use it just for drug rehab or helping people that have some type of addictive situations? How are we going to use this money in the best way possible? That's my question to the body.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Clark. These funds are going to be earmarked specifically for opioid abatement in the community, so it's not just going to go into the general fund. The specific uses of those monies is not before the board today, so those will be in future action items.
And we already did actually adopt the big plan, this board, a few months ago on that, but go on.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Yes, so it's not going to be directed into just the general fund.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Great work from the DA's office, and we really appreciate this. And I know we're going to continue to see these come in, and I'm really excited to see the good work we can put this opioid money to use and support our community. I will then now, Madam Clerk, go to public comment.
Okay, first up we have Robert Beatles, followed by Valerie Fianacca.
Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Please put all my comments on the permanent record. So forgive me, I haven't really looked into agenda item 9 all that much, but a couple things, kind of scream right out at me. It sounds like some real money. So it would be great if Ms. Liddell came back up and explained a little bit to us about when you have this kind of money, usually somebody died, somebody got hurt. Do we have any of that information? How many people got hurt? How many people died? It sounds like the money's going to go to some kind of general fund that is part of a big plan that was approved by the board a couple months ago, but we don't have any of that information here in front of us. It also was brought up that this happened with Walmart as well. So again, just simple questions. How many people were hurt? How many people died? How much of the money is actually going to go to the families or the people that were harmed and hurt? And again, what is the county going to do with the money? Thank you.
Valerie Fianacca, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Valerie Fianacca for the record, and I'd like my statement entered into the record, please. A lot of somebody's died, Robert. My fourth son being one of them. All of these monies should be spent solely for the purposes of helping addicts get well, helping people who currently live on our streets, who currently live at our CARES campus, who are addicts who may never want to get well. I would surmise that much of this money should also go to law enforcement. There are people who live on our streets who never want to get well. They will never get well unless they're incarcerated. If they are incarcerated, they will get well because they will be in jail for 6 months or 3 months, and their mind will clear. We can give them treatment while they're in jail. I know what I'm talking about here. I have history with this. If you spend 1 penny of this for anything besides treatment, shame on you. Shame on you. If it goes to housing, if it goes to anything except treating sick addicts, shame on you. And I will never, ever let you forget it. I promise you I will never go away and let you forget it.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Bruce Parks.
Again, Nicholas St. John for the record. They've been bringing up good points, and I think they're good questions that should be answered. When the county gets in an infusion of funds like this, especially scheduled over 10 years, it's amazing how one board will be able to make a decision that may be contrary to boards that come after them. I think they said something about it was some of the things that were decided about the way this money was going to be spent was done, I believe, back in December, and we now have new board members. So I doubt very seriously you're going to readdress what happened back in December about how this money is going to be spent. As Valerie pointed out, I think making sure that it goes to places that it can help victims, help those who have been injured is the best place to use this money. I'd like to fill the rest of my time with something valuable, but I'm not. Because so far, you've not been listening to us. I've been coming in here for 28 months. I apologize to Mike Clark and Jeannie Herman for putting you guys through this today, but we're doing our best to try to bring our voices in here. Many of us have been coming in here for 28 months and been ignored and silenced. So I will just wait my next minute and 13 seconds. All right, I'll save us all some time. Thank you.
Bruce Parks, followed by Penny Brock.
Bruce Parks, for the record. I'd like my comments read into the record. I want to echo the sentiment that Ms. Fianaka brought forward about how this money is going to be spent. And yes, it's true that this opiate epidemic really hit the lower class people hard. It hit the middle class, and to a greater or lesser degree, some of those people that are in the upper crust are impacted by this. We all are, because we all have to pay taxes. But when it strikes your family, when it hits that close to home, then you gain an appreciation for what this thing is all about. My heart goes out to anybody that has a chemical dependency problem. Most of the time, those come about because of extremely poor life choices. That's not the situation here. This is pushed on the Americans by the pharmaceutical companies. And they should pay, rightfully so. But it's incumbent on this body to make sure that those funds are spent appropriately. And if a single dime goes to anybody other than the victims of what the pharmaceutical company did to this country and to this county, then I also agree with that sentiment. Shame on you. You should know better. It's a pretty good shot of money. My biggest concern, other than how it will initially be spent, because I know what a pet project that CARES campus is for some of you. Not mine. I could fix that problem for you. cheaply. But you wouldn't like how I do it. You'd have the ACLU permanently encamped in Washoe County. But it'd work. It worked for Sheriff Arpaio. It could work here too. Anyway, this money is to be sent into Washoe County over the course of 10 years. Some of y'all ain't gonna be here then. Are your followers going to do the right thing with this money, or are they going to see a chunk of change sitting there? Well, you know, that was then, this is now. We need that money for this. Put the proper measures in place now. Please, please put the proper measures in place now to ensure that this money is spent solely on the victims of this horrendous problem.
Penny Brock.
Penny Brock, for the record, Reno, Nevada. This greatly concerns me, the amount of money that's going to be coming in. One of the things that bothers me about this is the One Nevada Agreement. That is tied into the UN and the globalists. What are we doing part and parcel with the UN and the globalists? So of these funds, I agree with what's been said by Valerie Fionnach and Bruce Parks. These funds need to be used for the victims. For the victims, it needs to somehow be earmarked, so it can't go into the general fund. How are you going to protect that money? That's your responsibility to figure it out. It has to be done now at the beginning of getting the funds. It can't sit around and, well, we'll think about it or whatever. You need to consult someone that knows how to lock up the money forever so other boards can't take and put it into general funds or pet projects. I do disagree about it going to the CARES campus because we've already given them in 2 years' time $78 million. I think they have more than enough money. I think that we have other victims out there, whether they're in a home situation, on fentanyl or whatever. So you've got a big job. You need to figure out, county commissioners, how you do this. So it goes to the victims. And some of the victims are children. Some of the victims are grandpas and grandmas. Some of our victims we know are our veterans because we've forgotten them. They are on the streets or they are out there and they don't know what to do but turn to opioids and drugs. What about them? So please think about this carefully for the sake of our community and for the victims that this epidemic has touched. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, thank you very much. I look to the board for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the settlements between the state of Nevada and CVS and Allergen and approve execution of the CVS and Allergen settlement participation forms for distribution of monies to Washoe County pursuant to the One Nevada Agreement.
Thank you. May I have a second? Oh, thank you, Vice Chair Herman. We have a motion and a second. Any question on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, we're on to item 10.
Item 10 is a recommendation to appoint one candidate from a pool of applicants, including, let's look at the names. Kim Bagudi, Patricia Berkeley, Reva Crump, Andrew Flagg, Glenna Jacks, Valerie Koss, Sarah Marcus, Virginia Nolte, Patricia McCarthy Olmsted, Janice Porter Moffett, William Puckard, Crystal Pyatt, Albert Rogers, Linda Schmidt, Ann Silver, Katie Simon Holland, Brad Stanley, Geraldine Taylor, C.J. Walters, Paul D. White, Thomas Willitson, and Nicole Williams to fill one midterm vacancy on the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees pursuant to NRS 379.020, Section 3, beginning on May 1st, 2023, and ending on June 30th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And Commissioner Garcia has a disclosure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, before we go any further on this item, and out of an abundance of caution, I'd like to disclose the fact that my sister is employed by the Washoe County Library System. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the District Attorney's Office. My sister, Melissa Garcia, has worked for the Washoe County Library System for 7 years. There is no need to recuse myself from voting on this agenda item, as there are several layers of management between her library position and the Library Board of Trustees. In light of the foregoing and in the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation, I will be voting on this matter. Please accept this disclosure and place it on the record for today's meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And then, Mr. Scott, we have you here. Do you want to just give us a little bit of background?
Is it turned on? Well, good morning. Jeff Scott, Library Director, Washoe County Library System. Happy National Library Week and National Library Worker Day. We were here to appoint a new trustee. We've had this vacancy for some time. This was sat by Jean Stoss, who was appointed originally in 2016, reappointed in 2020, had to resign June 2022 due to health reasons, and passed away, sadly, in December of 2022. Just a quick word on Jean Stoss, that she was the first one appointed to the Washoe County Commission in 1977. So it was really exciting to have someone of that stature to sit on our board. And she has always been a big library champion and community champion for the 60 years she lived in Washoe County. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the board seat, but we're looking forward to have a full board.
Thank you. And Mr. Scott, I know there's going to be another vacancy coming up here on the library board. Can you just give us a little bit of information on that?
Yes, one of our board members, Amy Galleri, her term is going to come up June 30th, and so we'll have to bring that back for an appointment at that point, and so you'll have another chance to look at the candidates.
And does that term, is she able to reapply for that term? Or
Yeah, she can be reappointed for that position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much for that. And so I will open it to the board to see if folks have comments, or we can just go straight to public comment. I'm not seeing any board members that have comments right now. Commissioner Clark?
I just had one question. I've seen a number of written articles about your time and service over in Berkeley. Is that correct? You were dismissed.
Commissioner Clark, I don't think this is appropriate
Well,
for the library board.
I was not dismissed. I was not dismissed. So.
Okay, I just wanted, if that's not true, then I just wanted to know about it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if we can now move to public comment.
First up, we have Robert Beatles, followed by Jana McMillan.
Robert Beatles, please put all my comments on the permanent record. To start on this, people weren't given adequate notice at all. So I know at least 2 people that are on this list that didn't get any kind of email, notification, or anything like that whatsoever until around 5 p.m. last night. So I question the reason why that is. Second, I do believe that Hill and Garcia should definitely recuse themselves from this vote. One, because Alexis Hill, as well as her husband, I have no idea what kind of information you guys share amongst each other. There may be conflicts there. That needs to be investigated. Obviously, with the information evidence that I gave to the council, commission here, your whole tenure in office is questionable. That needs to be investigated. So I don't think either one of you guys should vote. But then I looked over all the applicants, and if this is going to be a legitimate vetting process and vote, it's clear that you only have 2 real candidates. You have some good candidates, but you have 2 that are just glaring. And that would be, of course, Paul White and Reva Crump. They're highly overqualified for this position. I've hired probably 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people in my life. I know good people when I see them. I'm actually good at hiring people. I put together incredible teams and companies, And aside from Commissioner Clark and Herman, I'm not aware of any business or anything you guys have put together, the rest of you, that doesn't involve just taking government money, right, or getting a paycheck. So I suggest that you listen to Herman and Clark if you're going to vote. Both of them have owned businesses, and I'm sure that they'll agree that Paul White and Reva Crump are great for this. So if you would, please do something good for our county and pick one of these incredible people so they can do incredible things for our county and people.
Jana McMillan. So Jana McMillan, followed by Jamie Hemingway.
Hello, Jana McMillan. I am the branch manager of the Spanish Springs Library. I wanted to welcome Clara Andriola as our new District 4 Commissioner. So I'm in your district. I've worked for Washoe County Library System for 23 years. I have seen a number of library directors come and go. I've seen a number of library board members come and go. I've seen a number of employees come and go. The library board is a great position to be in, and we have a number of really fantastic candidates. I was super excited to see how many people actually applied for it. I went through all the applications myself. I read the resumes when they had them. I read the letters of recommendation when they had them. And for me, one name rose to the top, and this is a person that I have worked with personally here in my 23 years at Washoe County, and I think very highly of this person. So just giving you my 2 cents worth on what I see. Katie Simon Holland, our former Washoe County manager, would be fabulous on the library board. She is a person who reaches across the aisle, listens to people who are taxpayers, listens to people who are county employees, and listens to people from all different walks of life. She is a person who she finds solutions, and she works with other people very well. She worked for Washoe County for 15 years as our county manager. I was always very impressed with what she did. I got the thrill of getting to work on projects with her and see her in action. She has served in a lot of different community boards. So just kind of throwing that out there too, there's somebody with a lot of experience. She served on the Washoe County School Board. She heads her own consulting and strategic planning company. She is a trained negotiator. She's been on more than 15 local and nonprofit boards. So we're talking KNPB, we're talking Children's Cabinet, we're talking TMCC, United Way. Those are just a couple that are off the list for that. Katie Simon Holland has a long track record of engaging across issues and party lines with people from all walks of life. Katie clearly grasps the importance of libraries. She understands their role in our community as a non-judgmental space that offers free access to information and education to everyone in our community. When she was the county manager, Katie Simon also worked with the library system to help build and renovate libraries. So of course that's near and dear to my heart and those of us who work for the library. With her wealth of knowledge and her understanding of our mission and our strategic plan goals, Katie Simon Holland would be an incredible asset to the Library Board of Trustees, and she would help to keep the Washoe County Library System the dynamic, enriching resource that our patrons have come to expect. Thank you.
Jamie Hemingway, followed by Debbie Steers.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Hemingway, for the record. I've worked for the Washoe County Library System for over 20 years now. I've gotten to see a lot of the things that our board has accomplished over the years. And I actually worked to look through a lot of these applications. I've reviewed everyone's applications and qualifications, and I do believe, to echo Jana's sentiment, I also agree that Katie Simon Holland rises to the top for me personally. She has vast experience working with local nonprofits, Washoe County School District, and she's accomplished a lot, and I think that she has yet still more that she can accomplish for our Library Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Debbie Steers, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Debbie Steers, Collection Development Manager for Washoe County Library System. I too am here to voice my support for selecting our strongest candidate to serve on our Library Board of Trustees. I don't know Katie Simon Holland personally, but I've had the opportunity to watch her in action on the school board. I was there as a concerned parent, community member, and library professional as the school board was discussing qualifications for how to best meet the library and information needs of students across the district. As I looked at the applications that folks had handed in, Katie's really rose to the top with a commitment to community service, to working with the entire spectrum of community that we serve, and really inviting community members to engage in that public dialogue about how do we create resources to best serve our community. So I appreciate the work that goes into selecting a candidate. I'm thrilled that we had so many folks apply. Our libraries are a great asset to our community, and I think it's wonderful that we have so many folks who are interested in voicing how do we make sure we're serving our entire community with quality library service. Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Nichelle Hull.
Is the overhead on?
There it is.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the minutes. Wow, the last three speakers just really proved what was going on here. If the applicants weren't even notified, weren't even told that this was happening today, if there are any of the applicants in the office, in the audience, I certainly hope they fill out a comment card and come up here and speak. I know Beatles said there were two. I know of three. That one of them didn't get a notification until 5 o'clock yesterday. I want to know, was the trustee already picked? Have you already picked the trustee? And this is just formality? Was the director included in that? Because at the last library board meeting, and maybe he didn't mean it as he said it, but he said, we will be picking the trustee. So is he part of the body that picks the trustee? If so, I never got to hire any of my bosses. I've been at several of the board meetings, and this is about the innocence of our children, the stuff that is being shoved down their throats at our libraries. When we have to protect them from the stuff that's on the shelves, and we can't have people come and speak about the Bible, we can't have military people come and read to them, we can't have other people come and read to them. I know Mr. Brown's been there, but we have a drag queen come in? Really? I would certainly hope that we choose and pick somebody that will have the innocence. I'm talking about the innocence of the children. I'm not talking about anybody's LGBTQ, whatever. I don't care. What I care about is what the children are exposed to, and if parents take their children to that, shame on them.
Nichelle Knoll, followed by Val Fianacco.
Okay. Nichelle Hull, please enter my comments for into the public record. I just want to briefly say before I directly address agenda item 10 that in response to Alexis Hill admonishing this body out here, the citizenry present today, that we were misbehaving by employing our First Amendment speech, that is a deliberate suppression of we the people. And I just want you to know, Ms. Alexis, that we who are involved in precinct strategy will certainly inform your precinct of that. Regarding Washoe County Commission, Why is it that this body is not standing up to protect children? Please do not insult our intelligence by telling us that, oh, there's no way that we could push out Jeff Scott. Oh, there is no way that we can replace that board. BS. Everyone in this planet has a boss. And that man, Jeff Scott, we know was pushed out of the Berkeley library system for purging double the amount of books, getting rid of 36 librarians, bringing it down to two to purge that amount of books. 39,000 books were purged, okay? And so now, and lied about it and was dishonest about it. And now he's here. And on Washoe County's library website, there is a link to a PDF document which has another link to a video for preschoolers, which uses the Blue's Clues blue puppy and a cartoon video with the Blue's Clues puppy directed at preschoolers and a narrator that is an African-American drag queen. That is offensive enough as it is. But on the fourth slide, on the fourth float of this Pride Parade video, which is geared to the preschooler, in the parade of floats, the fourth float, the base of the float employs the MAP colors, the minor attracted persons pedophilia colors, which is light blue for baby boys, light pink for baby girls, yellow for any gender, and white. Why, under this commission and Jeff Scott and that useless board at the library, would you link on our government's website a pedophilia colored float? That in and of itself is so disgusting and horrifying that it legitimizes that man's dismissal, immediate dismissal, and that entire board is useless. Completely. And all of you are useless if you don't push out Jeff Scott and clean up that act and start caring about the kids of this county.
Thank you, Valerie Fianaka, for the record.
Bring the microphone down, please.
It's down. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Closer. I echo Mr. Beadle's recommendation of Reva Crump. I think her resume is awesome. I also think Paul White's is awesome. He's a lifelong educator, for those of you that didn't read his resume. I want to go further with this, though, and talk about Katie Simon Holland, who all of you seem to think is wonderful. Katie Simon Holland lied on hers. She said that Washoe County School District is in the top 20% of the nation in school districts. I, for one, follow the school district very closely. I haven't missed a board meeting in 2.5 years until, well, several, because of you all lately. We are not in the top 20%. We haven't been in 15 years. We haven't even longer. We haven't been close. Any place besides the New York Times, which she cites, which is fake news for those of you who don't know that yet, we are in between 45 and 50. We haven't been above that in years. So she's citing fake news, number one. She's a great politician. She's a very good politician. Is that what we want on our library board? No. Not in my estimation. I need to read something from an older lady who had to leave. These are her words, not mine. Obviously, you'll know they're not mine. Appoint a library board member whose top priority is to protect our children. When I was 8 to 10 years old, I liked the boy activities at recess and played little hockey games similar to small football most of the time. The boys actually wanted me on their team because I had faster reflexes. I was never encouraged to think I was a boy, despite not being into makeup and fashion even in my teen years. I had many more male friends than the mean girls that existed in my peer group. Again, I never was encouraged to think I was a boy. This is what is happening in our schools today. Now they are trying to encourage our children to question their sexuality with Drag Queen Story Hour. Why should what was considered adult entertainment be shared with our children at the library? Drag queens have become overtly performing simulated sex acts where they used to just impersonate a female performer. This is not good for our children. If the library needs volunteers to read at Story Hour, sign me up. There are plenty of people who would do that. Protect our children, please.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Bruce Parks.
Nicholas St. John again, for the record. When I think of the number of people that you guys have brought in that have had applications, I think that speaks volumes for the concern with having quality people on this board. A lot of times it's already pre-decided who they wanted on that board, and just taking applications is a kind of going through the motions. I'm hoping that you guys will get past going through the motions and actually look at all the people that have put in applications. You can always rubber stamp somebody, put someone in who, I guess, goes along to get along. What we really need is to start putting people on that will start questioning what Jeff Scott and the others are trying to do and pushing in their agenda. I agree that we need to be protecting our children. Putting someone as a drag queen into story time in front of children is not in the best interest of our children. We will look back in history and say that was a horrible, perverted idea. Now, not that you haven't heard this before, and we can appeal to you guys 1,000 times, and I'm not sure it'll make a difference in the majority of this board. But I appeal to you to put someone on the board who would not be someone that is just rubber stamped and will go along to get along and agree with everything they do. So take a hard, long look at all the people who have applied, and then find out who is not necessarily a contrarian, but someone who will say, I want to bring a balance to this board. That's what it needs. That's what it doesn't have now.
Bruce Parks, followed by Cindy Sassenrath.
Bruce Parks, for the record, I'd like my comments read into the record. The irony of this does not escape me, because on March 28th, we heard the library, or we brought up a library board item to this body, and we're told that this body has no input on the programming for the library. But wait, hold on a minute. You're about to select a library board trustee. How does that not influence the programming that takes place in the library? Now, I'm not a smart man, and I got the scars to prove it. But it would seem reasonable to me that if you have the authority to appoint the library board members, you also have the authority to remove them, especially if they're not acting in the best interest of the majority of the Washoe County residents. And the current library board is not by a far stretch. Now, I could recommend several people off of this list to you, and I'll get to that in a moment. But I can tell you one that I wouldn't select to babysit my dogs. Not only is their integrity extremely questionable, but everything that they touched for Washoe County in the time that they were active in Washoe County, 99% of it turned to garbage. In fact, the same individual I'm talking about right now just created controversy amongst the Washoe County School District just recently in her capacity with EDON. And that's a name that we're going to consider. Now, the library director's integrity being questionable, notwithstanding, his stance on certain things, notwithstanding, his absolute digging in his heels on the drag queen story hour thing, notwithstanding, I appreciate the fact that you folks will not weigh any recommendation he makes to you as to who you should appoint for all of the above stated reasons. I was at that last library board meeting. The majority of the public, we the people that were at that meeting, calling for his resignation. And rightfully so. And if the board itself will not find a replacement for him, they need to be replaced. That was the overriding sentiment. Whether I agree with that or not, because I love what our libraries do. I do have a problem with our library board, and I definitely have a problem with our director. But I would recommend that you consider Paul White and Reva Crum and nobody else.
Cindy Sassenrath? I read hers. Okay. Cliff Nellis, followed by Alan Munson. I sure will. And I will distribute his documents before his time starts.
Okay, on April 19th, 2023, a very large crowd of Washoe residents, which there was a very distinct majority of Hispanic residents or Latinos, who actually spoke. A lot of young ladies actually spoke. I'm very proud of them. And we were calling for Mr. Scott to resign. They do not want the drag queen story hour thing. He's just been stubborn as can be, pushing that thing. This shows that when Mr. Scott was hired back in November of 2015, and they said they vetted him for 3 months. Well, guess what? I got a bunch of articles here. You can't, and I've handed them to you so you can read them in your leisure at some other time. But yeah, he just lied up here. He didn't quit. He was fired. He was fired. Why? And this was not by a bunch of conservatives over there in Berkeley. They were a bunch of Berkeley, yeah. MoveOn.org got behind this and got 1,000 signatures. Guess who MoveOn.org supported? Bill Clinton, right? Okay. So I got all the articles for you guys here that prove he lied. And when he was fired was August of 2015. That's 2 months later. He was hired after a 3-month vetting process. This guy that spoke, I'm sad for his wife's passing, Mr. Al Stoas, he spoke. And if you watch the recording, and you can see all these wonderful people that were speaking of the last library board meeting, that they were, he said, well, I was one of the ones that picked Mr. Scott. And I looked up on him, and he's a Sierra Clubber type guy, which means he's an atheist secularist, which means he doesn't hold to the values of traditional Americanism. So here's Mr. It says he resigns here, but if you read further in these articles, you'll see that the people are outraged. And what he did was he fired 36 librarians and replaced them with 6 people that he could purge his books with, 2 librarians and 4 people from nowhere. And it was 360 shopping carts full of books, and he lied about them being turned to the Friends of the Library. They were actually put in the recycle bin and what's called pulped. So there's a weeding. The weeding means he pulled them out of the shelves, which he had these 6 people working on, and then the pulping so that they could never, ever be used again for anywhere else. And this is a SEIU guy, not a liberal, not a conservative organization that was getting rid of this guy.
Alan Munson, followed by Val White.
My name is Alan Munson. I'm a resident of Sparks in District 4. And I also would, I have some deep concerns, but I understand that you'd be choosing, obviously, a board member, and that this is a deep concern to me, and I understand, I've learned about Paul White. He's had over 30 years experience as an educator, and he's very concerned with young people, and that's been his life mission. I hope you consider him or Reba Crump. My personal concern that brings me here to talk about this is that I've attended in the last 4 or 5 months the library board meetings and have been ignored. And my concern there is the drag queen show for young, and it's affecting young children. And you know, we've spent most of the afternoon and day concerned with victims, with people on drugs who need help ultimately. And now we're trying to you know, we're starting off with young children and allowing them to see, you know, a sexual kind of thing. You know, it's in my deep heart, no young person should be introduced to hetero or homosexuality at that age, because don't we know that what happens is that when they grow up and they have distorted you know, information, they're going to do things that aren't going to be good for them or helpful. And I just pray that you hear what we're all saying. And I've read about Jeff Scott. He's ignored me. When I speak, he goes, the board doesn't hear. I was at a number of meetings where over 40, 50 citizens have said, end the drag queen program. And we can't even get a board member to put that on the agenda. And so it is, I have prayed about this. This is important, that you choose a person who will hear and who will have sense. Thank you.
Val White, followed by Keith Lockhart.
I'm curious how the finalists were chosen. There's been zero transparency on who has been involved in the process. Were you, commissioners, able to review the entire list and help refine it? Or was it a unilateral decision from the top-down library director? I want to address comments made about Katie Simon Holland. She was on the school board for several years, a school district that has been 50 out of 50 in academic achievement for quite some time, including her tenure on the board. Her accomplishments while at the school district include bringing in the SHARE curriculum, the perverted sex education propaganda that they pass as education. A previous speaker mentioned her support of inclusion, although the speaker couched her words. She didn't want to use the DEI term. Katie Simon Holland has lied. I pulled on the research that she cites proving that we are not at the bottom of the list nationwide. The research was completed by a person named Sean Reardon, who is at Stanford. I don't know if he still is. And it was about student achievement. But what Holland fails to mention is that research focused on race and achievement. So he went to several districts across the country, 45 million people, I think he mentioned, students, and he looked at how their race has impacted achievement and which districts catered to race to improve achievement. His determination that Nevada was not at the bottom of the list was based on that Washoe County has been very friendly to every racial excuse that could be given for poor achievement. And if I were a person, an African-American parent, I would be so outraged that they are telling me my child cannot succeed without dropping standards to the absolute floor. Regarding drag queens, I call BS on that as well. They claim that it's about teaching DEI, inclusivity and acceptance. Well, I guess that could be true if you're trying to teach them to accept sexual deviancy, demonstrated by men with mental illnesses dressing up as women, disrespecting them, and teaching children to accept that kind of behavior and watch it. Any parent or individual who supports drag queens in the school to libraries to 3 and 4-year-olds, I would question your sexual deviancy as well. Do you get off in watching that?
Keith Lockard, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Good afternoon, Chair Hill, members of the Commission, Manager Brown, and welcome to the Commission, Commissioner Andreola. My name is Keith Lockard. I reside in the South Valleys area, and I'm speaking in support of Katie Simon Holland. I think the county is fortunate in having so many well-qualified applicants from the 22 people who did submit applications. I've read all 22 applications, the resumes and letters of recommendation, and certainly I think Katie Simon Holland is that exceptional applicant who has the outstanding record of service to Washoe County, a deep understanding of community needs, and demonstrated leadership of local nonprofit community organization. Here are just a half dozen highlights. 15 years as the Washoe County manager, 4 years on the Washoe County School Board, board president of Washoe K-12 Education Foundation, senior strategic advisor to the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada, EDAWN, PBS board member, and TMCC Foundation board member. And her application and resume include more detail regarding her community service. Many of you know that I had a distinct honor in serving for a decade on the Library Board of Trustees, and during that time, we made great progress in providing a diversity of library services. We won voter approval of 2 ballot measures for library funding and implemented a master plan of branch library improvements and additions, including the Northwest Branch, the North Valleys Branch, and the South Valleys Library. So I'm pleased also to see that in your packet, you have a letter from Nancy Cummings-Schmidt, our retired library system director, with whom I worked for several years, also in support of Katie Simon Holland. In closing, I tell you, these are my comments. I wrote them just this morning, and I didn't know there were these other people who would be speaking either for or against Katie or any other particular person. And I'm obviously not representing any other person or group, but that I'm a person who cares about good government, a library system that provides a diversity of services and resources for educating, informing, and enriching the lives of our Washoe County citizens. I first met Katie in about 1985 when I was at a Washoe County Advisory Board and was impressed with her at that time, and she's had a remarkable career here in Washoe County. Thank you.
Tracy Hilton Thomas, followed by Penny Brock.
You certainly have an impressive lineup for this position. On the chance that you haven't already made a backroom deal or are just going to blindly accept the manager's candidate, I would like to highly recommend either Reva Kump or Paul White for the appointment to the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees. They both have a proven working experience with children that our community is desperately in need of. Someone on this board needs to be an advocate for the young patrons. I have had the privilege of working with Katie Simon, as well as Al Rogers. Rogers also contributed great amount of progress for this county, but I think his skill sets and talents would be better reserved for the manager position that may soon become available. I have had the opportunity to work with Katie, and I guess the one good thing I can say she did was she cut budgets 10% across every department in this county. That's the kind of fiscal financial prudence we need in this county. We need to quit spending and wasting our taxpayer money. Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Sandy Tibbet.
Penny Brock, Reno, Nevada. On this issue, I'm very concerned about what is happening in our library system with our children. America was founded and depended on an American Judeo-Christian value system. It has been said that if we lose our Judeo-Christian value system, America will cease to exist as a constitutional republic. What is happening in our library system with the transgender story hour for our kids is not the Judeo-Christian value system. In fact, the Bible speaks much about homosexuality. God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah because of homosexuality. It is a sin. It exists today. We have to decide which value system are we going to have our county be, a biblical Judeo-Christian community or a perverted community. I support either Reva Crump or Bruce Parks to be appointed to this library board position. I would ask you to consider replacing the current director, Jeff Stone. He is not who we want or who we need to build a Judeo-Christian based library system that will contribute to our community. Thank you.
Sandy Tibbet, followed by Andrew Flagg.
All right, Sandy Tibbet for the record. First, I want to take a moment and express my appreciation to Vice Chair Herman and Commissioner Clark for unilaterally standing up for the rights of we the people and being our voices. Thank you for your transparency, staying true to your word, honoring your our Constitution, and upholding your oath. You both are respected and loved dearly, and I mean no disrespect to you. For what it's worth, which isn't much, as evidenced by the recent actions of this board and seeing how this board operates, it's crystal clear that certain board members have colluded with our library board director and cherry-picked the candidate they want to fill the open seat on the library board. And this is why at least 3 applicants, did not receive proper notice on this agenda item until late yesterday. And this seems to be a popular MO from this board. As per RGJ, Burning Man project and the Gerlach residents did not receive proper notice regarding the ORMAT project. And today, Commissioner Clark shed light on the fact that him and Vice Chair Herman are not provided proper notice by this board, and they are the commissioners. I would like to see that this get tabled for the moment, and the people that were not properly notified get the notification so they can be here and get their 3 minutes. These are actions of criminals trying to cover up their corruption, as evidenced on the overhead. Melody Brown, DUI. We demand an investigation into Eric Brown, Alexis Hill, and Mary Luz Garcia for ethics violations. And also, I would like to point out, hopefully you can see this up there, this is a tweet from our library board director, a retweet from Sesame Street. And you know what it says? R is for rainbow. Rainbow flags that have been waving in our honor of the LGBTQIA plus community since 1978. These symbols continue to evolve and take new forms, like the 2018 Progress Pride flag by Daniel Quasar. Together, let's learn what each of these colors represent. Who does that? Groomers do that. Groomers. He needs to be fired. He can't be trusted. He's destroying books and lies about it.
Andrew Flagg, followed by Tara Tran.
Oh, hold on, let me get my overhead. I got to turn this in for evidence.
Andrew Flagg. Tara Tran. Oh, is this Andrew? Andrew, I'll call you up next.
Hello. Hi, I'm Tara Tran, and I want to speak a moment to the people in the room. I do not believe it to be so, but I would like to say for a second that they do have the best interests of children at heart. Understand that the existence of drag queens in public spaces is not what plagues the children that you say that you are trying to save. Many trans youth are going to be attacked due to this mobilization of vitriol and hate. Excuse me, they're interrupting me. Trans people are 4 times more likely to be murdered than people who are cisgendered.
The lady has the floor.
Look it up, Google it. Jesus, I'm not your mom. Trans women have, the murder of trans women has doubled in the last 4 years. Legislation concerning the control and demonization of transgendered people has increased exponentially in the last years. And this...
Please let the public commenter continue to speak.
And you know what? If you look at the...
Please continue.
This does concern Drag Queen Story Hour because you guys have brought it up this whole time. Clearly, this is something that you guys consider to be dangerous, sexual, vile. If dressing up in flamboyant costumes, wearing makeup and big dresses was vile and flamboyant, then someone should go after Disneyland.
Please let the public commenter continue.
The Judeo-Christian values that so many people claim need to dictate our country, the white conservative Judeo-Christian values that you align to be with the righteous Americanism is dying. The youth is more in support of diverse identities. They're finding happiness in embracing these identities, and that is with or without you. But if you make their lives harder, that is going to harm them. That is going to cause the death and the hate crimes. Like, the youth is the people you say you're trying to protect. You guys are the ones going after young people. Young people are trans people. Like, there are old trans people too, but how can you say that you care about young people when you're going after...
Andrew Flagg, followed by Al Rogers. Andrew Flagg, followed by Al Rogers.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name's Andrew Flagg. I'm from Reno, Nevada, and there's 3 things I want to cover. I am actually an applicant up there, and listening to all this is amazing in itself. Let me tell you about 3 things about me. why I want this. One, my background. Two, my history in libraries. And number three, I think the most important is what can we do about the challenges we're faced with today? Number one, my background. I'm a farm boy from Oregon. I went in the military for 12 years and got out. All my life, I've been in libraries volunteering from elementary to junior high to high school. After I left the military, I went to Microsoft and retired 27 years ago. I was actually in Bill Gates' library. I enjoyed that. After Microsoft, back in 1997, I landed in Winnemucca, and I had an idea about the old timers. It's called Talk Till You're Tired. And today we have what's called autobiographies on voice and other things that are really good that are in the library. Now, the library was safe for me when I was a kid, and it's also safe for me as an adult. So I think a library is not just for kids, it's for everyone. The other thing I want to talk about is why do I want to be selected today? Number one, I'm a professional. Number two, I'm pragmatic, and I'm open to listening, but I'm also open to being concerned about things of sensitive nature. So when it comes down to following your judgments, my background has been on various boards and commissions in Nevada. I was the commissioner on the Regional Planning Commission in Humboldt County, as well as chair for a couple of years. I've been on the Washington Story Conservation Board. I've been on the City of Reno Financial Advisory Board and helped with the fire department. I'm well-versed in politics, but also on the professional decision-making process, both strategically and tactically. The other side of this position is I volunteered with the Washoe County Library System a number of years at the Reno downtown Maine. And every Sunday, that was sort of my church. And so I have a lot of experience in that. I am a friend of the library for Washoe as well as UNR. And in my little bit of time that I want to share with you, I would hope that you consider the online website thing didn't work too well, and I'm a web developer, so you didn't get everything about me. But I would like you to consider that you nominate me or at least discuss more or maybe table the item if you need more information from some of the other great applicants. Thank you.
Al Rogers, followed by Darla Lee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Manager, Mr. DA, and of course, Madam Clerk. For the record, Al Rogers, current resident of the City of Reno, of Washoe County, and happily a District 1 member. Thank God for redistricting. I'm here today as an applicant for the Washoe County Library Board, or should I say Board of Trustees. I've been conflicted sitting here today because having been in this chambers many, many times, obviously now in a different position, in a different role outside of Washoe County, I'm going to try to get through this, but I appreciate your patience. Thank you for the opportunity today. Thank you for the time. And thank you for the continued process for boards and commissions that you hold, and most do in this state and area. Citizen boards and commissions are vitally important to me. I started back in the late 1980s with district councils and have worked with a variety of boards and commissions throughout my career and my time here in Washoe County of 43 years. Recently, I have found opportunities in my retired life in the last 6 years, such as the Washoe County Regional Animal Services Board to sit on, and I found that very enlightening, very appreciative and very rewarding to be part of. Thanks to Director Shull and the great employees of Washoe County, not only Regional Services, but Washoe County as a whole. I did submit my application, and I did submit my resume and the application, which I think the previous gentleman pointed out. I agree, it does need some work, and I'm sure that will be addressed. Quickly, my background, I came here 43 years ago, started across the street at the university, taught in education and coached right across the street at Bishop Manogue High School, and then embarked on my career within public service, starting at the city of Reno and Washoe County. I'm proud of that service. Mainly, I'm proud of the early influences, if you will, in my life, and the early experiences I had in my life that led me to team building, especially in school with Manogue, and carried on through.
Mr. Rogers, I'm so sorry we can't make an exception, but thank you so much for coming down.
Darla Lee, followed by Gianna Jax.
Darla Lee for the record. Yes, I am concerned about this nomination process, mainly because I know it's apparently up to you folks to pick this new replacement, but I think it would have been very educational for all of us to have had the experience of talking or hearing all of, not just two, but all of these candidates. In regards to those who were putting forth Katie Simon Holland, I also have some experience with her in attending school board meetings. And I'm sorry, I do not agree with the people that recommended her as being a balanced person. I think she was definitely on one side of the spectrum, and that's how her vote was always cast. I do believe that Reva Crump and Paul D. White have excellent recommendations in the sense that, once again, we would really like to see some balance to this board. And right now, it is very obviously on one side. And the director, I would also call for his resignation. So I think it would behoove us right now, especially since some people apparently weren't given very much notice on this. I think it would behoove all of you to table this and reconsider this list of applicants so that they can all come forward and speak for themselves and perhaps have a much better idea of where they stand and what balance they could bring to the board, which is certainly needful. Thank you.
Gianna Jax, followed by Tom Green.
Hello. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Gianna Jax. I'm one of the applicants right there on the screen. I wish my name was Reva or Paul, but I am happy to be here today. I just have a few words I wanted to mention on my behalf. So good afternoon, Washoe County Board of Commissioners. I applied to be on the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees back in October of '22. I received notice, I got my email, so I'm happy to be considered for this position, and if I was you, I would vote for me. I have very little time to prepare, and I know you have 21 other applicants, some with beautiful letters and resumes. However, I had no problem with my application online, and I am here to conclude my application with my in-person comment. I'll be brief very brief. I brought my letter of recommendation in person. That's my husband. He's in the back. I could not get my resume together fast enough. We just completed tax season, so we do a lot of taxes. So I'm happy to be here today. You've already got a little bit of information on me from my online application, so I'll spare you the details on how awesome I am. A few things about the position which I thought was interesting. It reads specifically that trustees just need to be a resident of Washoe County and cannot be elected officials. Trustees should also be aware of the library's role in the community as a center of information, culture, recreation, and lifelong learning. They must be willing to devote necessary time in order to perform these duties. With some website research, you can easily learn that the board meets the third Wednesday of each month at 4, and I'm available and I can make that every month. I read a lot about the board, the library board, and all the great things the library has to offer. I think it's important that the library board also does appoint the library director and works to evaluate the performance, helps up library goals, objectives, approve policies, and also great other things that make the library overall effectiveness and be an advocate for a library in the community. And I think I can help with that. So, like I said, I highly recommend that you vote for me for this position. It's only partial term, as you already know, so I could work for you for about 13 months, and you can see if you like me. I love the library. I have 3 small kids with my husband, Ken, and you know, I think the library should just be a real great community center for learning, and I think I could help on the board with that. So I guess there's no time for questions. Thanks. Vote for Gianna.
Tom Green, followed by Renee Resentes.
That's going to be hard to follow. I got to tell you, though, the fact that Al Rogers, he was a fixture on this board. He was Slaughter's right-hand man for years. The fact that he had to come for public comment in order to be considered for this position is shocking. How does that work? I'll tell you how it works. Let me read you something. This is an email from the beloved Dr. Katie Simon Hall to Charlene Bybee at the Sparks City Council. Okay, this is how this works. This is why these people over here from the library board, who are, I'm assuming, are on duty, so I'm hoping they took vacation leave for this little jaunt, are here to pitch her because that's what they were told to do. So here it is. We at EDAWN are very worried about the knuckleheads that are running in each school board race funded by that Beetle fellow. If any one of them gets elected, they will constitute the second vote needed to get an unlimited array of nonsense agenda items on the school board's agenda, dragging down the efficient and necessary work of the board. Because of EDAWN's legal status, we can't openly advocate for any candidate as an organization, but individuals such as board members can, who are not speaking for EDAWN. Does that sound like corruption to you? Because it certainly does to me. And I'm not trying to pick on any sitting commissioner, but one commissioner sits on the EDAWN board. Is that correct? And then there's a second commissioner who backs that person up. Why are they even being allowed to consider voting on Miss Simon Hall? Because she is on EDAWN. The county funds EDAWN. And this kind of nonsense is exactly what happens in government. I know. I was there for 26 and a half years. I sat at the table in agenda reviews. I know how this stuff works. I don't hate Washoe County. I love Washoe County. But pick somebody else. Pick Ann Silver. Pick that lady right there. I mean, you're talking about exuberance and enthusiasm. She's ready to go. Let her work on her resume. Why are we fluffing this lady's resume that's apparently as long as my leg? I don't get it. Anyway, anybody but her.
Renee Resentis, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Renee Resentis for the permanent record. This is the first time that I am aware that there is a committee or a board without a token conservative. Normally, there's a token conservative on these boards, and they don't have one. I thought that was interesting. They were really selfish. I really don't care about titles. I don't care about helping someone else expand their importance or whatever. I don't care. I care about those that are willing to look after our families. And I say families because it's not just about little kids. It's about teenagers too. And I don't think there's anyone on the board right now that cares about our families. They care about the agendas. They care about what is the trend. I was watching a video where Bruce Jenner was speaking about his transition, it was very out there. Everybody knew what was happening at every stage, and he's really sorry for that. If you can find the video, watch it. It's very interesting. He didn't mean for it to turn into this. He didn't mean for it to turn into something where they created something to groom children. He's not for this. He's not for the story hour. And this is a man who transitioned. So just because they transitioned doesn't mean that they're for this. So you guys should enlighten yourselves about what's happening with all of this, because there are young people who went through the surgeries and had the injections and the hormone injections to change themselves, and they are so sorry. So very sorry. Not everyone is like, oh, I'm so happy I did this. The rainbow was something that God gave us. It doesn't belong to them. God gave it to us to seal a promise of not taking out the population with a flood ever again. And he sealed it with a rainbow. He gave us that beautiful rainbow for that. And Satan always takes something that God has for us and perverts it. And that's what these people have done with the rainbow. So I am for Reva, I'm for Paul, and I really like this lady that was just up here. I like her too. Thanks.
Catherine Snedeker. Catherine Snedeker.
For the record, I'm Catherine Snedeker, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised, natural American woman. You guys, you don't care about the kids. I don't want to see Katie in there because clearly she can't hold a steady job. Even her own company isn't making enough money. She's got to find another board to sit on. She's a board grifter. Oh, I'll be manager of the county commission there. Oh, now I can get on the school board. Now I can get on the library board. Let's see, I think I can get on the health department board, all paying in positions. She didn't do well in high school. I went to high school with her. She didn't do well. She was a year behind me. The only thing she did well was being a song girl, and that was commented on many times by Dave Humke and other commissioners that had sat up here over the years. She didn't know anything about the law. She didn't know anything about rules. She's on too much stuff corrupting this county. And it started here in this commission. And every place she goes, she causes hate and discontent, sort of like this commission. You people have a fiduciary responsibility to the people who elected you, not some drag queen. Oh, which, by the way, in case you weren't aware, child endangerment laws have not been repealed. Did you know that? Did you know that? All this grooming with the kids. Oh, they can give consent at 11 years old. Great. Can they sign a contract? Can they smoke a cigarette? Can they buy a gun? Can they drink alcohol? But they can decide if they want to be a girl now or not. When I was in elementary school, I wanted to be a boy. And I wanted to be a boy because they got to wear pants to school. That's why I wanted to be a boy. I had to wear a dress. I wanted to wear pants. You can't. Boys wear pants. I want to be a boy then. Does that make sense to you? I should go change my gender to, or my biological being to something I'm not so I can wear pants? Ooh, cool. You people are out of your freaking minds to entertain this crap. And I want Gianna Jax. She's got energy. She would appeal to the kids and the...
Madam Chair, there's nobody else signed in, but I will place emails that were submitted on the record.
Okay. I now look to the County Commission, Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, I have a question for either the county manager or whoever's appropriate. In terms of the comments regarding notice, can we confirm that proper notice was given or not? Because I think that's a really important point to get clarified and on the record. Thank you.
Yes, we have Alex Wilson here who can answer that for you, Commissioner.
Your turn.
Hi there, Alexandra Wilson for the record. Yes, so the applicants were notified yesterday. We do not have currently a guideline for noticing, although that's still something we're working on in our guidelines with the subcommittee. But we do require that we notice them to let them know if they can listen in, participate, or provide any comments during public comment.
Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up question,
Yes.
please? Thank you for that.
Of course.
How were they notified? How were the 21 applicants notified?
Via email.
Was there yesterday?
Yes, yesterday.
Approximately what time? Approximately.
5? Okay, around 5.
Around 5 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
So the notice indicated that they were eligible to be a candidate for consideration for the appointment that was going to be on the agenda today.
Correct.
And they had an option to either call or just come in or comment?
Yeah, so individuals are encouraged to either come in person if they would like to provide public comment. More often than not, when we do provide these notices to individuals, we'll have them listen in via YouTube since you can't participate via streaming services. So it's more of to keep them informed to see who was selected if we have multiple individuals, and less, I guess, as an interview process. When the emails were sent out to commissioners originally, it encouraged them to look at all the applicants that were there, and if they needed to set up interviews or to look at the different individuals for appointment, to reach out to staff to conduct those interviews either via phone or in person.
May I have another follow-up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. In terms of your reference to policy or procedure in terms of proper notification, you referenced that was being worked on.
Yes.
Who's working on that?
So we have a subcommittee, it's called the Boards and Committees Subcommittee, that's through commission support as part of our strategic plan, and includes individuals from the libraries, from technology services, from the clerk's office, our office, and a couple others that have slipped my mind, but it's a coalition of all of those different individuals that deal with boards and committees.
Is there an approximate ETA for that completion?
So we hope to have the guidelines at the end of May, beginning of June. We do have a few more appointments that are coming up that are closing at the beginning of May. So we can obviously start to have those discussions, but we really wanted to get training for our staff and to make sure that our boards included all the information before we kind of went live with it and with our procedures that we wanted to use countywide.
Just a comment as a follow-up. Thanks for, looking at that procedure, but really that's not a lot of time. And the reality is that my comment is that for this to occur with other boards and commissions, that you have the procedure in place and that is clearly transparent. That's not a lot of time. Clearly, we have a fan club of one of the applicants who took the time to come here today, and many of the others who took the time, but it doesn't seem that everybody had an equal opportunity. It's a comment to actually present themselves for consideration in person with the proper notice. That's less than, if you count sleep, that's not a lot of time. So it's just a recommendation for strong consideration for that procedure to be put in place with proper time. In a perfect world, just throwing out an idea that once the agenda is publicized, if you will, or noticed, that those applicants would be noticed at the same time at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely.
In terms of preparing for an opportunity to come if they so desired, not as a mandate, but as an option and a professional courtesy. So thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to say this is pretty difficult considering hearing some of the notice. So I really am not comfortable moving forward myself with, and that is no disrespect for the popular candidates that seem, and great job to everybody, for even considering. And I think it speaks to having all of these applicants who are interested. It's wonderful to get involved and really care about our community and making a difference. But, I just am not comfortable moving forward with this item for me personally. Thank you.
Do I have any other commissioners signed in? Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to acknowledge Keith Lockhart is here. He's been instrumental in working with the library system for years. I ran against him in the last election, and it's good to see him here speaking up for the library. I wanted to talk to about the whole process here. Ms. Jacks made a nice presentation, and she did a good job with that. But I liked her presentation. But everybody else on the list is at a disadvantage. At the assessor's office, we had over 450 interviews when I was there, and we conducted those all equally, so no one could come back and say I was at a disadvantage. So, I'm all about inclusivity and everybody getting treated fairly, and with that in mind, it didn't happen because they didn't get a chance to speak. And in defense of Ms. Wilson, I've got nothing but compliments for her putting together a matrix with all of the boards and how things function. Nothing but compliments. And if she didn't have guidance from this body on when the notices were sent out to these people, it's certainly not her fault. And but the folks that are on the list should have had a chance to come in and present themselves. And I've said this before. I've said it on a lot of boards. This particular board has 23 applicants, but sometimes there's only 1 or 2 people. We should have them in and have them make a presentation, give them 3, 4, 5 minutes and tell us why they're the candidate. And it's an interview. And how do you conduct an interview unless you have an applicant that allows you to interview them? So how do you have how can we get this done in a transparent way that's treating everyone equally? Everybody gets a fair shot at this, and then we can make an intelligent decision. I'm looking at 23 names on the page. I know some of them I don't. What am I just supposed to pick a name? I want a personality. I want somebody to tell me something. I want to hear what their thought processes are. So again, to Ms. Jacks, is it? Gave a nice presentation, but maybe somebody else might have given a nicer one. I don't know. Right now, I'd probably vote for her, but she's the only one I really got a chance to see and feel that I kind of understood where she was coming from. We need to give that opportunity to everybody on this list. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I'm able to add to that, if
Yes.
possible. So we would like to still consider doing those phone type of interviews or meetings that we can set up individually. I do absolutely understand the need for noticing and to be able to give all the applicants the opportunity to attend. With this board in specific, this was originally open in October, January, and again in March. So it's been pushed back quite a few times. I'm not saying it's, not good to continue to push it back. What I'm saying is that a lot of the applicants that were originally on there did apply back in October. So it's been kind of a long process for them. Again, I absolutely understand the remarks from the board, and we'll make sure to put that in our guidelines.
Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really agree with you two commissioners at the other end of this long table, but I feel that, is there a possibility we could replay this like at our next meeting and give them a chance to come, the rest of them?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
You're free to continue this item if that's the will of the board.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
I'm hearing a lot of that from the board. Commissioner Clark.
So if we have this number of applicants, and I'm going to ask Mr. Edwards, could we have a special meeting with just an interview where we notice it, and that's what we're having. We just have the people in here, and we don't have other issues that we need to focus on. We can concentrate on the business at hand, as picking what we think is the best candidate.
So the quick answer is yes. You can have a special meeting. That's, I think, a decision that you would want to take up with the chair, and that conversation I don't think would happen today. What you could do today is vote to continue the item, and then go from there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Andriola.
I also want to add how much we appreciate all of your hard work, knowing that the applicants have originally been put in October, and then hearing this situation is not to take away from all of the efforts of you and the applicants as well. That's, difficult in terms of waiting. So I just wanted to make sure that, you were acknowledged and the staff acknowledged for putting all of this together. And as Commissioner Clark pointed out, the matrix that you put together was really, really helpful. I read every single application, and I can tell you it's really great to have this many applicants interested in serving, and thank you again for your hard work. But I am going to support, if the chair is ready, for a motion for this item to be continued, with consideration given to having a separate meeting for the applicants to give the time that they so choose to come. They don't have to come. I don't think it's a mandate to come, but I think it would be a great invitation for them.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. That's a motion.
Second that.
And a second by Vice Chair Herman. Any question on the comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. And that motion carries 4-1. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, we are now moving to item 12.
Item 12 is a recommendation to approve a contract with the Elections Group for an operational review of the 2022 election process and staffing, and make recommendations to the county manager to improve the operational effectiveness and accuracy of the Washoe County election process, effective upon execution through December 31st, 2023. Extensions may be allowable under certain circumstances. And number 2, if approved, approve the use of general fund contingency in the amount of $100,000 needed to support Phase 1 of the Elections Group contract in accordance with Nevada Revised Statutes 354.598005, and if approved, direct the comptroller to make the necessary budget appropriation transfers and to authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the agreement. The total fiscal impact of $600,000 fiscal years 2023 of approximately $100,000 for Phase 1 and up to $500,000 in fiscal year 2024 for Phase 2.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I know that this board has had extensive conversation on this item. Is there any, we have, I think, 23 folks signed in for public comment, so hoping to move to that. But is there any commissioners that want to make a comment before we do that? I'm not seeing any. Oh, Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I've hit the button that request to speak. Okay, very well. Yes, this has come up time and time and time again. It just doesn't seem to want to go away. We voted against it. It's back on, got amended, changed around. You know, I've got an email here. I've got hundreds of emails about this, but this one in particular, I want to read. It's only a couple of sentences. It says, "Hi, Commissioner Clark. You were absolutely correct to object to the contract with the Elections Group. They are left-wing, progressive, partisan consulting company. Their goal is to influence election processes, not fix them. You're wasting $600,000. They have a very close relationship with the Center for Tech and Civic Life and are partners in the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence." This is from Ned Jones, Deputy Director, Election Integrity Network, Virginia Institute for Public Safety. This is a person from Virginia. Virginia is a state that terminated their contract with this particular company. Happens to be Manager Brown's home state is Virginia. You know, if they aren't good enough for the people of Virginia, why should they be good enough for the Washoe County? As I said earlier today, the front page of National Geographic says there's 8 billion people with a B on this planet. And of the 8 billion people, Manager Brown, 1 in 8 billion, picked this company. He claims he had a subcommittee to help him, but both of the folks on the committee were his employees. Most people don't argue with their boss. Most people don't argue with their boss when they just got a pay raise, when their boss. You know, this jumping the line and rewarding people with pay and then you scratch my back and I'll scratch your back. I don't want out-of-towners showing up and getting paid to work on something that we can fix ourselves.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
I'm not finished. That being said, this isn't about getting anything fixed. What this is, and I've been watching the bureaucrats for about 65 years now, and what this is about is they know the registrar of voters has got problems, so they want to hire this company. And then later on, when it doesn't get fixed, this is an insurance policy for Manager Brown. He can blame them for not doing it. I didn't have a thing to do with it. We hired them to fix it. It didn't get fixed. He can deflect any criticism in the future. So I recommend we do not endorse this group. We don't co-sign for them. We don't vouch for them. And we don't put them to work here just because Manager Brown unilaterally decided to bring this folks in. Out of 8 billion people on the planet, we can do better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Are there any other commissioners who have comments? I'm not seeing any. So, Madam Clerk, if we can start public comment, and Vice Chair Herman. Oh, did you want to say something? Oh, go to public comment? Okay. And Vice Chair Herman, if you can take over, I'm going to be right back, okay? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I think we'll start roll call again in here. Up first, we have Robert Beatles.
followed by Roger Edwards.
Oh, this is soft.
Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Please put all my comments into the permanent record. So here we are again. We know that it was this agenda item 12 was brought in illegally twice, where Eric Brown violated section 5.5, 6.8, 7.2 of the Washoe County Zone Regulations. We know that Vice Commissioner Herman, as well as Commissioner Clark, voted against this. But somehow, here we are again, facing a vote on the elections group. This is something that we absolutely can do ourselves. What you're telling the county is, you're basically saying, hey, look, we're not going to hire from within our own county. We're going to just outsource this to some random people that are extremely controversial from another state, right? So one of the big problems we have outside of the elections group is just our register of voters. We know that we've gone through bad register of voters after bad register of voters, and every single time, it's just gotten worse. It's not getting better. And good people that apply for these jobs, they're not getting them. For whatever reason, it seems like the people in power, when somebody that is super qualified for a position within this county, they get somehow dismissed. They say that they're not qualified. But yet there is never anything goes on the record that shows them how they are underqualified when you look at somebody like Jamie Rodriguez, who has absolutely no credentials whatsoever to be running a county this size as a register of voters. And then when you look at all the alleged HR complaints against her personally, the overturn of everybody that's been in that office, it's ridiculous. Nobody wants to work with her, from what I'm being told. And obviously there's no transparency of any magnitude whatsoever into the current process. And so with this group that you intend to bring in, Mr. Brown and Hill, these people are just, bathing in controversy. They've been removed from places. If you look at who they're affiliated with, they're literally affiliated with extremely controversial, whether you want to call it, your Soros groups, if you want to talk about, your Rockefellers. There's so many different things that these people are in bed with, and none of it has ever been put into a good light. I have no idea why we would want to bring these people into our bedrooms. I believe the quote by the Gateway Pundit is best, where it says, if Morrell, and Jennifer Morrell is one of the founders of the election group, if Morrell is there, watch your ballots. Why in the hell would we even consider anybody like this working in our elections behind closed doors when we know in our last election, I have them on video, where they admit breaking the law, counting all of our ballots in secrecy against the NRSs. So now you're going to bring in somebody that Gateway Pundit says, watch your ballots around. So again, we need competence. We don't need corruption. And I renew my objection that I don't think that Garcia or Hill should have any votes on any of these things going forward.
Let's see, I called Roger Edwards, but it looks like he's left the room. Pam Dar. Pam Dar, followed by Renee Resentis.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here, the commission. I'm new at this, or rusty. I've done it a long time ago. I'm a morning person. I'm usually working out early in the morning. I'm at Pure Barre. Come join me at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. So I'm usually getting ready, dinner, going to bed. So I'm trying to get awake here. But I did look into this election group. I did take the time. At a glance, this election group looks very partisan. And I can dig deeper if you wish. I have seen the story about them getting fired from the state of Virginia. My brother lives there now, so I kind of talked to him too. And looking back, I looked back at previous meetings, and I'm trying to educate. I feel like I'm coming in late on this whole thing, but I'm trying to catch up. When the pencils were up, the first suggestion they gave was spending over $300,000. I'm like, what about fixing some of the problems? I mean, we're going to throw more money at it. One suggestion was, when the ballots went out incorrectly, have the candidates check their ballots. They, in 5 minutes, will find a mistake. So it would go out once, like 5 days before they go to print, have them give and believe me, I asked my brother, he'd make sure his name was spelled correctly, and it was on there, and it was in the right spot. So that would save a lot of money and time. I like that idea. not, oh, let's spend $300,000 for more people. Throw more money at it. Maybe we should have a workshop and talk about these issues that happened and fix them. That's just my idea. It's a lot of money. It's my money. And also, let's see, is this election group going to treat us, Nevadans, as how we were treated in regards to, and I hate to say this agenda. I think we were kind of not treated nice with this public comment bouncing around. I'm new. I don't know the politics of all this, but I think people were really upset having it moved to the back. I could have come here at, well, I don't know, around 11 and gone home and did some gardening and stuff getting ready for spring. So is this group going to not listen to the concerns of the people about what happened to the agenda? I don't want to attack people. I'm a nice person. That's why I enjoy knocking on doors and talking to people. But spending all this money and people not knowing who these people are, and they're coming from other states and they're hearing they may have other agendas. They don't have respect for us Nevadans. I've been here since '87. I love this town. I know it's changing, but there's a lot of people that have been here a long time. There's a lot of people coming here that love this town. And I want to go to the doors and say, we have great people representing us and listening to us. And people have a right to be upset.
Next is Renee Resentis, followed by David Chamberlain. Is this to pass out? Thank you.
Hello again, Renee Resentis. Please put my comments in the permanent record. Okay, I'm just tired. Okay, I just handed you something that I put together with Volunteer Nevada, Helen Gifford, and it's out of Clark County because they're facing the same things and they are fighting the same battle. And so there's a group of people who are investigating things down there too, which is helping. So there's some questions on here, and basically they're probably some of the same questions that we've asked you before. And I don't think that well, I know we don't need this. We do not need this. We need to keep our money local. We need to use local people. And we need to use people that were in the elections, that were performing in the ROV, in the processing center, workers, observers. We need Republicans, Democrats, Independents. We need a panel of people who will bring our experiences to all of you, and we need to work together. And I look forward to that day when we might be able to do something like that. It just seems like, the Secretary of State, the commissioners, most of them are not interested, and that's really too bad. I think that it would be really helpful to include us. So, thank you.
David Chamberlain, followed by Donald Fossum. I don't see David Chamberlain. Donald Fossum?
Excuse my sunglasses. I have two beautiful eyes, but one's out for service. For real. I'm going to believe that you're all going to do the right thing for two reasons. Could I have the overhead, please? Is it on? One of the reasons is I believe in miracles. The other one is, and this is for my fan who loves my crayon, they said it doesn't show up on the overhead. This is for the record, please. The other one is that I think you're going to do okay is I bought my 19th century PowerPoint along. All right, so this is going to be a quiz today. What day is it? It's resume day. We've been hearing about it all day. Well, I want to fill you in a little bit about our resume. Us people are involved with election integrity 24/7, 365 for year after year after year, day after day. We know what the hell's going on around here. And Robert Beatles has done extensive work on digging into it and finding out where the bad stuff is. He knows where all the bodies are hidden. I'd ask the people left here who are doing this election work 24/7 to stand up, but there's only about 1/3 of them left. But you know who they are. They've been here all day. So this boils down to, again, it's us versus them. That's clear enough. There's no getting around that. Your Chicago group has been implicated for a few things that are not good. The resume is lousy. I just gave you ours. And that's the rap sheet on the Chicago group and the great resume from us. Thank you.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Bruce Parks.
Again, Nicholas St. John for the record. I've spoken on this issue every time it's come up. At this point, while I'm being directed to talk to the entire board, specifically I'd like to have Commissioner Andriola especially pay attention to what I'm saying. We have been here asking for I did a lot of work that went through an audit. First of all, the audit I found out yesterday was closed when there was no vote on it in either the review board or from the county commissioners, from my understanding. So how it got closed, who knows? But because of that audit, Manager Brown indicated that there were systemic problems in our initial meeting, and that eventually led to the review board. So while I applaud having a review board, the request was for a third party, unbiased third party to look at our elections. And at this point, the third party really should be a citizens advisory board. We were the ones who were involved in it. I've written 2 various reports as well, outlining a lot of the problems. Robert Beatles has done a tremendous amount of work outlining this, with literally hundreds of affidavits being filed that have been ignored. And so if you guys decide to vote on this again, we already know that there's 2 for and 2 against, which means, Commissioner Andriola, this is your decision. You can make a great decision today. You can vote to not put in place the elections group, and in place create a cab of people like me and Robert and a lot of the people that were working poll workers and managers and observers that have firsthand knowledge, and we can tell you what's wrong. We've done that in tons of affidavits already that have been ignored. 300 affidavits that were put in for a challenge, 12 of them were taken out of the voter rolls. 288 of them were thrown in the trash, and the only reason they said that they wouldn't use them was because we used an NCOA, the exact same NCOA that they use. So we know what's going on here. We wanted transparency. Both Commissioner Clark and Herman were not notified when the elections group got here. Those of us who were on the list to be interviewed, there were 11 conservatives and 22 liberals. I'm not sure that's really balanced. We're talking about transparency. We're talking about our elections. We want them to be free and fair. do the right thing today and please vote no on this and get us a cab so that the people who know this system know how to fix it, we know what their problems are, and we can give you great recommendations. Thank you.
Bruce Parks, followed by Cliff Nellis.
For the record, Bruce Parks, chairman of the Washoe County Republican Party. We shouldn't even be discussing this item today. You guys adopted this as your parliamentary authority, Robert's Rules of Order. This question, asked and answered on the 28th. I have the minutes of the 28th over there. How it magically appeared on the agenda for the 11th of this month, I'm not 100% certain. The question was asked and answered. The only way it can be brought back before this body is if somebody that voted in favor of the defeated motion asked for it to be reconsidered. I don't make these rules up. They're right here. And these are the rules that you folks are supposed to be going by. This shouldn't even be considered today. Period. Asked and answered, done. Move on. It was a tie vote. The motion fails. That's it. You don't get to bring it back the very next meeting unless that condition exists. Nobody on this board did that. So if you're going to go according to your own parliamentary authority, somebody should be standing up and saying, point of order, Madam Chair. We're violating our own parliamentary authority by doing this. But we'll see. The elections in Washoe County are a soup sandwich. We know that. We were there. We were in the trenches. We were in the polling places. We saw firsthand. We've done the research since then. We did the research beforehand. We were proactive in making sure that this time our elections would be free and fair and above board and totally transparent. And unfortunately, I am sad to report that was not the case. I even suggested to the voter registrar, the easiest way to fix this whole problem with our bloated voter rolls, send a postcard to all the registered voters. Sign this, send it back, you'll stay on the voter rolls. If you don't get a postcard back, obviously that person's not interested. Now there are some that'll immediately, oh, you can't do that. That's voter suppression. No, it's not. Why? Well, because we got this little magical thing here in Nevada called same-day registration. So if you didn't send your card back in saying you want to remain on the voter rolls, all you have to do is show up to the polls on election day, and you can register that same day. What was sent out? A postcard that basically told everybody, hey, if you're happy being a registered voter, good for you. Nothing was done. Nothing will be done. I encourage you to vote no on this left-leaning organization.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Rosie Zuckerman.
Hello, Chair. Long day, huh? Yeah, for us too. But I was doing a lot of election observing, and we know how the fraud is done. There's a lot of different ways. One of the ways is non-signature checking. And in 2020, all we could see is the back of the computer of the checkers. Now they flipped it around. We can see the front on 1 out of 6 computers. The rest is blocked. What we could do is we could put cameras up there looking down and broadcasting that to the whole community so everyone can see if they're actually checking signatures, because when the activists find the ballots, you're all over the street from the mail, they can just like fill it out, sign whatever, but the signatures won't match. That's the key. And, it's a massively complex system. I've told you how paper ballots could simplify the whole thing, because you got to bring all these 330 precincts in, you got to divide them all up. And when we're in that little, we call it the fishbowl looking, you know what they do? They set the tables in front of us of the people just sorting the ballots. And that's not meaningful observation. We have to see the signature checking and the adjudication location, those two main things, to actually have meaningful observation. Now, my suggestion is to take us out of the fishbowl, let us just wander around as long as we don't interfere anything, so we can kind of just look. But if we can't do that, then set those tables in front of us instead of the people sorting. And then we can look and we can say, oh yeah, those guys are actually, verifying the signatures. And the adjudicators, the same thing. And put them on the flanks. So you have, the 6 in the middle, 2 on the flanks. And that's one way we could do it. Now I want to talk about the paper ballots. You wouldn't have to do all that sorting with that post office machine in there and all that complicated, and then the chain of custody and then all the machines and all that. You just have to have 100 locations, and they'll be counting about 3,000 ballots at each location. And my calculations, you can count 3,000 ballots in 5 hours. And you can have the Republicans and the Democrats both counting them. And in 5 hours could be done. If it doesn't done right, doing it again, it could be 10 hours. But that's a lot better than a whole week. And then they phone it in to the ROV, and all you got to do is have, like I said, you got to have a high school student who can punch the calculator, and all the precincts phone in their numbers, boom, you got it right here, and then it's almost instant. People restore their confidence in our election system. This election system is a Democrat-run operation in Washoe County, and we're sick and tired of it. Why didn't you guys give us a Republican like an ROV, like I was asking you last time? So, Mr. Brown is a Democrat, everyone's a Democrat. They fired all of the Republicans that were.
Rosie Zuckerman? No, Rosie. Scott Johnston?
He's not here.
Wesley Griffin? Okay. Penny Brock, followed by Janet Butcher.
Penny Brock, for the record, from Reno. Please put my remarks in the record. I've talked about the elections group based on my research several times. Thank you that you've listened to that. Today I'm going to tear Exhibit A of their contract apart. I've worked in a contracts department for one of our defense contractors, big one. I know what contracts are all about. This is one of the worst contracts I've ever seen, especially Exhibit A, which is the heart of what they're supposed to do for us. You all can look at it and you'll see the same thing. You should be shocked. The first thing is, it says they're going to do an assessment. No, we want them to present to us what's called a scope of work. How do you measure the outcome? If you look at their list of what they're going to do, what does that tell you? It really doesn't tell us much of anything. I listed a very few of the things that should be in a scope of work. There's nothing about cleaning the voter rolls, protecting the registration data, nothing about observation of ballot counting and election auditing, nothing about the electronic voting system, cybersecurity, nothing about the election end-to-end that is verifiable, nothing about the voter ID for mail-in ballots, internet voting and in-person voting, and so on and so forth it goes. The next thing, so they're going to finish their phase 1 assessment by May of this year, and we are going to pay them $100,000. I don't know for what. We know they've been working here at least since January. I don't know how the county manager had the authority to do that, because this is a $600,000 contract, and that's why it's before us again and again, because $600,000 contract needs your approval and us, the people, to speak about it. So after May, they're going to kick in phase 2. And what are they going to do for that? I don't know. They're going to do whatever their analysis was about, but I don't know what that's going to look like, but it's going to take them until December 31st to do it. And this says that should be done by December 31st, and we're going to pay them $500,000 in December for a total of $600,000. Now, this paragraph really should concern everybody. It says that they're going to get records from our county. Why do they need our records? What are they going to do with our information? We know that selling information is big business these days. Why do they need our information? Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Betty Thiessen.
Janet Butcher for the record. I'm not here for an organization. I'm here for myself. I say that because I was associated with an organization and on a paperwork that went through the county. I want my comments entered into the record. Commissioner Hill, Garcia, and Andrea Ola are at a tipping point of turning over our local county elections to a left-wing George Soros and Zuckerberg associated entity. Once this happens this year, there is much speculation that Manager Brown may very well turn over the ROV to this outside group. This will be horrible if it succeeds. The group is partisan. Their intentions are very questionable. Manager Brown was not very inclusive, equitable, or diverse in selecting this group. Thus, it is very important we vote no. $500,000? Why does the county ROV and manager always turn to outside vendors to perform in our election process? They hired outside hiring agency to hire the poll workers. They hired an out-of-state printing company to print our ballots that were error-riddled. Now, they think it is necessary to hire an organization to review and recommend what our ROV office should do. Did we not hire a register of voters who should be able, at their salary level, to identify and address the shortfalls of the ROV's process and procedures? Do we not have a county manager with the leadership qualities that it would take to assist the ROV in this endeavor? A lot of money is going towards their salaries. Are they inferring they do not possess the level of competency to handle their jobs? Again, I've got my quick little assessment that I did. It didn't cost $100,000 to do it. And it's pretty rough, but it only took me probably 40 minutes maybe. One of the things that it was mentioned before that Chris Piper is from Virginia, and I think he has something to do with, or has had something to do with the ERIC system. So it's very nefarious organization. If you get a chance, look at affluencegroup.com and you can read some more information about this group. Thank you.
Betty Thiessen, followed by Darla Lee.
Betty Thiessen for the record. I live in Washoe County. And I'm just going to read a little bit of what Renee gave out to you. In phase one of this election group contract, $100,000 of your tax dollars will go to this consulting firm for providing an operational review of the Washoe County 2022 election processes, the ballot distribution and processing, voter registration, poll locations, and elections technology, and staffing, and make recommendations to improve the operational effectiveness and accuracy of the Washoe County election process. Ask yourself this: isn't it part of the job description for the Washoe County election officials to maintain improvements in operational effectiveness and accuracy in our election process? Are they not capable of doing what they are being paid to do? And exactly how deeply will this consulting firm be allowed to dive into our election data and processes? as well as our own personal information. In phase 2, up to $500,000 of your tax dollars will go to this consulting firm for providing on-site and remote support to assist the registrar office based on office requests in developing an implementation plan for both short-term and long-term recommendations and provide guidance as needed. Ask yourself, aren't Washoe County election officials capable of developing and implementing efficient and effective elections of their own? Aren't they also responsible for managing our tax dollars better than this? Have Washoe County residents employed the wrong people to do this job? I feel they have. I've worked on canvassing, poll watching since 2020. And I was out on the streets doing canvassing, found vacant lots with voters' names registered there. Just numerous fraud. I do believe that you don't need to have an outside firm do this. When we can do it in this county, I'm willing to volunteer. And you have many volunteers that will help out. Vote no on this election group. Thank you.
Darla Lee, followed by Doug Flaherty.
Okay. Darla Lee for the records. I would just like to echo Commissioner Clark's and most of the other folks that have been up here. I definitely object to spending $100,000 and subsequently $500,000 to an outside group, which by every account is very biased and certainly questionable. So what is exactly the elections group tasked with doing seems to be incredibly vague. And if the overall goal is to improve our elections through better efficiency in our ROV, then why haven't we, as has already been mentioned, hired a director and staff that can actually do that? That's not really comprehensible to me. So if we, the taxpayers, are forced to have an outside audit, quote unquote, of ROV elections, at the very least, we should have one that is more fully vetted by the entire board and not simply suggested and pushed by the manager and then rubber stamped. The ROV definitely has need for reform. That's not in question. But spending this much money, $500,000, to accomplish it when we can do it ourselves. We have some very smart people that have been working on these things for a long time to give us fair and honest elections. So how about giving them a chance and not bringing in a group that is obviously biased?
Doug Flaherty, followed by Bruce Foster.
Members of the board, Doug Flaherty speaking as a resident from Incline Village. A little bit about my history in Old Nevada. I was raised for my first 11 years by a turn-of-the-century cowboy, carpenter, miner, leather maker, and in the 50s, a volunteer of the Reno Rodeo. That's my past. I was taught values, hard work, being fair to everyone that I came across in my professional career or as a person, and a belief that the freedom of the United States of America rests with our ability to vote fairly and not be impeded on. District 2, District 5, and the tipping point, District 4, the other two members. This is the beginning of the end of your degradation of this county. Thank you.
Bruce Foster, followed by Susan Van Ness.
Good evening, commissioners. Well, what time is it? I've been here since 9:30, and I am really kind of pissed off that I had to hang out all day to be able to speak on this subject. And I just want to, again, thank Robert Beatles and others in the back here to express our frustration and horrible disappointment in this group, particularly bringing up this whole agenda item once again, once it was voted down already. And just want to repeat what was said by a famous individual here, that those who vote decide nothing, but those who count the votes decide everything. And I think we need to keep that in mind with the election integrity. I got involved with this back in 2020, being a poll watcher, and it was quite an enlightening experience, and recognizing what we saw happen during that time, and all the fraud that was created during that time. And we know that the governor previous to our current one put in place, under the guise of COVID, all the changes of their voting procedures, which created this whole havoc, where what happened before seemed to work okay. And bottom line, if we don't learn from the past, we are doomed to repeat it. I was down there at Carson City with Matt Schlapp and Joey Gilbert and many others. We presented boxes and boxes of affidavits at the floor of the judge, at the foot there at the door, and of course nothing happened. And here we are looking at an election integrity group that basically has very nefarious background from back in 2020. And let me bring it up here. And it just says here, this is an article, and if we do our due diligence, we can look up these individuals. More corrupt actions uncovered by the elections group and Ryan Mashis, this time in Georgia. And the more we dig into the corrupt, illegal, illegitimate, and dirty work surrounding the 2020 election, the more we see some of the same players. Election group and Ryan Meshia are two of these players. Breaking exclusive, Jennifer Morrell and Elections Group were involved in Georgia's 2020 election, criticized the Arizona audit, and are connected to huge far-left nonprofits. I am sick and tired. I am not going to be in this boiling water. I am out.
Susan Van Ness, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Good afternoon. I want my free speech comments to be put on the permanent record. I first thank God that I am allowed and given the right to stand here and speak. I want to put this up here. I won't play it right now because I don't want to waste my 3 minutes, but I'd like appointed Commissioner Andriola to recall on the April 11th when I made my comment and you questioned County Manager Brown and asked him who recommended it's just, if you recall that conversation, because this has to do with that. You ask him who recommended the election group and where he got his info. This election rigging group are not here because we lack local volunteer election experts. Biden's H.R. 1, the federalization of election, failed in 2021 because it's unconstitutional. Article 1, Section 4, the 10th Amendment further emphasizes states' rights. The feds can't take over our elections in our states. Therefore, Biden, having a biased globalist funded PPP, public-private partnership between the federal U.S. Election Assistant Commission, the Zuckerberg, what's his name? He runs eBay, Rockefeller Soros Communism Cartel, and recommend the election group to be embedded into the county ROVs. That's where the recommendation came from, and I want to play that if there's time. The election group is a Democratic shell, started by frauds, liars, and election riggers, operatives who are currently under investigation or removed for rigging Virginia, Chicago, Arizona, Colorado, and anywhere else progressives like to contaminate counties. Now, that's the recommendation, but I would like you to ask County Manager Eric Brown again, who gave him the recommendation? Because he stated NACO. I've made numerous calls to NACO over the last several days. Now, I've talked to a lot of people. There is not one that says that NACO recommends or would even want to tell a county how to run its business for this type of thing. So I would like to know a name of who County Manager Eric Brown talked to at NACO. Thank you. Would you like me to replay this so that you can refresh your memory of what you asked for?
Tracy Hilton Thomas, followed by Debbie Hudgens.
Well, perhaps the third time will be the charm in this matter. At least it has provided pause for reconsideration. As I stated before, there certainly is no harm in an outside perspective in the errors and mistakes of the current registrar. However, I do caution in blindly allowing people to have no vested interest in this community to implement anything into our county. None of you were here when we implemented the SAP solution into several Washoe County processes beginning in 2003. Several staff were pulled from various departments to form the implementation team. We were trained in the product and performed all the implementation ourselves. There is absolutely no reason this cannot be handled in a similar way. But again, as I stated before, you will have to appoint a different registrar before you are going to find anyone willing to commit to this task. The recent failure to recruit an assistant registrar is further evidence of the reason for the departures of all previous employees in this department. This has nothing to do with any false narrative of alleged external threat to employees. It has everything to do with the internal threat to employees. Anyone serious about improving our election process would interview previous employees about this very real crisis. Furthermore, the lack of confidence in our elections stems primarily from the lack of ability, experience, and credentials displayed by the current registrar. And until you take this serious, how are you going to expect your constituents to take you serious? And one last item, a glass wall along the hallway of the Central Processing Center, much like the ones across the hall for the recorder's office, would go a long way in transparency and relieve much of the chaos for election staff, while gaining valuable floor space for processing. But again, that's just one input that a vetted 20-year election employee can provide, which the manager seems to think is of no value. Thank you.
Debbie Hudgens, followed by James Bentham.
Debbie Hudgens, for the record. I'm in District 4. As Bruce Foster reminded us, and the current occupant of the White House has reminded us, it is not the voters that count, but who counts the votes. And we have become to realize that there are very broken systems here. And the work has been done. Mr. Beatles has done it. Nicholas St. John has done it. Many others have found the issues that we have that are not being addressed. And it's not because we lost in court. It's because the courts wouldn't hear the evidence and look at the cases that we've had. The One of my friends was a poll worker, and she was appalled that garbage bags full of ballots were brought in with no red tags. There was no chain of custody. We know what the problems are. And just like Mr. Beadle says, and others have said, it's not going to be fixed until we have someone running the registrar voter office that's competent. And she can't even keep a staff in place. So how in the world are we ever going to have fair elections? We can't even keep the staff employed. So this company that has been brought in is not going to have the answers that we need. And it's not going to make any of these voters in Washoe County feel better that we've had it looked at and now things are going to be fixed. Everybody's so just very exhausted and aggravated that we have to keep fighting this fight. We come here and our voices, we don't feel we're heard. We've had to fight this same issue already now 3 times, and we get shut down and patronized, and we just feel like that nobody really cares. They're just going through the motions, letting us get up here, make all these statements, just to go home, and you guys are going to do what you do. Thankfully, we do have 2 people that are listening. Thank you, Mike Clark and Jeannie Herman, that we can tell you, vote on the people's side and the people that are going to vote for you. And I hope the others of you will please listen. Don't put this group in place. Get the registrar of voters office cleaned up and fixed, and get people in there that can do the job. Thanks.
James Bentham, followed by Valerie Fianacca. James Bentham. I've got some documents to distribute for him as well.
James M. Bentham, for the record. I'm here to oppose this contract for this elections group. It would be $600,000 wasted by the taxpayers. We can't afford this. I believe that as Nevadans, we can solve these problems. We can solve these issues. We can look to the work of others that have pioneered the way since we are looking into hiring this organization. First one is Linda Payne of the Election Integrity Project of California. They filed a second amended complaint challenging California's unconstitutional election process. In November 2022, the Ninth Circuit of Appeals ruled that Election Integrity Project California established standing to pursue its lawsuit. There were 2 main causes of this lawsuit. One, on page 3, California's laws, regulations, guidelines have allowed counties to treat vote by mail and in-person voters differently, resulting in harm. The second major cause of action, defendants have violated the due process clause by implementing laws, regulations, and procedures that diminish the value of in-person voters. We as Nevadans can use this information to solve these problems and not have to hire an outside group. Also, I want to cite Valerie White and Mary Gallegos for our elections. Act now and demand change. This is a list of items that has been prepared to request that either the county clerk, registrar of voters, or county commissioners make these changes. First one, complete voter validation, ballot tabulation, report results at the precinct level, not at the county level. And then the list goes on. So a lot of the work has already been done. We don't have to hire this outside group that's questionable. We can depend on the expertise of our citizens and our employees. Thank you.
Valerie Fianaka, followed by J.S. McElhinney.
Valerie Fianaka for the record. I'm no election expert. I don't claim to be. But one thing I'm getting pretty good at is rooting out corruption. I smell it. And I might not agree with my compatriots that Jamie Rodriguez is the root of your corruption here. I think it starts right at the top. We'll talk about that later because it's on the agenda as well. I don't know why this is here a third time. I'm not understanding this completely. But it is. I think it's illegal, but it's here. I don't trust our elections. I don't think a lot of people do. It's a bipartisan issue. The recent Rasmussen poll that was released this week says 54% of the Democrats don't trust our elections. That should shock you all. All you Democrats should be scared about that. I want to say ditto to Bruce and ditto to Tracy. They're both spot on. But about the corruption, we can talk about that because I'm coming back with that one. Thank you.
J.S. McElhinney, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
J.S. McElhinney for the record. I'm a 45-year resident of Washoe County. I just have a few brief comments. Everybody else has covered the spectrum of complaints, you might say, against this election group. I just want to talk about the money briefly. If you've got two different groups, let's say $200,000, and one's got to fly across the country, put everybody up in a hotel, make sure they're fed, transportation, that's going to increase that $200,000 fee. Who knows, maybe double it. As many people have said, we have a lot of really smart people. You don't build casinos with stupid people. We do massive amounts of amazing entertainment in this state. There's no reason to hire an outside group that has questionable integrity. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Catherine Snedeker.
For the record, Catherine Snedeker, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. I have to applaud you, Alexis, going for that no public comment from the very beginning. None of these people would have been here all day. You'd have been in and out in minutes. But you decided with your unilateral decision, maybe lunilateral is better, no public comment first thing to punish us. It just worked the opposite. Thank you so much. I appreciate your intelligence.
Ms. Snedeker, will you please discuss the item?
Yeah, I will. We've had volunteers come in here forever. Women's Club, everybody coming in and said, we'll do this for free. Oh, no, we can't have that. It would cost insurance money. For a temporary thing, maybe 50, 100 volunteers. You think the insurance would come out to over $600,000 for a few months' work? I don't think so. But then there's no kickbacks from volunteers like there is from this group. I believe that's why Mr. Brown selected them. Great kickbacks. You are supposed to represent us, and you don't. That's a fraud on you. You took an oath of office to protect us from what you are doing. This is a prime example. Let's go look miles away, spend all kinds of money, when really the businesses we shut down during COVID should get that money. Yeah, you guys are about as corrupt and full of graft as they come. And it's not going to be lasting much longer. Clearfield, remember that name.
Val White.
I have good news. I'm going to save you $600,000. I'm going to tell you what needs to be fixed. Elections comprised of 4 parts: voter registration, voter validation, tabulation, and reporting. What are the problems at voter registration? Well, we use ERIC. ERIC is a nonprofit, biased nonprofit, who takes our voter registration rolls and is supposed to clean them. They don't. They don't clean them at all. Unfortunately, some counties just give the whole responsibility of voter registration to ERIC. Big mistake. Names can be added, not cleaned. Our rolls are not clean. They also are not subject to public information requests. Nonprofits aren't. Ever wonder why there's so many nonprofits involved in government these days? That's why. Same-day registration is another one. There's no time to confirm that the information the person is giving that same day is accurate or truthful. DMV registrations, citizenship is not being verified. There's multiple opportunities for staff at DMV to register people who don't exist. Moving on to voter validation, that's where they check to see if the identity of the person showing up to vote really is that person. We don't have people who are trained adequately in identifying if they really are the person they state. All they have to do is say a name and party. No identification required. The poll books that they use, they can be linked to the internet, and even not to the internet, they can be networked. And people can get in there and mess with it, add names, etc. Vote by mail. Those ballots are supposed to be validated by election workers at the Central Processing Center. Somebody's already spoken to how that is completely inadequate. People have not been trained, and not to the degree that it needs to be. The idea about a camera is not bad. California does that in a county. They have a camera right above. Personal information is not shown, but the signatures are. Tabulation, where the counting is done. Precincts need to be brought back. There's a video showing how a USB or a cable functioning as a USB can be inserted into a tabulator and can flip the votes in 60 seconds. I saw 2 individuals in this last election insert a cable into tabulators. Chain of custody is a big magic show. Absolutely farce. There are so many ways that things can be injected in there. And then reporting. I just want to tell you, there's a foreign company called Seidel. All secretaries of state send their information to Seidel, and Seidel, without any transparency or oversight, reports that to the TV stations. We don't know if they're giving us the truth. I got all the answers.
Madam Chair, there's nobody else signed in, but I will put the emails that were submitted on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now I look to the board on if there's any other comments or if we're ready to take a vote on this. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. If I could direct my question to the District Attorney Nate Edwards, can you confirm that this meeting or this item is legally on today's agenda in order for us to act? Can you confirm that?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Edwards.
So procedurally, the answer is yes. Procedurally, it went March 28th, tie vote. It was brought back April 11th, 4-1 vote, according to the record, in favor, passed the $100,000 portion of the contract. At the April 18th meeting, Commissioner Herman requested reconsideration at that time during commissioner comments. So the item was put back on the agenda today. You heard some references to Robert's Rules of Order and Parliamentary Procedure. There is a reference to Robert's Rules in your Rules of Procedure. However, it is suggestive only, and in addition, in that reference, it says where not otherwise, or where consistent with state law. Two things on that. Your rules in that same body that I just was citing, 7.2, provide that any commissioner can request reconsideration in a tie vote scenario. So that was how and why it was brought back after the first tie vote back on March 28th. In addition to that, and the reason that Robert's Rules could not bar this from having come back is that NRS 244.060 says that in a tie vote, the item has to be put off to a subsequent meeting. So state law requires it to come back in that scenario. All of that just circles back to my original response to your question, which is yes, it is legally on the agenda for you to vote on today. Now, on the bigger questions, you know, the sort of overarching questions about the process, it's the democratic process. And here we are, people have said their piece, and it's designed for them to be able to do that. You all now have the task of deciding whether or not you want to approve it this time around. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may.
Yes.
The question now is directed to the county manager. Can you confirm your spending authority?
Yes, it's $300,000.
And so in terms of the $100,000 that was allocated for phase one of the contract, you were within that authority to do that?
Yes.
And so it's phase two that you would need additional authority if in fact this commission chose to move that forward. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, Commissioner, and I believe the way the item is written, it makes clear that we would have to come back to the commission to get a vote before we did that.
Can you also confirm any provisions or language of any kind in the contract that includes the election group to be on site during any of the elections, during any of the process? Essentially, are there any boots in the ground provisions that would take an outside group into the Washoe County elections with staff that they would bring here or anything like that? Are there any boots on the ground in this particular contract or any contract that's with them at all?
No, Commissioner, there is no language to that effect.
In terms of phase one, can you share the transparency for that result? How will that work?
The plan would be the election group would come back with a final report. That report, per the agreement, would come to the county manager for review, for accuracy and that kind of thing. Per the commission's discussion at the last meeting, we could then bring it back to the audit committee for the audit committee to review and comment, and then move it on to the BCC agenda. That is up to you as a body if that's still what you would prefer to do.
I'm going to reserve my opportunity to have additional questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I know Vice Chair Herman, you had wanted to say some things before public comment. Do you still want to? I'm sorry if you did.
No, I think they did a very good job.
Okay, great. Commissioner Clark.
You know, last June, thank you, Madam Chair. Last June, after the primary election, after my primary election, you know, the floodgates opened up. people are coming to me left, right, backwards, and forwards every day, sometimes every hour, and everybody former county employees. Other people have interesting takes on things. It's a piece of a jigsaw puzzle that gets revealed on a regular basis. And, you know, to Tracy Hilton Thomas's point and others, you know, the problem that we have here in this county is quite similar to the problem that we had in the public defender's office. We've got a situation where it has the appearance of a hostile work environment in the registrar of voters' office. There's a massive amount of turnover. There's been numerous whistleblowers, former employees that have come to me with information. People are sharing information about what's taking place there. That's the root of the problem. We've got somebody who's never had, never run elections anywhere else. They're on the job training. This is like amateur hour over there. We've got the manager all in. He handpicked this person to fill that
Commissioner
spot.
Clark, can you bring your comments back to the election?
But that's just, so I'm getting to the root of why we're here talking about the elections group. So I wanted to have some foundational basis. We've got problems, systemic problems here, that bringing in an outside outfit, whatever their political view is not going to fix the problem we have here. Okay, this is a Band-Aid on a problem. We've got a cancer here that needs to be cured before we can do anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
I move to approve, number one, a contract with the Elections Group for an operational review of the 2022 election processes and staffing, and make recommendations to the county manager to improve the operational effectiveness and accuracy of Washoe County election process. And number two, approve the use of the general fund contingency in the amount of $100,000 needed to support phase one of the Elections Group contract. And number three, direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget appropriation transfers and execute an agreement for $100,000 for phase one during FY23, up to a maximum of $500,000 for FY 2024 for phase two.
Thank you. I will second that. Is there any questions on the motion? Commissioner Andriola?
I'd like to call for discussion, please.
Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to just get clarification, if I may, again, on how this group was selected from the county manager. May I please ask that question?
Yes.
Thank you.
So as I discussed previously, we reached out to basically three organizations, ICMA, NACO, and the Secretary of State's office to inquire who does this kind of work that could help us improve our operational review. And that was how we came up with the two candidates, the two names that we interviewed.
As a follow-up, please.
Yes.
The Nevada Secretary of State?
Yes,
Was
in
it
the
the Nevada
elections office, yes.
The elections office?
Yes.
And what was their experience in terms of using this particular group, or in terms of recommending this particular group? I'm
Well,
wondering what basis they had in referring that information.
Okay, Commissioner, I don't believe the Secretary of State's office recommended the elections group. I think that recommendation to interview came from ICMA. The other group that we interviewed came, which happens to be based out of Las Vegas, or works with Las Vegas and Clark County, came to us through Secretary of State's office and also the NACO folks who knew of them. So, and I also want to be clear, we asked for candidates of firms that we could interview. That's different than asking for a recommendation.
I appreciate it. Were there any options in Nevada for a group that could actually provide Nevadans assurance that they're here and they understand our compliance requirements?
The other firm had a principal who was about to come on, who is a Nevada resident. He had not started yet and would not start, it was our understanding, until right around now, right around April. They were based, as are many of these firms, they operate virtually. Their principal was over in Sacramento.
If the $100,000 result of the report of the $100,000 proves worthy of continuing to look at the recommendations for staffing or the implementation of various other conclusions of their analysis in that phase one, is there an opportunity to actually consider looking at being able to implement that entirely ourselves and not have to implement phase two?
Absolutely. So the plan, if I may, Commissioner, would be to really focus in phase one on best practices, best operational practices, not political practices, not policy practices, but what are the best operational practices that we can implement here to help improve our performance. Once that is done, it really is up to us. And for folks who are offering to volunteer, we will need volunteers. Anybody who has seen our election operations in the past, we rely very heavily on county employees. We rely very heavily on volunteers. That will not change as a result of what we're doing with the elections group.
So the phase one result could in fact look at implementing everything, or look at implementing nothing, or look at what is best for Washoe County.
That's correct.
And then having said that, the ability to actually have a formation of a group to solicit feedback is a provision that could be incorporated into this process. I'm asking that. I guess I'll let you answer the question.
Yes, and indeed, we expect that we will move forward with some sort of workshops, as an example, with the public to explore specific topics, such as poll worker training, ballot development and accuracy, those kinds of things.
Based on having this be my third meeting, it's certainly interesting to gather as much information as possible. And so having said that, one of the things that is resounding is the fact that and Ms. Rodriguez came with an org chart that staffing is an issue in the ROV. And I think it would be prudent and fiscally responsible to look at the $100,000 and really make a decision. It would be great if we could just incorporate what those recommendations are and use the $500,000 as an example to help with additional staffing and training. So I don't know where that possible opportunity is in this item that's before us, but that's what I was trying to ask Mr. County Manager, if there's an opportunity to look at utilizing funds in the best way possible for the integrity of the elections, which every single person, regardless of party, is expected to actually have an assurance of that. It's interesting to hear sometimes that we want it to be nonpartisan, but sometimes it's hard when you're hearing that it feels like it's partisan. So I'm saying it from a nonpartisan perspective, that our elections have to be secure. They have to have the integrity. You have to trust that when you cast your vote, that ballot is going to actually reflect your decisions. And so having said that, I don't know if there's an opportunity to actually have the $100,000 be already, because it's within your purview and authority. You did not exceed that, is how I see it, to get those results and look at actually how we can even incorporate what they are offering as suggestions and recommendations, and also to use the funding to help staff up what needs to be in place for the training. So I don't know where that falls in terms of Commissioner Garcia's motion, but I really feel that we have to have assurance that we all have the ability to look at what phase one is and then incorporating possibly being fiscally responsible of that additional $500,000 for additional staff. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Rodriguez and go over, there are a lot of regulatory compliance, both state and federal. There are a lot of requirements that are beyond just even the elections group or any group sharing what needs to be done. But there are certainly things that would benefit from an independent oversight, but it looks like the report's already going to be produced soon. So I really would support continuing, obviously, phase one, looking at that and having the ability for the $500,000 to be used for staffing, for other purposes, to help so that we can have more involvement locally and also even statewide. I mean, the Secretary of Office, I don't know the procedure on this, but the Nevada Secretary of State has an opportunity to provide guidance as well. So I don't know how that works, and I apologize that I'm so new to not understand that piece, but the Nevada Secretary of State can offer guidance. Is that correct in terms of oversight?
Yes.
So if the phase one report were produced, is it possible to have the Nevada Secretary of State, as an example, look at it and see from a compliance standpoint it meets the requirements for the state of Nevada?
Yes.
And then from that, will the phase one also include a staffing opportunity for the ROV's office? Will that fit? Okay.
Yes.
So having said that, I have done my homework on this, and it appears that, to me, the best option is to give the opportunity to continue with the $100,000, which has already been committed, and to look at the additional $500,000 to have the ability to utilize that to actually staff up and support the ROV office. So again, Commissioner Garcia, there's a motion, and I know that there's a second on the table, and we're in discussion, but that's my discussion. Thank
DA
you.
Edwards, I have you signed in.
It's the first time I've messed that microphone up today. I think I want to clarify, what's being reconsidered today is the board's approval of the $100,000 contract, not Manager Brown's decisions or whatever on that. So that's what's in front of you. Some of the questions, I wasn't sure if your perception was that it was Mr. Brown's approval. It's this board's approval that's being reconsidered.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to District Attorney Mr. Edwards. Thank you for that clarification. So we're essentially approving the $100,000 that has already been in the contract. That's what I'm hearing. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, on April 11th, this board voted to approve the $100,000 portion of this contract, and that is what is being considered by you as a board right now.
I appreciate the clarification. I would like to let my discussion items, though, help possibly lead direction for the second phase, if that's appropriate. I know it's not part of the motion, but I will add that in terms of a commissioner comment. So thank you so much for the clarification and the time. I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, any other commissioners with a motion and a second on the table? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, that motion carries 3-2. As soon as we have the vote pop up, here we go. Okay, thank you, everyone. We will now go to item 14.
Item 14 is a possible action to adopt the business impact statement for the 911 telephone line surcharge increase with a finding based on the staff's recommendation that the proposed surcharge increase will not impose a direct and significant economic burden on a business, nor will it directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of businesses. As proposed, the 911 telephone surcharge would be increased by 15 cents to $1 per month for each customer access line to the local exchange of telecommunications provider, increased by 15 cents to $1 per month for each telephone number assigned to a customer or mobile telephone service, and increased by $1.50 to $10 per month for each customer trunk line in the local exchange or telecommunications provider. And with us this afternoon, we have Mr. Quinn Korbalik.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you hanging out for us here, and happy to hear your hopefully brief presentation.
Thank you. And good evening, actually, Mr. Manager. We're into the evening hours here. So Quinn Korbalik, Washoe County Technology Services. I'm here on behalf of the Emergency 911 Committee, speaking on the business impact statement for the possible increase of the 911 surcharge. I do have a fairly in-depth presentation, and I will offer to you whether or not you'd like me to go through that presentation, or maybe just hit the highlights, or maybe we can just get to questions.
Maybe just hit some highlights for us, and then we'll go to questions, unless commissioners don't need that. You don't need it? Commissioner Garcia, are you okay? Are you okay? Okay, and Commissioner Clark?
I'd like to have a better understanding, but I don't want to prolong this meeting. My question would be right off the bat: how is this going to impact low-income workers, people that are struggling with the economy now? Just one more little bite. Just how is this going to hurt people that the working class poor? That's my question.
So the surcharge is applied equally across every user of a telephone. The question really here today is on whether or not it impacts a business. So, I mean, we can speculate that anyone who has a telephone, that surcharge is going to increase from 85 cents to $1. So it's $1.80 per year. So it's 15 cents a month. That equates to $1.80 per year for anyone who has a phone.
Thank you for that answer. Clarifies my thinking. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, then what we'll do is we'll go to Madam Clerk for public comment.
Okay, first up we have Robert Beatles. Is he coming back in? Okay, let's call Betty Thiessen and then Penny Brock.
Betty Thiessen for the record. I really don't understand what's going on, but I'm not for any tax increase at this time while our economy is so bad. So vote no on this.
Penny Brock, followed by Janet Butcher.
Penny Brock for the record. Perhaps 911 needs some additional funds. However, so do we, the taxpayer, especially our low-income, hardworking families and our senior citizens. This will go to our phone bills. This will be passed to we, the taxpayers, somehow, some way. This is what you call a hidden tax. Now, I've got an idea. You've given $78 million to the CARES campus in the last 2 years. Why don't you take some of that money, and if this is a true need, put it there instead of on we, the taxpayers? Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the record as Janet Butcher, not associated with any organization. 15 cents to $1. That's a pretty hefty increase. I don't understand why it jumps so much. My Social Security didn't jump that much in comparison. I know 15 cents to $1, okay, but drawn out over a long, that's just kind of a huge increase at one little tiny spot. And I could maybe say 15 to 25. I could understand that, even 15 to 30. But 15 cents to $1, do the math. Unless you went to a Washoe County school, then you probably might not be able to, but do the math. That's a pretty high increase.
Thank you.
So I'll call Robert Beatles again, but I don't see him in the room, so that ends the people signed in.
Okay. With that, if there are no commissioner comments, may I, Commissioner Herman, are you signing in?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's going to be an additional, the way I understand it, it's an additional 15 cents, not going from 85 cents from that $1.
You're right, it's an additional 15 cents. So our surcharge right now is 85 cents. So we would add 15 cents, then the surcharge would go to $1. And what was in my presentation is that's the maximum amount that we can ever raise the surcharge to. So that's the top.
And so the total for a year would be?
So the total for the year right now, so our annual revenue from 911 surcharge is about $5.8 million. This would increase the total amount to about $6.8 million, which, so it adds about $1 million.
For each person?
Oh, for each person? So it depends. So if they have 2 phones, then it's 30 cents.
Yeah.
But so each phone is 15 cents. So $1.80 per year.
Okay, so that kind of should clarify that a little bit, yeah. And then tell us where the need for this money is, and why we're doing this.
So I think you're probably aware there's this is really in the context of regionalizing the 911 system. And we're working on a number of projects, specifically upgrading the computer-aided dispatch system. And that there is a pretty substantial cost to improving that regional dispatch system. That's not just for Washoe County, it's for the city of Reno, the city of Sparks, REMSA, Truckee Meadows Fire. So all the users of emergency services will utilize this new computer-aided dispatch system. So this supports all of those agencies in ideally improving their emergency response. When someone calls 911, the idea behind this whole regionalization is that we're improving services, improving 911 and improving 911 response.
So we're actually getting something for that extra 15 cents a month?
That's the idea, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions, Vice Chair?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the business impact statement for the 911 telephone line as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And do I have a second?
Since nobody's here, I guess I'll do the second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. With a motion and a second, any other comments on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And the motion carries. Let's see, 3-0. Okay, thank you very much. We will now be moving to item 16.
Item 16 is the discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by legislators by Washoe County, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, or by other entities permitted by the Nevada State Legislature to submit bill draft requests or such legislative issues as may be deemed by the chair or the board to be of critical significance to Washoe County. Possible actions under this item may include the board taking official positions on SB 68, pending legislative bills can be located here, or can be located at the county website. Current bills the county is tracking that may be reported on or discussed or listed under the Government Affairs section of the website. Due to time constraints inherent in the legislative process, a list of specific bills that staff will seek direction from the commission on during the item will be posted on the website under Government Affairs and the Friday before the meeting. Due to the rapid pace of the legislative session, additional bills upon which comment may be sought from the Board of County Commissioners will be posted as soon as known.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think we have Ms. Matievich on the phone.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for hanging on, and excited to hear your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Government Affairs Liaison for Washoe County. I'm excited to give you my report from the state capitol this afternoon. Today is another of the significant deadline days during our legislative session. Today is what's known as first House passage. So all bills that have not been declared exempt from the deadlines must be passed out of their House of origin. So we've had some very lengthy floor sessions at both the Senate and the Assembly, and they both continue their work this evening. Madam Chair, I will defer to you whether or not you would like to take an update on the bills that you've taken a position on to date, or if you'd prefer to start with Senate Bill 68 this evening.
Let's start with the Senate Bill 68 that you want us to give you direction on today.
Great. Thank you for that. For the record, Cadence Matievich. So Senate Bill 68 has gone through a number of iterations over the course of the legislative session, and we just received today a current version of the bill. And in its current version, so I'm not going to talk about the bill as introduced, I'm going to talk about it as it exists today, would dedicate 15 cents of the $1.30 per $500 valuation of the real property transfer tax that the $1.30 currently goes to the state general fund. It would take 15 cents of that $1.30 and dedicate that to a newly established fund that is known as the Critical Needs Fund. The estimates are that 15 cents of the $1.30 per $500 valuation is estimated to be about $13.92 million annually. It would take from those funds $400,000, or 1/5, whichever is less, to be allocated for use in each of the state's 5 behavioral health regions. The balance of the funds, if any, would be distributed to each region based on population. The fund would be administered by the Nevada Housing Division, that's a division of the Department of Business and Industry at the state, based upon determinations made for use of each region's funds by their respective behavioral health policy board. And the funds can be used for 2 purposes. The first is for rental and other assistance or home repair assistance to assist eligible persons to obtain or retain very low-income housing. Each behavioral health region's funds for this purpose would be distributed to the housing authority which serves the behavioral health region. Households with the lowest income and households that are currently in supportive housing would be prioritized to receive these funds. And then the second purpose, would be to provide grants for rental assistance and funding for supportive services to supportive housing projects within the applicable behavioral health region, and funding not to exceed $15,000 per unit for the acquisition and rehabilitation of properties suitable for conversion to supportive housing within the applicable behavioral health region. For these grants, there would be a maximum of a 15-year commitment and annual performance reviews. When we had originally flagged this bill as potentially being one that you may want to take a position on, there was some uncertainty about the source of this funding, and there were some concerns that the 15 cents was going to come from the portion of the real property transfer tax that the county receives and uses for purposes to serve the same population. I would say that now that it has been confirmed, or at least currently confirmed, that it would come from the state general fund, there is less concern about the direct impact to the county's budget. And certainly we know that your board has prioritized and set within your strategic plan these kinds of housing as a priority for our community. So to the extent that this would provide additional funding for that, we see it as a good thing. However, what is not known yet is where within the state general fund the $13.92 million annually would come. If it would be a diversion of existing funds that go to any one of our programs, that would be of concern, and that is still unknown as of this time. So, Madam Chair, I'm happy to take any questions that you or the board may have on that. If you have any other additional detail, I can drill down into the bill as it exists today.
Well, I think the bill has improved substantially, and from your telling of it, I think the only concern is just ensuring that we don't have a reduction in state support to other county programs. So I'm not sure if there's a possibility for you to testify in support with that caveat that the county still needs the state of Nevada's support on our programs.
Madam Chair, for the record, Cadence Matievich, I think it will depend upon, the testimony in the hearing. Right now, the bill has been referred to the Senate Finance Committee because it does have fiscal implications for the state. And based on the discussion there, I may be able to determine whether or not there would be risk to funds or programs that would be funds coming directly to the county or programs that we participate in being diverted for this purpose. I'm not sure that if that were the case that I could testify in support, but certainly if it's the direction from this board that you would be supportive, unless there would be harm to existing county programs, I think I can take that and based on how the bill hearing goes, testify accordingly.
That's great. It looks like Commissioner Garcia signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Matievich, this has changed a lot in a week, but we still have some unknowns. Did you find out who will oversee the money in the critical needs funds by chance?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to Commissioner Garcia, Cadence Matievich for the record. Really, the funding will be administered by the Nevada Housing Division, which is a division of the State Department of Business and Industry, and they would administer it based on recommendations that would come from each of the 5 regional public behavioral health boards in the state. So those boards would give their recommendations to the housing division as to how they think the funds in their region should be allocated for those 2 purposes that I outlined before. The rental assistance funding, the funding that's directly for rental assistance, would be distributed to the housing authorities that for each particular region. There are only 3 housing authorities, but 5 regional public behavioral health boards. So some of the housing authorities serve more than 1 regional public behavioral health board. And then the other would be grants that would be administered by the housing division, again based on the recommendations and the criteria set forth by the regional public behavioral health boards.
Okay, great. Well, I am in support as long as the county doesn't see a reduction in other state-supported county services. And if there's no other comments by the board, I'd like to open it up to public comment to hear from folks on AB 68. Madam Clerk.
For this item, public comment, we have Robert Beatles signed in first.
Only till 17.
Okay. Bruce Parks.
For the record, Bruce Parks, Washoe County taxpayer.
Anytime you get money from the state, there's strings attached. You might not see it at the outset, but trust me when I tell you, there's strings attached. And I, as a taxpayer, know where this money ultimately comes from. It ain't gonna come from no grant from some billionaire. It's gonna come from me, coming out of my pockets. I urge you to vote no on anything that comes from the state to Washoe County. This is Washoe County, Nevada. We can stand on our own. We don't need the state to fund what we need to do here in Washoe County. I wish to God that the state of Nevada would tell the federal government the same thing. This is Nevada. You don't get to dictate to us, because when you give us that money, it comes with strings. Nevada, and more particularly, Washoe County, not for sale.
Val White.
Again, I want to call your attention to monies that will eventually end up in the hands of nonprofits. The nonprofits are the fingers that reach into every part of our society, and they are feeding each other. Now, these nonprofit funds will mostly go to the homeless industrial complex, because this is critical needs, right? We're all aware of what's happening in the Ukraine situation, with us sending millions and millions and millions of dollars over there, pretty much unaccountable. We don't know what those dollars have done. The same thing exists for this money that will eventually end up in the hands of nonprofits. What they will do is they do a little bit of what their mission statement is in the nonprofit, but then the rest is passed around to help Democrat candidates or to support other left organizations. The money is just passed around, buying whatever kind of support they need. The nonprofits, speaking to the public, start digging into where they're spending their money, start digging into what their supposed mission statements are, because the work they're doing is minimal. The rest of the money is going other places.
Mark Newman.
Good evening, Commissioners. And for the record, my name is Mark Newman. Last week, Commissioner Herman spoke about our extra additional fees that we pay in Sun Valley residents to the flood control for Casa de Plata. Hopefully you all got to look at that. And
Mr. Newman, we are asking for comments on SB 60.
Oh, I thought it was open comment.
No, sir, not yet. We're not quite there yet. Thank you.
Renee Resendez.
I thought I had 17.
Be here tomorrow at 10. 16.
That's what it said in the agenda.
Renee Resendez for the record. Okay. As I told you before, whenever I hear the general fund, there's a red flag. She also mentioned the critical use funds. So who knows where this money is going to go and where it came from? Because we don't always know what money went into the general fund, how much is there, and where they're spending it. So I have to ask that you vote no on this. I don't feel like there's transparency here. We don't need more government in Nevada. I agree with that, in our county or even in our state. And we're tired of more taxes. We're tired of more taxes. Just taxes everywhere we look. There's just taxes. I'm sure you're seeing it too. So I would ask that you would vote no on it. And also, this isn't in
here with the agenda. Is there any chance that you can start putting that in here for the bills that we're going to be talking about? Just a question. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, any other commissioner comments? Seeing none, looking for a motion on SB 68. Well, I'm happy to make the motion that this commission support SB 68 as long as there's not a reduction of state support to other county services.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any question on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And the motion carries 3-2. Thank you very much. Ms. Matievich, can we have the rest of your report as filed in your on the website, and we'll touch base next week?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. For the record, Cadence Matievich. If I may just quickly, I think I heard a question earlier in the day from Commissioner Clark as to whether or not there had been any bills introduced regarding licensing of electric bicycles during this legislative session, and the answer to that question is no.
Thank you. You are on top of it. Continue the great work in Carson City. And now we will go to item 17. Mr. Manager.
Item 17 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Madam Clerk.
Robert Beatles, followed by Terry Brooks.
Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Place all my comments and the previous evidence into the permanent record, please. So I gave you guys evidence earlier. I'm calling for Mary Luz or Maria Luz or whatever name she's going by now to immediately step down from her official role, and a full investigation must be launched into her by the DA's office or other law enforcement. In her candidate filing paperwork, it appears she committed a crime against all her constituents and Nevada law. She states that she lives at an apartment. That apartment is in this district she represents. It rents for $2,150 to $2,950 per month. Her home, that she tells the courts, according to her divorce records, for child custody purposes, that she says that she lives in there, is not in her district and is currently being rented out, according to her tax records, since May of 21 for $1,450. That home has a yard, a backyard, and is great for children, and an apartment has no yard whatsoever and is 2 bedrooms. We have firsthand witnesses that say that she actually lives with the very married former city councilman Oscar Delgado. He does not live in her district either that she's representing. Her recently changed driver's license, which you have a copy of, and her candidate paperwork shows the apartment as her address. Yet no one that was interviewed there has ever seen her or her car there at all. Many, however, have seen her car parked down the street from Oscar's house, where she walks to on foot to his house at night. Evidence suggests that she is living outside the district that she represents now, and at the time of filing her paperwork under oath as well. So we demand a full investigation into Mary Luz, and she should not have been able to vote on any of these agenda items. Additionally, I'm going to renew my objection against Alexis Hill. On the websites for the Washoe Dems, as well as for the CARES campus, it doesn't show that Alexis Hill is part of the investment board there, nor on Alexis Hill's website does it say that she sits on that board as well. We see all this hundreds of millions of dollars or whatever is going to this big, huge circus tent there. She's sitting on that board for investing, yet she's placing votes that's going to send more money to something that she's sitting on. That seems like a direct violation and a conflict of interest according to NRS 281A400. So there's a number of laws that Hill could possibly be breaking by voting to give more money to an investment fund that she's a part of. And law prohibits public officials individuals from engaging in conflicts of interest, self-dealing, or misapplying entrusted funds. Additionally, there needs to be an investigation into her husband as well as her, because Matthew Tuma is the director of the Department of Administration, and they both too, we have no idea exactly how much information is being shared by each other for county business. That needs to be looked into.
Terry Brooks, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good evening. My name is Terry Brooks, and I came here today because when it comes to homelessness, I have a lot to say. For 62 years, I lived in Missouri in Boone County, and for the last 8 years, I've lived in Nevada here in Washoe County. I used to live in rural areas, but when I moved out here, one thing I've noticed is all the homeless people here. When I see so many homeless people, I just don't know what to say. I just hope that all of them might find some place to stay. I see them in the alleys. I see them under bridges, too. I see them by the railroad tracks, and I fear what they go through. And wherever I go and see homeless people there, then I can't help but wonder if other people even care. When I see so many homeless people on the street, I can't help but wonder if they have enough to eat. I'd like to thank Washoe County for providing hundreds of men, women, and children with shelter, especially during cold winter nights when you provide overflow shelter. I'm glad that Washoe County and its towns and churches and communities come together to help those who are in need, especially in times of cold weather. The more I see and think about the state of homelessness, the more I want to figure out how this problem I should address. I once read a book by Winnie the Pooh about how to solve a problem. He said that the first step in doing so was to identify the problem. Anything that I approach, I do so one small step at a time. And after each step, I grab a pen and write it down in a rhyme. I'm not very good at public speaking, especially in front of a crowd, so I have to write down all my thoughts before I read them out loud. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I hope you don't mind if I come back when I have even more to say. Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Wesley Griffin. Looks like our tech guy stepped out, so we don't have the overhead right now. Can Wesley go before you, and then I'll call you
sure,
back?
absolutely. I thought you
Wesley
said my
Griffin?
name first.
Wesley's not here. Nichelle Hull? Okay. Nicholas St. John? I'll call you back up when we have the overhead.
Nicholas St. John for the record. I think this is a record for me, the number of times I've spoken and the amount of minutes you guys have given me. Spread, of course, over 8 hours. First of all, I would like to say, Andrea, we're a little disappointed that you couldn't stand firm with the other two Republicans in voting no on this. We gave you many options. You had now 3 opportunities to stand with them. So you could have gained many people who would like to work with you, but unfortunately that stand is going to be pretty detrimental, I think. On the other hand, removing the beginning comments obviously has been long and laborious. And, all we want to do has been talked about before. We just want to be not just heard, but so you understand the First Amendment, it says that we have a right for a redress of grievances. I've been coming into these chambers for 28 months. Not one time has one commissioner of anything we've brought up contacted me and sat down and tried to redress. The word's redress, guys. It means you meet with the people, which you're not doing, and then you come to a resolution. That means you have to have a dialogue with us. I've been demanding now for the last probably 2 or 3 months of coming in here that you put in place a procedure to have town halls with your constituents. There's a place to have a dialogue. This is not it. This is a system that's broken, where we speak for 3 minutes, and then you cut our mic if we need 3 minutes and 5 seconds, and then you ignore us. We've been silenced and ignored now for years. You guys have an opportunity to change this. I've demanded that you remove the unconstitutional metal detector before we come in here, and we've seen nothing. I've asked for the to put on the agenda a resolution for a Second Amendment sanctuary county resolution. Nothing on that as well. So, Alexis, I hope that you've learned today that you need to respect the people who come in here. We've been coming in here faithfully for well over 2 years, and it's time to actually start acknowledging that we are citizens, that we bring valuable information to you, and that you start listening to us and doing what's right. So I appreciate everyone that stayed today. It's been a long day for all of us, but understand, if you do this again next time, we'll be here for another 8 or 10 hours if that's what it takes until you come to your senses. Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Bruce Parks.
Janet Butcher for the record. Again, I stand before you as Janet Butcher, not related to any organization, even though I've been tagged as being such. I keep looking at this contract for the election group, and if I were the vendor, and I've been one many times, I've had to sign contracts with various clients, I'd hope that they would sign it too, because I don't see a distinction between phase 1 and phase 2. There's one contract and one exhibit A. So I guess Nate probably understands it better than I do, but I certainly, as a consumer, would never sign a contract that was this way. But I'm going to go back to Drag Queen Story Hour and what is happening with our library board. I don't care if the U.S. Library Board says, oh, well, we support Drag Queen Story Hour. If they supported jumping off, telling 4-year-olds to jump off a bridge, would everybody be okay with that? There is absolutely no reason why drag queens, I've been to a drag queen show. I've sat at parties with drag queens. I was in business with a man who was homosexual. I don't care. But these are children. They're impressionable. They don't need to have this. Okay, so Miss Ginger Divine comes and reads to a child. Little boy feels really comfortable with Ginger Divine because he's dressed in a or a little girl even, girl or boy. And so they run into somebody who's dressed like this in a restroom and they go, oh, somebody like that read to me. You've just put that child in danger. And I don't know why we keep putting people on the trustee board that thinks this is okay. So ask not why the children shouldn't see drag queens. Ask why drag queens desire an audience of children.
Bruce Parks, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
For the record, Bruce Parks, I'd like my comments read into the record. I'm not going to list all the different organizations I'm affiliated with or represent. That would take up most of my time. Just know that I have my finger on the pulse of this community across the state as well. I want to go back to the library board thing. Why did it take so long to even consider an appointment? That seat was vacated in July of last year, and now, just now, we're getting around to considering appointments for it. Why? Was it because the original people that submitted their applications in October didn't meet the stringent qualifications that the library director has? Perhaps there weren't enough liberals that put their applications in, or perhaps he was looking for a specific individual. I don't know, but we've clearly demonstrated that he has an integrity problem that needs to be addressed, by the way. I'd also like to thank Mr. Edwards. Sir, when I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong. I was not aware of the NRS as it pertains to the reasons why things can come back on the agenda. I do know Roberts. I will educate myself on that NRS. You can bet on that. I'd also like to point out that at the beginning of this meeting, Commissioner Hill spent a great deal of time pointing out that people need to stay on topic, that they needed to keep their comments germane to the item being discussed. And not just to members of the public, but also to members of the commission. Well, I just couldn't help but notice, because I notice things. They taught me in the Army, you stay alert, you stay alive. I noticed that when we were discussing the library stuff, there was a particular commenter that stood here and for more than 3 minutes talked ad infinitum about nothing related to that agenda item, and was not one time redressed for that. Not once was she called out for not keeping her comments germane to the topic. So it clearly demonstrates a possible double standard, conflict of interest, or personal bias. I don't know. I will leave that for the members of the public to decide for themselves. But it does say a lot about the president of this board. I hope in the future to see initial public comment back at the beginning of the meeting. Or we can continue to do.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Carl Kopek. And I have a document to distribute from Ms. Snedeker.
I thought I gave her enough. So what I've given you, or it's been served on you, oh, by the way, my name is Catherine Snedeker, non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised, native-born, natural woman. That's the Clearfield Doctrine. I hope your attorney pays particular attention to that. Because when a government entity decides to act like a GMO, or is that what it is? No, that's NGO. That's what it is. Or a corporation, which is what you are. And you make decisions that are outside your purview. That's great if it works out. But you know it's also great? If it doesn't work out, we can sue you if you've caused us a harm. That's the Clearfield Doctrine. That means when you close down all those businesses, and you had no authority to close down any businesses, you can be sued, liability responsible for all the damage you caused to those people who lost businesses and lost their homes and lost their lives and became alcoholics and drug addicts. That's never talked about here. Just the homeless. Oh, those would be all the people that got kicked out of their houses because they didn't have businesses anymore because you guys made a decision to shut the whole freaking county down when you had no authority to do it and there was no precedent to do it, which is great for the people. That's going to damage your budget because we can sue you in your private capacity. We don't have to sue you as a commissioner. I will sue you as the guy or gal in the bar. Just a regular, normal guy in the bar. Drunk, not knowing what he's doing. And that's what you guys do. There's also a case, Owens versus City of Independence. That might be interesting to your attorney, too. You guys are fighting a losing battle here. And I'm pretty good on educating the people on what their rights are and what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. And there will be no qualified immunity for you. I was just doing my best because you ruined people's lives. You're the cause of a lot of death, literal death. And I can't wait till you're personally held responsible. Thanks for the time.
Carl Kopek, followed by Valerie Fianacca.
Good evening, Carl. Good evening, Carl Kopek for the record. I have some material, but if I could distribute it afterwards, then I can use what I have to speak from. Thank you. What a day. I'm here mostly in response to the meeting I missed last week because I didn't realize that the agenda from the ORMAT meeting 3 weeks ago was still on the agenda. I'm here to represent the people of Gerlach, my neighbors who were described as a parade of horribles. My neighbors are a collection of veterans, hardworking individuals, taxpayers, and people who organize one of the largest festivals in the country that people from all over the world come to attend to, and they make that happen. They are not a bunch of dirtbags. They are concerned citizens that came here to speak their minds with decorum, not to give respect and in hopes of getting respect and to have a moment of your time. And I sure do appreciate the decision that you came to with regard to the ORMAT petition and redress and ruled in our favor. I'm concerned. Last week, I watched on video, ORMAT came and tried to bring this whole matter up for reconsideration. I spent a great deal of time reading Nevada water law and meeting law the last 2 weeks, pouring over it, so to speak, the water law, NRS 533 and 534, which were brought to my attention by Mr. Timber Weiss, the Washoe County water guru who spoke prior to the ORMAT item action agenda vis-a-vis Lemon Valley or Golden Valley and the just dropping of the water tables. I spoke to him out in the hall expressing my concern that something similar would happen to Gerlach if the wells were drilled between Gerlach Spring and the town, 11 deep wells. He informed me that the aquifer belonged to Gerlach. It was not ORMAT's to drill into, and we should be talking to the state engineer. I hope that conversation transpires, but if the whole thing has been torpedoed by your collective wisdom, that's great, but I'm still immensely concerned. I hate to agree. No. I'm here in peace, and the wisdom from both sides creates the group mind. I spoke last time of nothing focused the mind like a hanging. Well, we're feeling in Gerlach, Berkeley, we're about to be hung out to dry. NRS 258, I believe, speaks to what the previous speaker was, the liability. If the situation is revoked and we lose our water, it's on you all. We're going to have to take redress by Gerlach suing the county commission if you elect to revoke, put in the ORMAT.
Valerie Fianacca, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas.
I had a picture of the sheepdog that I spoke of, and I'm gonna.
We're almost done, I hope. I told y'all I know a lot about politicians. I'm learning a lot about politicians in my capacity. I would like to thank ADA Edwards for his response to my email this week. He gave me direction where I should go regarding open investigation into the case of obvious DUI on behalf of our commissioner's or our county manager's wife, Miss Brown. It should be adjudicated, as I found out. And also, I want to talk about the multi-tiered justice system that we have in our county. It should be adjudicated, or was adjudicated, in Sparks Municipal Court, but it was booked at Washoe County Jail. Sparks officers were very appropriate, as were deputy sheriffs. It all breaks down after the body cam goes dead. Questions need answered. I guess you guys aren't the body to answer them. You guys can't even investigate it. Neither can Mr. Edwards. But we'll start. I know where to start now because he set me on the right path. It needs to start with questions at the PAR facility. Something started there. Lots of questions need answered regarding who started it, who facilitated it, who she was released to. Was that person intoxicated as well? Because one of the sheriffs indicated that that might be possible. Why was there no charge of DUI with a blood alcohol of 0.33? And that speaks to our two-tiered system of justice. I have a real problem with that. I have a very serious problem with that. People that think that doesn't exist, you can go to Operation Sunlight and you can look at two cases side by side. If you don't think it exists, you can look at it. Lots of people had to be involved here, and I'm going to follow that one all the way to the end of the thread spool. I can guarantee you. Oh, and by the way, Mr. County Manager, when are you going to give all of our library board members their own emails? They've informed me they still don't have them, and they've asked for them several times so that Mr. Scott can't screen all their emails. They are his boss, and they can't get their own emails. That's insane. There's a reason he's screening their emails. Corruption all around. Y'all need to take care of it in this little pot right here.
Tracy Hilton Thomas, followed by Debbie Hudgens.
Take it to
The next time you want to go ahead and unilaterally change the agenda, you might also want to go up and update your website where it instructs the public to plan on speaking at the beginning of a meeting. Also, your rules for procedures in there shows that there's 2 items for public committee comments, so you might want to go and change that. And then I think there was a lot of talking, cross-talking and everything, so I'm not sure, Commissioner Andriola, but I think you think that $500,000 is going to be allotted to salaries for employees coming on. I'm not sure. It was a lot of talking back, but the way the motion was made, the way it is written in the agenda, that $500,000 goes to the election group, nobody else. The way the motion is, the way the agenda was. So I just want to get that cleared. Also, back to some improvements for our elections. The 3-ring circus that goes on here in the atrium, every election, every early voting, is just, there's so much wrong with that. I don't understand why they think this is a good idea. There's 4 points of entry into this atrium. That polling location is anywhere but secure. You cannot control the foot traffic in there, the noise level in there. You have all of this foot traffic that's going to other departments that have, you know, the constituents that have business here that have to deal with that. This polling location needs to be put over in Building C into that conference room. There's no reason for it to be in a circus like this. And I'm pretty confident that my 20 years working as an election worker, training election workers, working as a field registrar at the naturalization ceremonies for the Registrar of Voters. I've worked with 3 registrars, Dan Burke, Luann Cutler, and Deanna Spicula. I have an intimate knowledge of the NRS statutes regarding our elections, our election laws, and the practices and procedures. Elections are not that difficult. They are not that complicated. They don't have to be that complicated if you're doing it the right way. They're only complicated if you're trying to hide something.
Debbie Hudgens. Did Debbie leave? Let's see, Stuart Hanty.
Good evening, Stuart Henty for the record. I've lived in this state for 49 years, 48 of that here in Washoe County. I was a cop in the state for 30 years. And I'm disgusted I've had to come to this circus act for 4 times now to report corruption in your office, the Sheriff's Department, and now judges who are going after myself and my co-defendant, Roger Hilligus, with a vengeance. As I speak to you all tonight, his life is slipping away. And what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? I tell you what I'm going to do about it. I'm getting DOJ involved because I've had enough of this garbage. He's going to die in jail, and you people aren't raising a damn finger to do a damn thing about it? What good are you in your positions? Mr. Brown, you should just pack up and get out, take your boot jacket and thug, will you? And I mean it. I've had enough. These 3 entities are corrupt. They destroyed my life, and they're destroying Mr. Hilligus's life, and they're going to take his life if somebody doesn't do something. Well, as I speak tonight, ladies and gentlemen, there are entities in Washington, D.C., some that are still respectable, unlike any of you here, that are doing something. And you better be prepared, because when the bell gets rung, all of you are going to be put on notice. And I'm not leaving here, not leaving this state. I intend to one of these days. I'm not leaving here until I get justice served against the corrupt district attorney's office, the corrupt sheriff's department, and the corrupt judges. And I'll name them: Barry Breslow, Scott Freeman, Egan Walker, Tammy Riggs. And I'm done, folks. I served my profession with dignity, honor, ethics, morals, and respect. And I've been vilified by the district attorney's office, by the police department, by the sheriff's department, by the local bought paid for media. And my parents are rolling over in their graves, seeing what's happened to their only son. And this stuff has got to stop. And if it's the last thing I do, I will stop it. Guaranteed. Good night.
Al Rogers, followed by Pam Dar.
Again, for the record, Al Rogers, Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity today, and thank you for the information that was provided today. I apologize for not finishing my comments. I was taken back by an individual leaving today that was verbally attacked, which I've never seen in my 43 years in chambers. So forgive me if I wasn't able to present myself, but I've never seen something like that before. And having not been behind this podium in a while, it did take me back. So again, I look forward to the next opportunity to talk about whatever role it may be with Washoe County, and I certainly respect the prerogative of this commission to continue the item, and I especially respect the prerogative of the motion maker, Commissioner Andriola, to continue this item. I know as a new commissioner, it is overwhelming, and I know there are some things that could be improved. There always are. But I would leave you with the piece in terms of people applying for boards and commissions to take personal responsibility. When you apply for a position on a board, when you apply for a lot of things, you're personally responsible to follow up on that and find out what are those next steps. So again, I see both sides. I respect both sides. I'd also like to mention very briefly too, again, through the chair to Commissioner Andriola, I saw a lot of, hard to term it, bad behavior, complete lack of decorum, complete lack of professionalism. I know there are differing opinions. There always all are. There always will be. But I have not seen in my own presence here the actions of individuals, and I don't mean to throw everybody in there. There have been some individuals who stepped to the podium, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that it's positive, but made some constructive, informative comments to this board. Most of what I heard today was not that. So again, I'm reminded when I walk into this chamber of the mission and the aspiration of this commission that I was fortunate enough to help start. And again, that wasn't intended for that commission at that time. It is intended for all the commissions moving forward. So I would look to the bookends of this commission in current time and hope that we can, going to our guidelines, become, as laid out, our county, and that includes all people you represent and our county.
Pam Dar, followed by Penny Brock.
Hi, Pam Dar for public comments on the record. Again, nice to see everybody in the commission again. It's getting late. I want to address public comments. The gentleman here was here a long time just to talk about something that was on the agenda last month. And good for him. I mean, that took a lot. He cares about these local issues. Last week, that was last week or the week before. I listened to all that Gerlach information about geothermal before I talked last time. I know more about geothermal than I ever wanted to know. So I just wanted to address public comments. Some people can come in here, give their 3 minutes, and they're happy and they can leave. But having this at the end of a meeting, as interesting as all your business is, sometimes it's difficult for people. They want to say, you know, this was important to me today. I'm exhausted. I mean, you guys do a lot of work. I don't know how my brother did it, but to stay here and listen to everybody and prepare, and I was going to say, please bring public comments to the beginning. I think it would have been a better environment in here too, because I think people were getting frustrated. The second thing, the $300,000 with the authorization for a manager to approve. Okay, I get it. We deal with a lot of big spending items, but it's tied to another $300,000. That is when it should go to the board first. It probably would have avoided a lot of this. Because approving the 100 and then it's tied to 300 is going over his approval. So in my mind, I'm like, well, maybe that should have come to you guys first without any, well, I already approved this, so here's phase 2. What? You know, I'm just saying it's a suggestion. If he has to approve things that are under 300, that's great. Okay, to get business rolling, it's a big county, big expenses. But especially tied to the elections and then tied to money exceeding that management approval, that might have caused more issues. That's my mind just thinking. Maybe you guys can think about it and see maybe, you shouldn't tie a big amount like that. It should go to the board. Not when it's separate pieces and it's under a certain amount. It seems, well, it just seems not right. My last and final thing, which I don't need a lot of time, I think it's a great idea to meet the people running for the library board. I went to one of the meetings. It didn't seem like they were on the same page as the community that they're trying to serve when I was there, and there's mixed stuff, but it was just, no one was listening. Everybody's not hip on this transgender reading hour, which parents and grandparents were there for, and they weren't listened to at all. And I did talk to parents when I knocked on doors, and they're shocked at what their kids are coming home with, so it is getting into the schools. It's bad enough with the internet, but thank you for your time. So.
Penny Brock, followed by Betty Thiessen.
Penny Brock, Reno. Apologize, I had a wardrobe meltdown. My jeans caught in my boot. Again, I'm before you about this elections group contract. In the contract, it says, and Commissioner Andriola asked about this, she said, are they going to be on site? On page 14, it says, there will be on-site services that shall be performed at the Washoe County Register of Voters Department. Remote services shall be performed at a location at the vendor's discretion. Now, what do we have here? We've got the contract. This is what you go by. It says right here, they will be on site. Ms. Andrioli, I don't think our county manager told you the truth. It's right here in the contract. The plan is they will be here. We know they will be here because they have been on site here for I don't know how long. They've interviewed some of those that worked during the election. April 6th, one person I know interviewed with Chris Piper. So they are on site. So I have no idea why our county manager did not disclose that to you. The other issue I have is we're dealing with a contract. It's $100,000 for phase 1 and $500,000 for phase 2. It's not broken up. I checked the NRS. It says that a representative of a board can approve something up to $100,000. Above that, from my understanding of the NRS, anything above that must go to the body and before we the people. So I am totally confused. Here we've got the contract that says what it does. A contract is binding. It's binding that this group will be on-site working, and we know they have been. Number 2 is it's a total of $600,000 to be paid by December 31st of this year. Why we keep hearing from him that somehow this $500,000 is going into 2024, it's beyond me. So I bring that before you because it's up to you to figure that out. Then there is this. Remember, openness is the norm, not the exception. The open meeting law is for the public benefit and should be liberally construed and broadly interpreted to promote the openness of government. We, the people, did not feel that we got that today, and it's very disappointing. We ask very little of you. We elect you.
Betty Thiessen, followed by Doug Flaherty.
Betty Thiessen for the record. A lady was up here talking about emails to the library board are being screened. Well, I think your emails are being screened too by someone, because I sent a letter to the entire board about a week ago. And I know they were received because a lady in the manager's office wrote back to me and said Mariluz's address was wrong because there's 2 Garcias with an M. So I know they were received by the manager's office, but I asked Jean Herman, my commissioner, today if she received it, and she did not. So I'm going to read it. It came from Nevada Liberty. Dear Washoe County Commissioners, I am writing to you today to request an investigation into Eric Brown, the Washoe County manager, for ethics violations related to his involvement in covering up his wife's drunk driving incident. Melody was driving nearly 4 times the legal limit, got in an accident, and never received a DUI or jail time. We suspected that Eric Brown had helped cover up for his wife, and now with new information from a whistleblower, we understand that he did and he wasn't alone. According to the whistleblower, several public servants or officials were involved in helping Melody Brown avoid the consequences of her actions. We believe this behavior is unethical and demands a full investigation. Furthermore, the court ruling in Melody Brown's case shows that she received vastly different treatment than others with similar charges. This raises serious questions about the fairness impartiality of the legal system, particularly when it comes to those with connections to those in power. We urge you to take action and investigate Eric Brown for his involvement in this cover-up. His ethics are in question, and we believe that a full investigation will help shed light on any potential wrongdoing and hold those responsible accountable. Please let us know if there's anything we can do to assist you in this matter. And that was from Nevada Liberty. Thank you.
Doug Flaherty, followed by Renee Resentis.
Doug Flaherty, for the record, resident of Incline Village. I've got a lot to cover. I want to go on the record. I'll do it very quickly. I'll take the whole 3 minutes. Did everyone in this room know that in the shadows and the darkness of the ideology that lives up here in District 1 and 3, did you know that our District 1 representative is on the board of the Tahoe Prosperity Center? Take a look at the website. District 1 gave them thousands and thousands of dollars. The first $30,000 she gave them, the NGO, was from a blank invoice. I've got the public records request information. There's a blank invoice for $30,000. There's nothing on it. She's on the board. It's hard to find anywhere that says she's on the board of the Tahoe Prosperity Center. It's pretty major up there. Take a look at the website. Do you know that she's in charge of the Tahoe Transportation District as a chair? You guys voted on a transportation plan up here. She's the chair of the Tahoe Transportation District, folks. She lives in the darkness with you. Take the city or the county manager's authority away on this approval. You're going to get sued. A lot of people had hope for you today, District 4. It's unbelievable. You really let a lot of people down. These aren't idiots up here. I'm not sure what to put, what your true intention was, but you just cost us $600,000, $500,000, whatever it is. Last thing I want to cover quickly, everybody look up in Wikipedia, small leading groups. We have hundreds of these committees, subcommittees, and leading groups that have crept in because of this darkness, running the TRPA up there. Look it up, small leading groups. Article 10 of the Communist Chinese Doctrine. It's a way to insert ideology and work it through all these committees until it comes out the other end from the central party, which is TRPA. I wish I could say I was talking crazy, but I'm really not. Everybody look it up. This is what they're up to. They've been doing it for a long time.
Renee Resentis, followed by Susan Van Ness.
Renee Resentis again, for the record. Okay, there are several things here. Commissioner Andriola, we were hoping for you, but you haven't let us down. This is kind of what we expected, but we were hoping for you. You ask a lot of questions. I appreciate that. You go around and around and around and end up with the same vote that we expected you to give before you went around and around. It's just a nice way of where you get to the place where you vote with the left-leaning side. You're very good at that. I've watched you now for the last 3 meetings since you got elected, and this is what you do, and you're very good at it. I understand that you were on the rodeo board, and that's kind of a fluff position, and I'm sure you got a lot of kudos for that and everything. And this is more real. This is serious stuff here. And we would appreciate you being fair about your vote. This elections group is not to be trusted. What our county manager is doing is not to be trusted. And if there's any doubt, then you should vote no, if there's any doubt. Marilu Garcia, you really should recuse yourself about the library board. The things that were brought up about you not living in your district, that is a big concern. And in all honesty, I haven't heard anything imaginative from you since you've been sitting on this board.
Please address the comments
a
to the
yes
full board.
person. Okay.
Thank you.
We have too many yes persons on this board, okay, that are not really being fair in their vote. There are people on this board that are yes people and go along for the vote and not really contribute anything worthwhile to what we need in our community. So I do think you should recuse yourself for the library. So I just think there's an arrogance. When you don't know what to do, then there's an arrogance, and it shows. Let's see. And Commissioner Hill, you're not supposed to be an activist. You're supposed to be our...
Susan Van Ness, followed by Mark Newman.
If you're a developer, they'll support you.
My public comment goes on the public record. As I keep coming up here, which I think will be up here quite a bit, I'm going to be a better public speaker. I want to go back again to County Commissioner's answer to appointed Chair Andriola. He changed it again. He told you on April 11th where he got the information and he changed it again. I guess that doesn't matter. The contract, we all read it, and it is just like Penny said. You guys are re-saying it wrong. They've already been here. The money isn't going to be dispersed to a bunch of workers, but our vote is so important because I was just sitting there thinking, we've got 5 county commissioners. We've got 2 that were selected, 1 that was appointed, and 2 that were elected. Now look who they're voting with, the ones that were elected, the people. The selected, not elected, they're going together. The appointed, I'm not sure. Why? You're not going with the people? I guess maybe because if you're appointed, you've got a master. If you're selected, you've got a master. If you're elected, you've got the people. So that's how your vote's coming down every time. That's why our vote is so important. But we will see. Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Brown, I just promoted you or demoted you. County Manager Brown, you do need to come clean with us, and you all need to investigate him. Where are you on this? It's plain as can be, and you have lied to us many times. Yep. Commissioner Hull, you should have, when the corporate people were here and the attorney called the Washoe County people a parade of horribles, you should have called them out right then and there. That's all over Twitter and saying that you didn't call them out, but you can call us out, can't you? Understand the contract before you vote on it. Understand that you can't go around and around and around and land in a spot to appease people. Who are you serving? What master are you guys serving today? That's all I've got to say.
Mark Newman, followed by Aaron Beatles.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. For the record, Mark Newman. I did put item 17 on the thing. She just called me for 16. So again, for the flood thing, as you can see way up here at the north end is Casa de Plata. Highland Ranch Road comes this way and the water flows down this way, and all the flood work was done way over here on this side. And because some of these houses here in the north end of Sun Valley, actually the water flows down Highland Ranch Road into another retention pond here and into Sparks. Because it does that, Sun Valley residents get charged $97 every quarter for something that's done that doesn't even affect them. That's enough of that. Hopefully you all look into that. The next thing is coming up is the Pyramid Highway project. As you can see, they have all the different colors for the phases that are going in. And in this phase between Los Altos and Golden View Drive, all of this is going to be 6 lanes to here, and it's going to be 6 lanes from here. There's one little section in here, I don't know if it's because of the property or not, but it's going to go to 4 lanes. So you're going to have a bottleneck going this way, you're going to have a bottleneck going this way. And they believe that all of this cutoff, which is going to be done in phase 3, which could be 6 to 10 years from now, and this is getting done this year, that this is going to save all the traffic problems and the bottlenecking on Pyramid Highway. I think the RTC should look into that from NDOT. The engineer that I spoke to, I asked her how long she lived in Nevada. She said, 2 years. And I said, 2 years, where do you live? And she goes, Carson City. I said, have you ever driven on Pyramid Highway and seen the traffic? She says, no, but according to the computer models, this will work. I think you guys ought to look into that one before we go and spend a bunch of taxpayers' money and then find out that it doesn't work and then have to go spend more taxpayers' money to tear up everything that they did and redo it again. Okay? Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
Aaron Beatles.
You can make a lot of money, but you can't buy common sense.
Aaron Beatles for the record. Can you please add this to the permanent record as well? It's actually my first time speaking up here. So I just want to let all of you know, y'all need Jesus. The issue we are facing in this country is we've gotten so far away from him. From the things earlier that we've heard and seen, it just goes to show that. I hope you all know that I pray for you every single day. I ask that you would all seek Jesus and give everything to him and to Father God in heaven. I pray that you all focus on Jesus and he will guide you. I pray for your deliverance. It's evident that some of you might need it, and I'd be happy to help you get delivered if you so choose. God will prevail because he has and he always will. And I ask the Holy Spirit that he would fill every single person in this room with his presence and let them experience his love and power. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do.
That's all the public comment that has been signed in for. Okay, come on up and I'll add you.
I was reading a little bit yesterday and I found out an interesting piece of trivia from the early 1800s regarding the Carson City Mint. They tried to mint coins there for several years, but they had to close it eventually because there was so much corruption. The city and county elected officials were stealing the precious metals meant for the coins. They closed it permanently. We've got that same chain of corruption going. How many instances have people brought up today of that corruption? Double standards. Commissioner Andriola, and yes, I can direct my comments to one person on the board. I am wondering about the pictures that I saw of you on your Facebook with many Democrats. At that time, I thought, well, maybe it was just selective. She's a public figure. Why did I not see any pictures of you with Republicans or patriots? And I then think, were you a sleeper? Have you been were you pursuing these positions for multiple years so that in this point in time, when a selection is needed, you can have that R behind your name, but not actually be one? Disappointed does not begin to describe it. I want to shout out to educationcrusade.org. Please look up their website. They're uncovering the corruption in our school district. Same thing for operationsunlight.org. They are uncovering the corruption. NevadaLiberty.org. They are uncovering the corruption. Please, please look those up. And regarding the election group, they are a Trojan horse. They're bringing in, their first recommendation was to hire 3 people for that department. You can bet your boots that those 3 people, whether they are remote or here in the county, will be working to close any loopholes to guarantee that the fraud that will be committed and the wrongdoing in our elections will be covered up. They will not be locals, I guarantee that. Electioneering. During the last election, I saw a nonprofit person walking with a box of goodies, chips, drinks, candy, up and down the line. I reported it to a security officer. He said, oh, I have to check with the ROV. ROV said, no, it's fine with me, as long as he's not saying anything. Well, who knows what he's saying? I followed him for a few meters. He didn't say anything when I was listening, but what did he say when I wasn't? Reported this to the Secretary of State. Did the Secretary of State do anything? Nope. Plain electioneering. Again, I just want to end with Commissioners Clark and Herman. No negative comments were directed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Okay, I believe that's everybody that has signed in, but there are emails to be placed on the record.
Thank you. We are now on to item 18, Mr. Manager.
Item 18 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Mr. Manager, do you have anything for us?
No, Madam Chair, I do not.
I see you signed in, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a very long day, and there's been a lot of information shared. There's been some serious allegations. I think some of those allegations need to be reviewed. I, for one, I asked the library director about his situation with Berkeley. I'm more, I'm not so worried about him getting fired. What I'm worried about is, I grew up in a family, we read a lot. Libraries to me are temples of information. There's lots and lots of things you can do there, but anybody who purges books and destroys books, I just want to make sure that that isn't happening in our county. Do we have any information that that might have happened here? And if so, I think we need to look into that. But I'm very interested to see if anything's been, any whistleblowers out there, any former county employees that worked in the library, to find out if we've been destroying books here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Vice Chair Herman.
Mr. Hanty came here today, and he and Mr. Hilligus had come here to our meeting at different times, way back when all of the mess started with their business, their problem, and I believe they have not been treated fairly, and I would like to. I don't know if it has to get to the court system or whatever before it gets fixed, but I sure wish we could have done something about it before it got to that point. And I tried at that time. So yes, you're right. We've talked about a lot of different things today. And there's some things that I feel so bad about because I wasn't able to get things done over the past few years, been 9 years. And I just pray that we'll start doing something good here in the very near future. And I want to tell all of you out in the audience, God bless you all for coming in and informing us of all the things that have been wrong. And that you're trying very hard to save our county. I know that. And I respect you very much. You do. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. And I'll just end with, I really enjoyed today's meeting. Thank you for everyone's time and have a wonderful evening. And we are adjourned.